Hey everybody, it's Chris from SideFX. With me is John Moncrief. Hey John.
Hey Chris, how's it going, man?
Excellent. So Houdini HIVE Education Edition, what's happening?
Well, today is very special. We're going to be seeing a lot of great presentations from professors and from studios and things, but primarily today we're doing something a little bit special. And what we're doing is we're trying to match up schools with studios that are in the same region so that they can discover a little bit more about each other, understand the skills that are needed by studios for mid-level and junior artists, and for the schools to be able to learn a little bit more about what the studios are asking for and how they can develop their programs a little bit better. So hopefully a little something for everyone, whether you're a studio looking to find new Houdini artists, or if you're a school who's looking to get some industry insight as to how you can develop your program. So super excited about today.
Yeah, we've been waiting for it for weeks, months for this day to happen, and I can't wait to get into it. So let's dive in.
Awesome. Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Hive Education Edition. One thing we're doing this year that's really very cool is we are connecting studios with educational institutions for conversations around skills, skill development, and what the recruiting process looks like on the studio side, and what the skilling up process looks like from the university side. So we're very fortunate today to have with us representatives from Monsters, Aliens, Robots, and Zombies, and also from Seneca College in Toronto. So I will let each of you kind of introduce yourselves. Tell me a little bit about how you interact with Houdini, or what your role is at your institution or company. And let's kick it off with Joe. Go ahead and start for us.
Yeah, so I'm the coordinator of the visual effects program at Seneca College, and I teach the Introduction to Houdini course. And I've been the coordinator at Seneca for the last 20 years, teaching, and I also work in the industry as well as a visual effects artist.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Praptasha, maybe you could go ahead and go next.
Sure. Hi, I am Praptasha. I am the Director of HR at Monsters, Aliens, Robots, and Zombies. I have been with our fantastic company for the past 2 years, new to the industry, but it's fantastic.
Awesome. Very cool. And who do we have left? We have Gustavo left here.
Yeah. Hi. Glad for inviting me to this talk. I've been at Monsters, Aliens, Robots, Zombies for the last 3 months as a FX supervisor. Our pipeline is migrating to Houdini, so FX and other departments are joining the Houdini revolution, so to speak. So enjoying Houdini all the way.
I love that, the Houdini revolution. That's fantastic. That's very cool to hear. So basically today I just kind of want to have a chat so that we can sort of facilitate this conversation around students and student skills, and how junior artists or those students coming out of school end up in a pipeline or at a studio, and what that looks like. So really I have just some questions that I'll just kind of use as prompts, and we can go from there. But the first question really is, I'll make this towards Joe, so you can start this answer, and then
Sure.
we can go from there. But is there something about maybe your academic program that you think studios maybe aren't aware of, or would be surprised to know? Like, is there something either about the school or the curriculum or a particular project or in a way that you teach at your school that's different?
I mean, I don't know how different this is, but I'm always really proud of our faculty that we've managed to recruit a lot of people that are still working. Like everyone in our faculty is a visual effects artist. Like we have Mahmoud who like runs the Pixamundo branch in Toronto and Montreal. We have people that are from senior positions in the studios that are in there teaching the students and just showing them the workflow that is required to get a job, basically. So that would be, I guess that's the main thing, with us. We're very much focused on trying to skill up the students so that they're able to kind of get their foot in the door as a junior artist at a facility.
Yeah, that actually, I'll flip the question and put just a little bit of a spin on it for for you guys at Monsters, Aliens, Robots, and Zombies. Can I just say MARZ from now on?
Yeah, you can.
Is that okay? I'll try.
Yeah.
So the question I guess I would point to you that kind of rolls right off of what Joe was saying is what pain points do you have when you're recruiting these artists that are coming out of schools? Like, do you see that there's certain skills that repeatedly that you see lacking that you wish were being more developed, or is it just access to the student reels, or just any pain points that you might be experiencing in that area?
I mean, I think I'll need Gus's help here, but I'll just get into it first. In terms of the pain points being with recruitment right now, it would be about visibility, something that any studio that's not 5 years old in the industry would face, irrespective of how successful you've been. So that is one of those places where we find a problem with reaching out to the kind of talent that we would want to have in house. Again, we have had the best experience with working with people who, I mean, the brightest students. Even if they're not the brightest, all students are fantastic. We have had fantastic experience working with students right out of school. So while we want to nurture that, the fact that we might not have the best accessibility to that pool is what pinches us at times. Yeah, in terms of what skill sets would that add up to, I am pretty sure Gus would have a more convincing answer than I can give you at this point. I'll let you take it from here, Gus.
Yeah, I think overall, from what we've been seeing, especially Seneca students, they come with a really nice package in terms of technical abilities. Perhaps the thing that we are missing the most these days is not as much as artistic direction as technical direction. But it might not even be an issue that comes from the schools or the curriculum they teach. It's more like the background from the artists that are coming to the industry. They probably, the big majority wants to do shots, like cool stuff, like blowing stuff, doing whatnot in effects. But the companies are suffering from a lack of pipeline TDs, for example. I mean, there are way too many companies these days, and they are growing, and the pains of growth goes with adopting new software, having more people to manage, and to help all those people work in a very efficient way, you need pipeline tools. And this is something that, even though the DCCs and the majority of the packages are getting much better these days at integrating one with the other, having pipeline TDs is something that we really lack, and perhaps that'll be something that we will be pushing the schools, or even not only the BFX schools, but let's say computer science schools, to adopt more industry-related tools in their backbone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a really fair point, which kind of leads me into the next question I would have for you, Joe, which would be how does your program actually focus on like pipeline stuff? Is there a pipeline, or is it just students working individually, or are there group projects, or how do you approach pipeline?
Yeah, so we started teaching an introduction to Python programming course a few years ago, and a lot of student resistance at the beginning because they come in kind of expecting it to be like a very art focused course, and it is, but we just have 2 hours a week where we're teaching them the basics of how do you program in Python, and then they tend to not like that course, or they tend to just resist it a little bit because they fail to kind of see the connection. But we're kind of like, no, this is like super helpful, and if you understand this stuff, it opens up way more doors for you, like once you're out in the industry. And we've had some success with it. Like a lot of people that graduate our course, they get into the more artistic roles in a company, but we've had a few that have kind of gone on to become TDs. And we look at the course and we're always evaluating how much do we go on the technical side and how much do we kind of focus on the artistic side, and what's the balance. So it's something we're always kind of evaluating, because we do know that is a shortage out there. It can just be hard sometimes if a student comes in wanting to be a compositor or an effects artist or a texture artist, and then getting them to learn about Python programming, like their head is like, whoa, what's going on? Like it's a bit outside of what they were expecting. So it's always like a fine balance where we don't want to, scare people off, but we also want to make sure that they have the skills that are necessary. So we're trying to balance it out that way.
So I'm curious to know, and I probably should know this, but I don't. When you have your students taking those courses, are they totally separate courses, like in the computer science division, or are they courses that you're teaching? So you're teaching Python from the perspective of a CG.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So the person who teaches it is a pipeline TD at Pixamundo, and he before that used to be a compositor, and he sort of graduated into that role. And then now he's actually like a graduate of the program, and he's come back and now he's teaching it. Yes, absolutely, from a visual effects point of view. But the first like half of the course is very much focused on like Python fundamentals. Like how do you what is program? It's really really basic. Like what is programming? Because a lot of people that come into the course, they have like zero background in that. And so just trying to get people to skill up with that in the time we have is it's a challenge.
Sure. And that does become something to keep an eye on, right? For studios to consider too, that from schools, you only have these students for a very limited amount of time to try to skill them up.
There's different courses. Yeah, sorry, John. Different courses have different lengths. So our course, it's only 8 months long. And I'm trying to work, like we are working to try to expand it, but there's all this kind of process that you have to go through in order to make a course longer. But yeah, I think that's absolutely one of the challenges. And then just to go back when you were talking about visibility in for your company, I would just recommend for any company to just reach out to the schools, because I can like in the last year we've had very few. Like I've had to reach out to studios to see if they would want to come in and talk or do a presentation. But if I had companies contacting me, I mean, it's no problem at all for me to schedule like a 1 hour talk, especially when everything is online. It's very convenient. So I would just recommend, if you find that that's a challenge, just reach out to the schools, because for me, like I would, if someone wants to come in and talk to the students for an hour, like as a representative of the company, be more than happy to sort of open the doors and let people come in and talk.
And I would say, just from our perspective, from SideFX perspective, we're happy to be that, like, I don't know, grease in the cog to make things kind of come together. Like, feel free to reach out to us, and then we can promote those opportunities. If you're recruiting for a junior compositor or whatever it might be, Houdini artist, let us know, and we have channels that we can connect with the professors through things like office hours and other things. And we're happy to let them know and say, hey, this studio in this area is looking for a particular type of student. And if you have anybody, so feel free to contact us, as well as reaching out directly to the schools, whichever works best. It's I like to say it's butts in chairs, right? It's having the artist in the seat working the product, and that's always what we're trying to make sure we can find those bridges and fill those gaps. But considering that we did kind of discuss that we have that limited amount of time with a student to go from maybe not having any experience in a particular area, and then within 8 months in your particular case, or other programs of shorter lengths, I would ask, so from the studio perspective, what do you think the students' best steps are after they graduate? Like, what should they be doing after they graduate to get your attention, to make sure that you know that they're there? From a student perspective, what would you suggest?
I would say that they don't have to wait until they finish. And that kind of maybe ties with whatever John was saying about having the studios go into the schools to make sure that the students are aware that the studios are interested in certain maybe profiles of technical skills or whatnot. And the other thing is, if they can get to know the studios before they graduate, they can even get in touch with them and have, I don't know, maybe not every studio have an internship, but for example, SideFX have a really good one. And I remember working with interns from SideFX that were amazing Houdini artists afterwards, in the artistic and in the technical side. Same thing can happen if a student that is at Seneca can contact us, or we can contact them, and we can have them maybe even part-time, or even after hours? Don't know. I mean, there might be ways of collaborating with students and schools to make sure that people are aware of what the industry actually requires when they finish their graduation. Because by the time they graduate, they might be, okay, I just finished, I have this really cool reel, and I expect an amazing job, but I don't know what the job takes. The job is different than what you studied, like in any career. So I would say just try to reach before you graduate, because that helps everyone. It helps you grow as an artist, and it helps the industry overall, I think.
Awesome. So this is another one that Praptasha, you might be able to speak towards this more directly from the HR and recruiting side of things. But everybody feel free, to comment on all these things. What are the sort of longer term skill sets that you look for when you're hiring a junior artist? Like, is it people skills? Is it more artistic? Is it more talent? Like, how do you see that?
I would say it's more of the talent, because as long as a student is, what would be the right word to use here? Versatile. As long as a student is versatile, is open to pick up skill sets on the go, it becomes easier for us to imagine that in a longer term. And like Gus rightly put it, the more the interaction that students have with studios, the more the scope of the real world scenario to them. So it becomes easier for them to. I have had, for example, in the past 2-3 months, we have had conversations with a few new grads from different colleges who have had some very unrealistic expectations from what should they be looking at from their first employment. So it's about, for example, we have had somebody who said that I would only be doing dust. I mean, that's particles. That's what I want to focus on. But it's like, yeah, that's great. But does that mean that you're not open to picking up other skill sets while you work with, industry experts that we have on the team? So that kind of is something that would be key. Like, as long as you have an open mind, you come with your skill sets, which is the reason why you get hired in the first place. But if you are like, no, this is exactly what I want to do, nothing else, then that's where we are doubting our next steps about how to develop this person who we think has immense potential but is not willing to give. So
yeah. Well, and you're not hiring for dust, right? You're hiring for a longer term position. You're hoping that this person would join the company and grow and become part of the team, and not just be the dust person, right?
Exactly.
I was gonna say,
it's too early for you to become that person. You should be the one that everybody's coming to do anything that comes up.
And that might be exactly what I was saying also, that you don't want to be pigeonholed. You don't want to, because you are a student and maybe you don't know the reality of things. So you think that you are great at this and you're going to excel at that specific thing, but you're missing a lot. And the industry requires people that are like versatile. At times you have to adapt. And also what you were saying, John, that personality is a huge thing for us when we are interviewing people. It's like, how does this person come across? Like working on a team, this is all a team effort. You are a piece in the chain. FX is a piece in the chain. Lighting is another piece in the chain. Assets. So you have to make sure that whoever joins the company is capable of working within that team and within the company overall. So personality, the ability of working within a team, that's for me is one of the main things that I look for when I interview someone.
Yeah, that's awesome. I would take that again, Joe. I'll throw this ball in your court here, which is, how do you develop those skills in students? The ability to give and take feedback and criticism in a fair way, the ability to work with somebody else and sacrifice your own idea for theirs, or give and take. How do you guys develop those skills?
We really try to have the projects be like very practical examples of like, here's something that you might encounter at a studio. Here's something that, here's a problem that comes up in your day-to-day work, and like, how do you sort of tackle that? I really hope that when my students graduate, that they don't see themselves as just like visual effects artists, but they see themselves as problem solvers. That's really like, because, the software is going to change,
Sure.
Fads kind of come and go, but if they can just be really good problem solvers, and if they can take that away from the course, I think more than anything, that would be like I would love it if that's what the students like, we're really good at, just solving problems, because that's what I do at my job all the time. Like, like every shot is a little bit different. So, like if you can just handle that skill, I think that gets you a long way.
Yeah, that's awesome. That kind of leads me into the next question. This is kind of a question for everybody. I know when we hire our interns, when our interns apply and we're watching demo reels, a lot of times we will see the same group project over and over, and somebody will just on their reel it'll say, "I did the particles at the bottom," or "I did the lighting," or something, right? So, how do you feel about group projects overall? And I asked this question with I guess something in mind, and that's, do you think that is useful for a student to have the skills that they develop on a group project or working on a group project, or would you just rather see on somebody's reel that one thing they worked on with 4 or 5 breakdowns of it and explaining it, as opposed to showing the big giant shot that's the group shot, right? So that's from the recruiting standpoint, and then from the school standpoint too. How do you find students being able to market themselves after coming out of a group project like that? So. Yeah, I mean, again, maybe Praptasha, you should start with this one from the recruiting perspective.
I mean, it would differ from what kind of position. Like, for example, if you're looking at filling a position right away, we would kind of be looking at an individual breakup of what you have done on screen, whatever you're trying to show us. But a group project doesn't take away from anything, as long as it's kind of delivering what it should. And I tend to stay away from making this decision, and I trust all of our department supervisors to do it. And I have seen it across different departments that it varies from person to person, looking for people depending on what kind of project are we looking for, and if it's a specific skill set, then we would want to know what exactly have you worked on. But nothing too stringent in terms of being opposed to looking at a group project as such.
Yep.
So from our point of view, years ago, we used to kind of force the students into a group project thing, and the students hated it. It was so much resistance, and after a while, we were just like. And then also, we heard feedback from studios saying it's really hard to tell who did what, and all your reels kind of look the same. So
right.
At a certain point, I was like, okay, screw it. We're not going to do this anymore, because it was just such a pain. And of course, like, yes, it's good because visual effects is like a team sport. It's good to learn how to work with everybody. But at the same time, like when you're applying for a job, you are applying for that job like alone. You know what I mean? And so it's really, for me, the demo reel is always like, what is it that the student, like, it's like an advertisement. What does the student know? What does the student, like, it's like you're trying to present your skills in the best possible light. So in this case, like, everything that's on their reel is something that they have done, from our course anyways. I know other courses have different philosophies about it, but it was a lot to try to pack in a pretty condensed timeline. And then we were getting pushback from the studios and from the students. So it was like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I would say both work. We have to look at many different styles of presentations, and I really enjoy when a student does a super nice contact sheet with all the elements and explains what has been done, like in that manner. Also get the collaborative projects, and then when we ask them, what did you exactly do, if they explain in good terms and we feel that they have an understanding of what they did, this is as good as having done it by himself. I don't have an issue with that. These days, when you can have kind of free profiles online and have like Vimeo, YouTubes and whatnot, having a collaborative effort at school is great, and you can have your own stuff online as well. So I don't think that's much of an issue. Shows that you can work on a group, which is something that we always look for. So
yeah.
And again, maybe you have a super shiny reel, but then you don't know how to work in a group, and we don't know that. So maybe we can pick it up from the interview. So, but maybe we don't.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Somebody told me a long time ago when I was an intern at SideFX that it's all about your reel until you sit down beside somebody, and then it's all about you and has nothing to do with your reel.
Hmm.
So it's it's
Yeah.
an interesting dilemma, really. Yeah. So you had mentioned a little bit about working remote or working with technology and platforms and things of that nature. I'm just curious how each of your institutions have handled teaching remote and where you are now, and from working remote and collaborating remotely during the pandemic and things. How's that experience been, and what maybe you have learned from that experience?
Who goes first?
I can
Perhaps.
go first again. Well, it has been terrific and terrible at the same time. It's been
Right.
terrific because it's given us so much liberty. It's just like, what geography are you talking about? What boundaries are you talking about? And I'm really, really grateful to have the team of supervisors and leads that we have in house, because of the kind of effort that comes from them in terms of working on team efficiencies. How do we get over this one hurdle, because we are all working remotely? How are we going to do our dailies with our supervisors if we are doing this remotely, for example? And just getting over it. When we started working remotely, I am not going to sugarcoat the fact that we struggled for a couple of months straight. We did not know how to function at all. But between then and now, it is a completely different place. It's a completely different experience altogether. And the fact that we have the kind of support we have from the leaders in each of these departments is awesome. So we do not look at where a person is situated right now, unless that's breaking something technically for us. Like, let's say we cannot support you on our system because you're too far away, or the ping rate is going to be atrocious. But it's always nice to know that right now you have the whole world at your disposal. You could work with literally anybody across the world, and you get to meet such fantastic people and have them on our team. Some of our teams are wild. I mean, some of our teams have people spread across 4 different time zones. So, I mean, I say wild just because we are a smaller studio, and for us, that's wild. That's wild. But it's been amazing. Nothing's breaking. It's all fine. It's been a learning experience. It continues to be that way. And just like hats off to all of the leaders that are making it possible. It's going on really well. Really, really well.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll let you guys jump in a second here too, but I know what you mean about time zones. At one point earlier in the year on my team, we had 2 in Toronto, 1 in France, 1 in Florida, 1 in LA, and I'm in Oklahoma. So we had literally across multiple of time zones, like 23-hour spans between trying to get stuff done. And in the end, it ended up really being beneficial for our team. Like having everybody be able to work together like that was a real bonus. So I mean, yeah, multiple time zones in one department, much less across the company. That's very cool. It's something I never thought would happen, but it's ended up being very cool.
True.
Yep.
Yeah, and like the flexibility. I mean, at first, for us teaching, I do miss a lot of the nonverbal kind of clues that you would get when you're in a classroom. Because when I'm teaching, I can look out and I can see who's paying attention. I can see who's not getting it. I can look at their monitor and I can see like who's doing really good work and who's not. So that for me has been probably the biggest change. In terms of actually delivering the content, in a lot of ways, I'm delivering as much, if not more, content than I was when I was doing it in person. And I think like visual effects artists are kind of used to learning off of YouTube or watching a tutorial, things like that. So it's very similar to that, except it's interactive. So so for us, I don't think that part has been like problematic in terms of just getting the content out. But yeah, I do definitely miss the nonverbal communication that would be just from being in the same room with someone.
Yeah, one of my biggest rewards for me personally when I'm teaching, if I'm in a classroom or at a studio or anywhere doing some kind of presentation, and you can literally see the light bulbs go off in people's heads, or they'll ask a question like, so does that mean if I can do this, that I could do that? And you're like, oh, okay, now you've got it. You know, I mean, like you can see it when they pick it up and they get that next little boost of energy and excitement. And I
for
feel
sure.
it. And I miss that. I miss that very much.
Yeah.
I think from a like proper workflow point of view, like dailies and whatnot, the thing I kind of keep stressing to people is like show your cameras all the time. I've been in meetings where nobody had the camera on, and you go like, okay, are these people there for starters?
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's like, okay, are you, and what you were saying, Joe, the reactions on their faces when you are telling people, like giving feedback. If they don't get it, and you don't see their faces, you don't know. And then you end up going back and forth. Teaching, working, I think it's been like what you said is pretty much what we experience as well. Probably even higher performance working remotely than in the office. Maybe there are not that much distractions working from home, if you can concentrate, of course. Some people might struggle. And I would say it also might differ depending on the personality of each one. Some people are good at working alone. Some people really need the interaction, the social interaction.
Yeah, it's definitely been interesting. And Praptasha, you're 100% right. It's been wonderful and awful at the same time, right? We've all grown from the experience, though, and I think things are on the right track. Okay, I have this is a SideFX question, actually, but I'm just curious, like, are there things that you're interested in teaching in the next semester or in the next year in Houdini that maybe you haven't taught before? Any new areas you're wanting to explore? And then again, from the studio side, is there anything that excited you about maybe the new release or any particular things that you found to be most interesting?
Yeah, so the hot thing, I guess, is real time. So I just was watching a bit of that presentation from the Hive the other day, where they were showing like the explosions in the viewport and then how to get that into Unreal. So that seemed really interesting. So I want to learn about that. A lot of the new KineFX stuff. So using the ragdolls and KineFX, the tissue solver, all that stuff looks great, and I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad to hear what you're saying, because it's pretty much what we had in mind too. It's like I sent a clip of someone that put online explosion in Unreal yesterday or today. I did the same, and I've been talking to the rigging team about KineFX and what looks that is going to be becoming. It seems amazing to me. Real time, definitely. We are looking at Unreal real time workflows that can benefit us in the medium long term, to even if for effects, introducing that previous and trying to take it a step further. So as much as Houdini can like get tangled with Epic and other real-time engines, that's going to benefit the industry as overall, I think, because that's the way it's getting towards, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm so happy that Houdini has decided to embrace Unreal or the real-time engines rather than try to see them as a competitor. I think the two work very well together, and the fact that all these tools are coming out in Houdini that can be applied to real-time, I find just fantastic. And it makes it so that I can get up and running faster with it, so I don't have to relearn the wheel. Like, I know how to do stuff in Houdini, so the ability for me to kind of get up, build stuff in there, and then just bring it over into Unreal is very, very helpful.
Yeah. Just get your students to learn Python states. So they can start building like interactive stuff in the viewport.
Oh yeah, for sure.
See, there you go. Now I'm feeling like there was a legit connection between need and curriculum for the future right there. Like, that makes me so happy. No, that's very, very, very awesome. And I'm glad we're having a discussion about real time too. It is the future. There's no way around it. I always thought, and this has been a few years ago, and it wasn't specifically geared towards real time, but Houdini Engine, the ability to take pieces of Houdini and plug it into another piece of software to basically make Houdini a tool building tool. And then when real time started becoming the thing, it was like, oh, well, yeah, we've already got that. It was, I just blew my mind. I was like, how did they know?
Yeah.
And I'm gay now, but I didn't know how they knew then, but they seemed to know everything. So, yeah, those guys in R&D are fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, we're kind of at time here, and I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time. I want to thank you all very, very much for being with us today, though. I really appreciate all of your input.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We should do more often these things.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the rules and side effects together. That's awesome.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Education Hive. Today, we're very lucky to have with us representatives from Howest DAE, who will be doing a great presentation for us. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about your school and a little bit about your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I am Merel Steeland. I work as a project manager at the research group connected to Howest and to digital arts and entertainment. And we, in this talk, I'll talk about how we work together with the companies in our local ecosystem and how we, try to create a benefit for both the students and the companies. And, my colleague, Steven, will introduce himself.
Yes, my name is Engels. I've been doing applied research at DAE for around 6 years. And for the last 2 years, some of my colleagues and I have been working with Houdini during our procedural 3D project. And during the presentation, I will show some of the work that we've done with Houdini.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you both very much for being with us today. And let's get right to it.
Welcome to The Level, our main campus for the bachelor's degree Digital Arts and Entertainment. We are part of the University College Howest, and we pride ourselves to be a practice-focused, atypical, and highly innovative school. Digital Arts and Entertainment has the goal to produce alumni with a strong hybrid profile of both technical skill and artistic skill, allowing them to successfully integrate into a pipeline both in the film and game industry. We truly believe in the importance of a shared language, so all our students, programmers and artists alike, have to at least learn the basics of their counterpart. This formula has proven successful over the years. Our alumni have been well received all over the world. After multiple years of success in international competitions, like the Rookies, our degree has grown immensely, both in reputation and student numbers. Currently, we have over 1,300 students, at least 315 of them from abroad. This growth has allowed us to specialize and cater our courses closer to the individual trajectories. DAE-Research is the research cell of the study program Digital Arts and Entertainment, where both demand-driven applied research and applied research projects of our own volition are set up. We keep the focus and interests of the curriculum intertwined, continuously linking the research projects to the degree. The technologies that are currently being explored are XR, procedural 3D, artificial intelligence, computer vision, hybrid ray tracing, and motion capture. At DAE-Research, we aim to work on innovative use cases in close collaboration with local companies and organizations, with 3 goals in mind. 1. Scouting state-of-the-art technology we see in game and VFX industry and in academic papers. 2. Test this technology in order to update our curriculum with the latest knowledge. And 3. Help translate this technology to a broader audience to stimulate sector innovation. These three goals help create new markets for our alumni and local companies, which is another important point for us. As a result of this, a big amount of the research projects are oriented towards transferring the knowledge of game technology to sectors other than entertainment, and on exploring new game technology, both in hardware and software. As you will notice, some of the demos you see in this video are aimed at innovations in Industry 4.0, healthcare, and sports, but also education, construction, heritage, and many more. Local companies can work together with us in various ways. We support and coach companies and knowledge institutions when starting up a project. From defining the research question, to drawing up a subsidy file and project plan, to execution and following up on the project. This can be upon demand, but we also conduct our own exploratory research. In this, we combine the potential value of new technology and map them to the needs of a consortium of companies that act as a steering committee. An ideal project can start with showing off the possibilities of certain technologies in collaboration with students, or through examples of student work. If there are unexplored technical challenges and questions about the validity of these projects, at DAE-Research we'll look into those. These demos and prototypes can help the company to pitch their idea to investors and help them have a good vision on what they want to develop. The final product is then created by a company existing out of our alumni. During one of these projects, we ran into the challenge to create a workflow to procedurally generate a photorealistic carpet. We noticed Houdini would be the perfect tool to use, as it allows great flexibility in rendering a variation of similar but unique visuals of 3D objects. In this challenging project, a carpet is rendered purely by successively implementing the features of just one hair, the general interaction of neighboring hairs, and their interaction with the environment. Adjusting a single one of those features reshapes the whole carpet, making it a tremendously versatile tool. With this first use of Houdini in a non-game or VFX-related context, we realized it could be a powerful tool that has the ability to create a series of realistic 3D visualizations of new products quickly and cheaply in the very early design phase. To further delve into the possibilities and generate knowledge to pass over to the curriculum, we started our own research project about procedural 3D. Within this project, we look at the possible advantages procedural workflows can have by 1. Creating small proof of concepts based on questions from a consortium of local companies in which procedural techniques are applied, and 2. Building up knowledge and passing it towards a broader audience.
Hi, I'm Steven. Together with some of my colleagues, I've been using Houdini during our procedural 3D project. I'd like to now show some of the proof of concepts that we made. We have made a number of proof of concepts to explore different workflows to work with procedural 3D in Houdini. This is an example to mainly get to know Houdini. It was also to get a feel for the difference between parameterizing everything versus random generation from seeds. We used parts of this case to explain the logic and workflow behind parametric and procedural mesh generation to external people, and to inspire them to see potential uses for it. This was a small visualization example to use procedural 3D to visualize real-world data. This uses the COVID infection data normalized by population from the World Health Organization and links it to the vertices of the sphere according to their distance to the loaded centroids of the countries. In this case, both the data and the visualizations are questionable. This was an implementation of a script inspired by the Mutagent tool made by Adrian Meyer.
It allows to generate variations of an HDA by randomizing the parameters and allowing the user to select parent variations as a basis for the next generation. This uses very basic genetics logic to drive the parameter values. The test implementation allows to quickly generate random creature blockouts that can be evolved into a set of variations based on the preference of the user. With this case, we looked at quickly generating a historical city with a procedural house inside a game engine. For this, we created an HDA of a house and made a tool to quickly create streets of houses and a tool to fill the backyard areas of the houses. We also did some comparisons between building it with Houdini versus building it with blueprints in Unreal Engine in terms of speed and convenience. This case was also mainly to get a feel for the development speed between classic and procedural modeling. For this case, we looked at Photoshop as input for a game environment example by SideFX Labs and started from a Photoshop file as well to generate an environment that converts shapes and lines to 3D content. The idea was also to look how different layers can automatically interact with each other. For example, the road needs to have bridges where there is water, and the castle wall needs to interact with both water and roads. This way we could, for example, generate 3D environments from old maps. We later also coupled the generation with OpenStreetMap data instead of a Photoshop file. With this case, we showcased how much time it would cost to set up an automatic procedural propping pipeline from Houdini engine to Unreal Engine. During this process, different ways of using a propping tool were tested to see the impact of different workflows. This resulted in a final tool where speed, versatility, and user-friendliness were key. This was a case inspired by a question from a company that specializes in robots that automatically pick fruits. They use AI to detect ripe fruits ready to be picked. For this, they are looking to create realistic artificial data to train the AI on. And so we looked into ways to procedurally create and grow realistic fruit models. Following the fruiting bodies of a plant, also the leaves needed to be realistically created. We combined this with the question from another company of how the math in papers can be transferred into procedural algorithms. This project was mainly done in Python, and then the data was loaded in Houdini to generate the geometry and to bake out the textures. This was a proof of concept case about using a procedural approach to generate the optimal packaging for any object. This could, for example, be scans from museum pieces that need to be moved. And this would then require, for example, supports and cushions to stop them from breaking while being transported. We came up with this case because we also had a running project around heritage and the preservation of valuable items. As you can see, we tried different techniques like cushioning, brace packaging, and Instapack. In order to understand the possibilities of digital self-bodies, and because there are more and more questions from medical institutions to realistically visualize and simulate organs and tissue, we wanted to document the different options available. For this, we did several tests to achieve different realistic behaviors. We looked into vellum and femme, and for example tried to achieve realistic slicing of a soft body. This turns out is still quite a challenge. We used the information and the visualizations that we gathered to explain the different options of vellum, femme, and also grains to external people and to educate future students. In order to automatically scale 3D cloth simulations, we started by creating a uniform mesh from any scanned or modeled person. We did this by finding the joint positions with using the straight skeleton node as a start point. Then we build a rough mesh around the skeleton according to the thickness of the mesh around the joint positions. And in the end, we project the rough mesh points onto the original input mesh. This way we had a uniform base to deform the clothing meshes. We did a lot of experimenting to achieve the best results and to fix some issues with, for example, looser clothing. We also did some plot simulation testing with real 2D patterns. This is a simulation with a police vest that consists of different layers and different pieces. This required some timing inside the DOP network to make it work. What worked best for us in this simulation was to use different wind forces on different parts and to only do the final stitching when all the parts are already in a good place. We also used this example to test different scaling methods. Another thing we did during the project was setting up a node network to automatically find the best fitting patterns for different avatars. This is a proof of concept to make a piece of armor and belts procedurally. The model is built from a few anchor points that can be moved manually or linked to an avatar mesh. The idea being that the heart shapes wouldn't bend unnaturally like they would if it was all just skinned to a character rig. The model can also adjust to a bigger person, for example by generating more segments. This takes some time to set up, but like all things procedural, would save a lot of time in the long run. A lot of logic could also easily be reused. And for example, the procedurally generated plates could be replaced by a nice sculpted version. This is an implementation of the Make It Home Automatic Optimization Furniture Arrangements paper from Lapfayou et al. In Houdini. We use the database of 3D models with predefined parameters that influence the positioning and the relations between the objects. We first generate a number of random points according to the number of objects we want to place. Each point then corresponds to an object. According to the parameters of the loaded objects, they each look for relations with other objects. For example, a table will have a parent-child relation with a chair. We then iteratively add a random positional and orientational offset to each object and see if this was an improvement or not. If it was indeed an improvement, the transformation is kept and the next iteration is based on this one. There is an overlap between artificial intelligence and procedural generation. An example of that is the use of machine learning for segmentation of 3D models. Segmented components can be used for design exploration by synthesizing new forms from the modeler components. This can be done on the large model libraries present in a company. We tested and implemented several methods. The segmentation was done using MATLAB and the recombining of the components in Houdini.
During this project, we have worked on use cases both with and without Houdini. We believe Houdini has possible benefits outside the entertainment industry and can help our local companies innovate.
With our ecosystem, we want to help see these companies what the potential benefits are in their workflow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SideFX HIVE Education Edition. We're doing something special, which is we're trying to match up schools and universities with studios in a particular region of the world. And we're very lucky today to have with us some representatives from the central region of Germany, from Darmstadt University and from 58 3D. And I would like to welcome you all to the conversation today. Thank you for being with us. I will let you guys introduce yourselves just a little bit. So let's go ahead and start with Darmstadt. Just tell us a little bit about who you guys are and how you use Houdini in your educational institution.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of our students are using Houdini for all kinds of stuff, mostly effects though, as students usually go. I'm the host of a course that happens once a year, which is usually focused around Houdini projects. So students can choose what kind of project they want to do, and then they can do it with Houdini. And I kind of try to go through with them whatever kind of task they have on hand. So that might be particle simulations, that might be kind of figuring out how to do animation or rigging in Houdini and all that kind of stuff. And whatever they want to do, I'll try to help them do it with Houdini.
And who are you, by the way?
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm Manuel Koster. I'm a kind of technical artist at Streit currently, and I'm also the main Houdini teacher here at the University Darmstadt. And I'll try to help everyone around me to get better at Houdini, essentially.
So I'm Martin. I work here at the University of Applied Sciences Darmstadt at the media department as an XR studio engineer. So I look after hardware, I help the students with their projects, I do the licensing, and also help with render pipelines and all the technical setup for the students to work on campus with Houdini. So that's kind of my role here.
Hello, and I'm Andreas. I work at Fiftyeight. I've been there for the last 20 years. We're a small animation studio mainly focused on character work, but yeah, we got a side business with little porcelain cups actually made from one of those characters. I don't have an official, well, my official title is creative technologist because I'm a role hopper. I fill many roles within the company. My strong point is in shading and in rendering and compositing, and we're still animation based in soft image. We're exploring different options, but all of the rendering's been happening for 6 years in Houdini, and most of the rest of problem solving, everything besides characters happens in Houdini, and we're a happy bunch using Houdini.
That's awesome. That's good to hear. Well, you mentioned that you oftentimes have take on different roles or wear a lot of different hats within the company. And I'm wondering, like, this leads into my first question I kind of wanted to ask you, like, what long-term skills do you look for in somebody that you're hiring as like a junior artist? Because it sounds like you need to be diverse and have good problem-solving skills, but I'm sure there's other things that you'd like to look for in junior artists.
Oh, yeah. Well, from an interviewer standpoint of view, it's the first two things that come up is the human side. How well would that person or an applicant fit into the team? What's personality-wise? And then it's a strong eye for aesthetics. And third is whatever you're specialized in technically. But yeah, and the openness to adapt and evolve and learn, constantly learn. Because we're a small studio at the core, we're 5 in the 3D team, and we take on different roles. And everybody's a little specialized, but everybody does a little bit of everything as well. So we can share the knowledge acquired and always constantly teach each other different things.
In terms of personality, what kind of things would you be looking for in a junior?
Well, it's it's a human aspect. So it's really, how do I get around people? What's the openness?
So in communication
skills. Wise, yes. Because I think some things are harder to teach or adapt personally than others. And I think if one's intrinsically motivated to do 3D, the technical aspect is just, it'll come with itself. But working as a human, and in a team, in that collaborative environment, that's a thing that's sometimes, there's ego, and there shouldn't be ego, and the substrate for collaboration should be the us and the team, and not the I as the individual.
So being able to feedback is essential, or to receive feedback and
give feedback. So we handle this in the company pretty openly. And there's no perfect family. We all have our differences and our opinions, and once you lose, and once you win an argument, but this back and forth, this together, this is something that we are looking for in new talent, very much so. And it's the way that we handle interviews. It's this evolves or comes to
dynamic.
Yeah, how do I say this? Stellt sich heraus.
Comes to light.
Comes to light. Yeah. Well,
right.
Interview process, and you may have the interview. Oh, okay, you're doing this in Maya, and this in. Oh, I'm sorry. You're doing this in this software and that software, and use this tools and those tools, but that's not the focus of the interview with us. It's more of a, okay, what do you do? What's your approach? What are you looking for? And do you use a lot of reference, or do you think you can do it all out of your head, which can be done, but reference is good if you're trying to emulate something.
Yeah, so basically the skill sets even outside softwares, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, artistic eye, fine arts background is always helpful.
Yeah.
It's
one of the things we do when we hire for interns at SideFX is we'll have them pick a shot from their reel, something they've worked on, and we'll just say, what was your influence? What was your inspiration? Talk me through how you did the shot. And then we just shut up and listen. And if they can talk about their shot in a way that's not just, well, I used Maya for this and Houdini for this and blah, 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 but the same what you're talking, if you can get them just to start talking in general, and you can start to see glimpses of their personality and character and things coming through the description of their work, and you see how passionate they are about their work, or if it was just an assignment, right? Yeah. So that's one of those interesting skills to develop. I'm just wondering, from the Darmstadt side of things, how do you guys help develop those skills? What is your approach to feedback? Is it a classroom feedback scenario? Is it one-on-one? How do you go about producing those types of things?
So our courses are very project-based. So they get a semester topic, but then they form smaller groups. Like normally a team is 4 people. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes 3, but 4 is a good number. And then they have the whole semester to work on that project. And they figure out their roles in a team. So of course, they can do either an animation project or a game project or an XR project, depends on the course. And then, of course, you need to find someone who can do more the technical art side. You need sometimes someone who does programming. You need someone for art, and you might need someone for managing. Being a small team, of course, you have to take on a couple of roles, but then they feedback each other in the project. Of course, they're in constant exchange. And then they have weekly coaching sessions with the professors. So they get feedback on their project, but they also get, for example, technical artists from the different teams go together to actually have also feedback sessions with technical arts professor, so that they can really talk about, okay, I struggled with that, and it's similar to another project. So in that sense, they collaborate and have this feedback, and they have to present their projects to the whole class in a step-by-step process. So there's a green light process in the beginning, after a couple of weeks, where it's decided if the project can go forward or if they have to go back to kind of the drawing board and think of their concept. And then also in the end is a final presentation that's public and open, that people attend. So there's a whole exchange on how do you do something and how do you present it. And then also they work in project rooms, so you can actually walk to another team and look over their shoulder or
cool.
scream for help and say, hey, I don't know how to do this. Anyone got an idea? And then of course they're also connected online to exchange and share.
So the focus is really kind of the projects and finding yourself within these projects. Like even it goes so far that people even like in the bachelor semesters aren't really sure what they want to do yet, and they haven't really found themselves. But this really opens up to explore yourself and your interests and that kind of stuff. So I think these things fit really well together, where you kind of have to kind of find yourself, and that's kind of also what you are essentially looking for, is someone who kind of tries to find himself and tries to find what they want to do.
Right, and actually we did have an intern from Darmstadt here within the company for a couple of months, and she integrated very well. And we also hired her after her internship as a freelancer.
Oh, nice.
Doing work on projects as well. So we've had the good experience of the education side within the company already.
That's awesome. That's really good to hear. I was going to ask if there had been actually any actual exchange between the two as far as skills that have been developed and then put to use. So that's really, really good to hear. I would ask you this, Andreas, is if there was one thing, like we've talked about what you look for, and we've talked about what it is that you want to see in a candidate that's applying and in a demo reel and that kind of thing. But if there's one like pain point that you have found when trying to recruit new hires or new artists, like, and it doesn't have to be specifically, it's not about Darmstadt, it could be about anybody, any artist coming out of anywhere. What would that one thing be that, man, if we could improve one thing, that would help us out so much?
That's a hard one.
It's a hard one,
isn't it?
It is a hard
one. And I'm my brain's already building a table and trying to get an average of it. It really boils down to the openness of approaching things. Be it I always used to texture in this software, but now I can't do it because I don't have this piece of software within the company. It's just, yeah, being open to learning new things and being self-confident of the work you've produced in the past, based on your artistic skills, rather than the technical skills of using any software.
Sure,
So
sure. Being
really
more agnostic, software agnostic, and more
software agnostic, and a self-confidence in doing what you love, because you don't study this if you don't have a passion for it. And it's just this self-confidence. Actually, in this moment, someone else comes to mind that I really had to talk into being more self-confident. She was quiet, the quiet type. Well, she was very shy. And I said,
Sure.
if you want to survive in this industry, build up your self-confidence and really ask what you want, and just don't be quiet about it. And
Sure.
It's the self-confident that's well, in our environment there's headbutting as everywhere, and just make sure to stand up for yourself. Yeah, be self-confident in the work you know you can produce, because you graduated from long years of studying.
Yeah, I think sometimes I hear from certain students that will say they're afraid to ask for help. Like I was hired to do this, and I'm expected to come in and be a rock star from day one. And they don't necessarily want to like ask somebody for help or for assistance, or how this particular thing, or how did you want this thing. And I think I always try to tell our interns when they're working with other like staff and when they're working on other projects to don't be afraid. Have like you said, have confidence in what you can do. And if you really are stuck and you've exhausted all the other options, don't be afraid to look like and I say like look like an idiot, but that's not the right wording. I would say like don't be afraid to look like you don't know, because that's how you're going to learn. If you've exhausted all the options to try to find an answer, it's okay to ask somebody, to come to somebody and say, here's what I've tried, X, Y, and Z. Can you help me make this work?
Yeah,
right?
Of course, that is what a team is for. Even
right.
if you're assigned a specific work, be it programming or 3D, programmers in Scrum work the same way. They get together, and if there's a problem, the team shares the experience and tries to come up with a solution. That's why I think it's very interesting to have these students have groups of collaboration and projects. Yeah.
What I found really interesting, though, what you said is that you have to stand up for yourself as an artist and the art you produce. I think that might be even something where it's quite different from smaller kind of companies, teams,
of course,
compared to kind of the large scale, high-end VFX/game stuff, where you're usually, your opinion on the art doesn't really matter. You're just the one kind of getting the input and producing the output, and everything's already been set. You only have to fill in the spot, essentially. And I guess there it's still really important to stand up for yourself in terms of your skills and trying to ask if you don't know any further. And especially what you said, it's especially great if you provide, hey, I've done X, Y, Z, I've gone on on Odd Force, I've gone on this Discord and asked or whatever, and kind of try to come up with a solution on my own, but I can't go further. I need input. I think there, no matter what environment, it's always important.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess in larger teams, it's not as important, kind of trying to stand up for your art. I think that's where kind of the smaller
mm-hmm.
teams, it's more relevant. But yeah.
Something that comes to mind, I may add, is sometimes juniors are intimidated by the experience of the elders on a team.
Yeah.
And I think my point is to be placed there. Don't be intimidated by experience, because everybody always can bring something new to the table. And
sure.
The experience can always learn from that too. Sometimes there's a hierarchy of things, just as you said, in bigger pipelines or in the industry, in the film industry. It may not be that way, but yeah, be self-confident of what you can accomplish. Yeah, and don't be intimidated just by the experience of someone, because there's no one know-it-all, and just keep that in mind, share it, and give it and receive it.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's an awesome philosophy. Speaking of bringing new things to the table and how everybody can always bring new things to the table, I'm curious to know from the Darmstadt side of things, is there anything that you're looking forward to teaching next year in Houdini specifically, and what that might be? If there's anything that you might add to your curriculum or change about your curriculum for next year based off of what you know about Houdini?
Hard question. This might go also kind of into the direction where it's hard to know where Houdini is going. Just kind of trying to figure out where Houdini is going, that kind of stuff. But obviously, like figuring out karma and that kind of stuff. Obviously, Mantra is just the one powerhouse in terms of rendering. But if you have other options that just are faster, which is kind of like the downside of Mantra currently, that people are like, okay, either I render within 2 seconds and it kind of looks okay-ish, or I render with something that renders for 20 minutes, but I have full flexibility and have really high-end quality. People, or at least students, don't have the management skills to kind of go that far and say, okay, I have the time now to render my kind of 2-minute, 3-minute movie and spend 20 minutes a frame.
Right.
Students usually don't have that kind of stuff, but that's why I'm really looking forward to kind of Karma, XPU, kind of all the buzzwords, and kind of going that direction. And yeah, just overall kind of Solaris, even kind of trying something that is USD based, but at the same time you don't know that it's USD based. It's something
right.
relevant to me as well, because for students it's really hard to even figure out all of the lighting and all of like the artistic stuff. that Andreas mentioned. It's really hard to figure that stuff out. And then add the layer of Houdini, and then add the layer of USD, then it just gets too much at some point. And I'm just trying to figure out, or kind of waiting until that USD layer kind of gets smaller and smaller and smaller until I can say, okay, let's go. Let's use this and kind of teach this. And yeah, I think that's one of the directions I really want to go for. People or students always go for the VFX, particle, kind of motion graphics, that kind of stuff. And that's really, really easy to do in Houdini nowadays. You click a button and it's great. And then you add a box as a collision object and then it's even greater or whatever. And it's really easy to do. But all of the stuff that is easy to do in other applications, it's not as easy in Houdini, at least kind of within the newer realms of Solaris, for example. And kind of doing that and looking forward to new technologies maybe that you guys come up with, even animation, that kind of side. We've seen KineFX, so kind of rigging, and now doing the animation side of things. I'm really keen on knowing where that's going, but that's up to you guys, I guess.
More on that coming soon, I would say, right? But no, that's awesome. That's awesome. I guess on that same question, and this is more of a conversation, I guess, between the two of you, but is there any information, and it's not necessarily specifically Fiftyeight 3D or Darmstadt itself, but like in general, is there any information from industry that you don't currently have or that you would like to get that would help you when you're forming your curriculum, when you're figuring out what to teach? And that doesn't necessarily have to be specific to Houdini. It could just be in general. What are some of the information that would be helpful for you to have that could help you to build that curriculum in a way that you would like to have it?
That's a great
and I guess in the same reverse question would be, is there anything that you would, feel like if I could just tell them they needed to do this, then that would help us to have the skills that we need when we're looking at projects and things?
So I guess one of the largest issues for students is always kind of, okay, I've graduated now. I have a particular skill set. How do I approach studios with this skill set? Do I just apply on the platform? Do I connect via LinkedIn? So I guess the main struggle for students here is always the connection part. I guess studios aren't that great, or at least within Germany, they aren't that great with connecting with the universities and kind of acquiring local talent. So I guess one thing that would be great to know is how to connect the universities with the schools. So you're doing a great job right now, kind of getting them closer together, but getting more information there, getting the studios and the universities more active to connect. So the students have a easier time going from A to B, being university to the studios. I think that's one of the main issues in terms of kind of a personal basis.
I mean, one thing is also that the students are required to do an internship during their studies for 1 semester. So actually, they are already looking then for places in the industry. However, it's often in the 4th semester. So they have a certain skill set already. But then depending on where people feel comfortable with, it's still like, yeah, I know a little bit, but I'm not comfortable yet to apply to a bigger job maybe, or internship in that case. But and then they try to build their reel, but then, no, I'm not ready yet. And so kind of, and once they have been in the internship, then often people stay connected to the industry and then also continue working there. But still, it's kind of, for the internship, it's the first step. And then after you graduate, it's another one where, okay, how do I get now out into the industry?
I could think of the university. There may be an opportunity to work closer with local studios around, because ways are shorter just to meet. And I don't know if this is possible, but in terms of recommendations, student recommendations, or having the studios be invited to a presentation. You guys are really fond of the development of the whole team and their project, to just invite studios to have a look. Hey, these guys did this. And it's a perfect opportunity to break the ice before an actual interview, and just to, if students represent or they present their project, that's already on a very personal level. You can see how they work as a team. If I was invited to such a thing, and lots of personality comes through, and I think that's an opportunity to make contact, to break the ice even before the official application to a company or a studio after graduation.
We actually do a couple of these things. Also inviting companies to the final presentation. But often, of course, if you're in the industry, then getting the time to actually come here is, I think you have to negotiate with your boss, and then it's like, no, you have to work. You can't go to see new talent, maybe. Well, sometimes, but of course, some people actually make it.
Of course, and it's a matter of time management, and there's a potential benefit. So that shouldn't be an issue. That little cost of time investment into taking part in such a presentation, of course, it may not always be doable, but I'm pleased to hear that's been done already.
There's also
enhance it even more.
I was going to say there's also an opportunity to do things like that at Houdini user groups too, which are usually after hours somewhere at a restaurant or a pub or a thing. And if that's happening, then you can have a student presentation as part of that user group or whatever that event might be, right? Yeah. I think it's interesting. Exactly I kind of want to circle back real quick to something that I've heard both of you say. And this, I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit, so it's okay. But I think it's interesting, Andreas, you mentioned having confidence, to be able to have confidence in your work and to be able to stand up for what your skills anyway, what your abilities are. And then I've also heard both Martin and Manuel, you guys have both mentioned students not being confident enough to apply for that next thing, or not being like confident enough to do that next step. Just out of curiosity, just on that confidence piece, it's easy to say like you need to have more confidence, but how do you actually develop that? How do you do that? It's what's the magic sauce to being able to produce that in someone? And again, I'm putting you on the spot, so I apologize. But
well, if you have the magic sauce, tell us.
Yeah, right.
Well, from within our company, we have someone working with us for the past 3 years, which is about half my age. As I mentioned, I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm 48 now. And I think he turned 21, 22. And he's in this new environment, but you know, working as a team and giving persons on the team a possibility to take over responsibility. That, you know, it's a win and a failed situation, but you grow from that experience, and you always go back to that person and say, well, okay, that worked out fine, and let's try a different one. But I have the confidence in you, you know, just speaking to that person and guiding more than just telling someone what to do, and just be an advisor and the guidance. And that's a learning process for me as a supervisor in a position, just to let go of that experience and that supervision, just transfer over the responsibility and have someone really give them the opportunity to grow in that new environment. And it may work out for the first time or it may not, but it will work if we work together as a team. You know? Yeah. Because I know you can do this. And you may not be able to hit the timeline or stay in your time budget the first time, and I'll get you there and go under. What's that word in English? To give you a lift from behind. But next time, I'm sure you know how to improve and optimize. And I'm confident in you. I transfer my confidence in yourself onto yourself. If that makes any sense. It's just I think it all comes back for me to this very human approach of things. That's just because someone graduated, don't expect that person to do everything 100% just because it's just some exam or anything. It's
right.
It's an ever-growing process. And yeah, confidence is just guide someone and reassure him he's doing a good job, and this and that is best, and this and that is improvable. That comes to mind, and that's how I try to do it.
Yeah, from a student perspective, I think it's really hard. Like you need, the only way you can really build up confidence is by getting
affirmation
from other people, essentially. And you can do that via various ways, like working within a team and then getting feedback from others is the best way to do it, I think. And you can do that via different ways, I guess. Like in our kind of environment, we already have teams of 4 or 5 or something, and their feedback sessions are inevitable. And there you will get positive and negative feedback, and you will be praised for your work. Like if you do a good job, other people will tell you. And that's the main thing, the main way you can gain confidence. But if you don't have a team around you in your university, for example, or if you're self-taught, for example, that makes it a lot harder. But there you can join either local or online communities nowadays, where you can post your work and then kind of receive feedback. So, for example, one of my students has joined John Kunz's Discord. He's one of the Houdini Twitch streamers, and he's an active Houdini community member. And so people post their stuff on his Discord, and then other people try to give feedback on it. And quite often there's a lot of praise and stuff like that. Or you can join kind of contests like you're hosting, with the checkout challenge nowadays, or like Mardini or Holy or something like that. And people will give you feedback there. So kind of get yourself out there and be prepared to be hit with negative feedback. But also you can always expect some positive feedback. And the more you grow, the more positive feedback on all that kind of stuff. So I think this also comes down to personality a bit again. Be bold and get out there. The more you get out there, the more feedback. And the more feedback you get, the better you will get, and the better the feedback will be for you. So, and therefore you can grow in confidence, and then maybe kind of get enough confidence to apply somewhere you really want to be.
Well, I think it's so awesome that you three were able to be together today for this, and I really want to thank you for your time and your patience with some technical issues that we had getting set up. But thank you all for being here, and thank you for your input and communication, and for what you're doing in your region to help students and studios do better in general and with Houdini. I think it's awesome. So thank you very, very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very welcome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Houdini Education Hive. Today we have with us some really excellent presenters, and our next one is ready to get us kicked off. So tell me a little bit about yourself, how you interact with Houdini and how you teach Houdini, and a little bit about your presentation that you're going to give for us today.
Hey everyone, my name's George, and I've been in the visual effects industry for probably close to 20 years now. I've been using Houdini for about 8 years. I also teach Houdini at Centennial College, and I do some mentorship with students at CG Spectrum. I do a lot of work with Houdini in studio, doing different effects. I do a lot of R&D with it as well. And I'm also involved in the hiring process of artists. So what I've noticed is a bit of a pattern with reels coming in, and some of them are very relevant for VFX and some are not. So I put together a little presentation on something that could potentially help students get the interviews that they want.
That's fantastic. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
All right. Hello and welcome to Entry-Level FX Reel 101. This talk is ideal for someone who's just starting out and they're working on contents for their demo reel, or they've spent the first 2 years working and they're looking to move towards a VFX studio. So I'm going to be showing you some contents to avoid, some contents to include in your demo reel, and basically how to get a little bit more attention so that you can potentially get the job that you want. Before we get too far ahead, let's just talk about the standard demo reel. I'm not asking to completely change it. We should definitely stick to what we're used to doing already, which is putting the best work at the beginning of the demo reel and the best work at the end. You don't want to be artificially putting some fillers to lengthen the reel, because 45 seconds of good solid demo reel is more than good enough. If you must, you can go up to as long as 2 minutes. But to be honest with you, I tend to skim through most demo reels anyway, because I look through too many. And if there's one that I like, then I'll watch the whole thing. You definitely want to get some feedback from your instructors or industry professionals. Ideally, it's someone who has some influence on who should be hired or not. And you definitely want to include some new features from Houdini 19. This is just to show that you're trying to constantly upgrade your skills and be better at what you do. So have a look. You don't need to include everything, but put something there that's fairly new. About the contact info, you don't need anything fancy. All you need is simple contact information so that we can find you, and you put that at the start of your reel and at the end of the reel, and that's it. Let's talk about tutorials. They are for educational purposes only. And I say that because sometimes I have seen demo reels with direct copies of tutorials, and I don't think that's a good idea to do. Also, something to understand is that there's a lot of tutorials made for Houdini. Sometimes it can be actually quite overwhelming to find the right one to watch. So you need to understand that tutorials are made for different kinds of skill sets and also different purposes. Sometimes they're designed to showcase new features. Sometimes it's just designed to create or explain a workflow. And sometimes it's something to generate a very specific look. Maybe it's for fire, water, or something procedural. Other times, the tutorial is part of a workshop or a larger course. Either way, my point is that you need to watch a tutorial that is suited to your skill level. That way you have time to understand and absorb the material, and you can actually make use of it instead of just copying it directly. And you definitely want to avoid cloning pre-packaged effects and shelf tools. I know it's tempting because you just click a button and you can already make some very cool stuff, but instead of doing that, you should definitely understand the fundamentals inside those shelf tools. I know for myself, if I forget, I tend to look at the shelf tools to remind me how to build something, but then reassemble it with other types of setup so that you can have your own original work. Something I suggest to a lot of my students is to avoid very heavy simulations involving water and fire, because those tend to just show off CPU cycles instead of your skills. You are better off just investing your time and creating something original rather than simming something for 12 hours and who knows if it's even going to work or not. Sometimes you might want to create test shots because you're exploring something or experimenting, which is actually very good to include in your demo reel. The only thing I'll say is that you should not show it out of context. And usually the best way to do that is to show reference footage that you're trying to match to. So now let's talk about references. In the world of visual effects, reference is extremely important. This is something that we receive from production, and sometimes we send them references as well. References, or live action reference, is basically our way of communicating with each other when there is something complicated and difficult to explain. Sometimes our goal is to make a complete replica of the reference, and other times we will mix multiple references together to come up with something. References can usually come in many forms. Sometimes they will come in the form of post-viz, set photography, photogrammetry, LiDAR, And sometimes it's just literally an alternate take of a plate. And sometimes we just don't even get anything at all, and we have to scour the internet for references. Something that students forget is that nowadays everyone has a smartphone. So if you can't find your reference on the internet, then just shoot it yourself, and that could sometimes save you a bunch of time. Matching to reference is actually very important for all of the departments in a visual effects company. And in my experience, any artist that we've hired that has the capability of matching to the reference tends to perform very well. So it doesn't matter if they're an asset artist, a comper, a modeler, or an FX artist, they seem to perform well, at least in my experience. Something I've noticed as well is that in demo reels, I really just don't see enough people showing picture-in-picture reference along with their demo reel. So let's talk a little bit about that. If you want to include reference in your demo reel, it's fairly simple. Just put it at the corner of the screen, just like what you see here. Sometimes you have more than one, so split them up. And if you have even more, then cover the whole bottom part of the screen with your references. The whole goal here is to be able to match the reference exactly how it is with timing, color, shape, behavior, speed. It really depends on the effect you're going for. And you definitely, once again, want to avoid cloning tutorials. In some cases, you might be setting up something complex, and whenever you do something like that, you probably went through multiple tutorials to figure out how to do it. Whenever you're doing anything like that, it's a good idea to show iterations of your process and also the wedging system you use to come up with that effect. Sometimes it takes a little bit more effort to come up with a contact sheet so that you can show off all the different layers that you created to come up with the effect. Remember that this is how we do things in production. So if you can show this in your demo reel, then that is a big bonus already. And before we leave this topic, something I like to bring up is to not forget to show your effects integrated on a live action plate. You want to do this because you want to show the ability to create polished work and something that's actually production ready. It also shows your ability to render, light, and integrate your simulated elements. And it also shows that you understand the entire VFX pipeline from start to finish. Not everything has to be an explosion, a spaceship, or a robot. And I only say that because in the past couple of years, this kind of content is what I see the most in student demo reels. So if you don't have to do these, or you're somehow gravitated towards making this type of content, I would try to encourage you to be a little bit more creative and come up with something else. In fact, this is the best time to be a little bit more creative with what you do. So come up with something different. Something I like to bring up is that in visual effects, a lot of the work we do is actually falling under the category of invisible effects. And these are the type of things that you might not notice was actually added to the shot. So just some very simple examples here is that maybe you can add some falling leaves using vellum or particle systems, or snowflakes in a shot. Typical use for it is, depending on the project, of course, is to add a cape on a character. Maybe you're going to do some sort of time-lapse effect, some aging or de-aging or deterioration. And one of the best uses is, of course, coming up with an alternate solution for something that might be very costly or impossible to shoot with a practical camera or practical effects. So a good example of that is adding some damage to something that might be expensive. So breaking glass, shattering wood, bricks or walls. Sometimes you might want to create some hazardous materials that would be impossible for somebody to handle. So those are just a couple examples of what you can do for invisible effects. Heavy flip tanks, pyro sims, and weeks and weeks of R&D work tend to go to senior effects artists anyway, so you don't necessarily have to have it in your demo reel. If you have the resources to do it and the capability to do it and to do it well, then sure, add it in, but you really don't have to. I would rather you spend your time wisely and focus on some very high quality particles, RBD, vellum, and procedural effects, because these things are not so computationally heavy, and it's something that you can just do at home with a free license of Houdini. Something I've also noticed in the last couple of years is that vellum is very much underutilized by students and new grads, and it's a tool that we've used on every single project ever since it's been released. So once again, vellum is amazing. You should really include that in your reel more. You also want to show the ability to attach vellum effects to creatures and animated characters, because that is something that is very typical to do in a production line. Don't forget that it's a good idea to add procedural effects. Maybe you want to procedurally generate a building, and maybe you want to take this part as an opportunity to create an abstract effect. Just make sure that you don't go too out of context and whatever you're doing still makes sense and is presentable. It's a good idea to always showcase your ability to make quick changes and precise adjustments on the stuff that you're making. The next topic here is simplifying the simulations and focusing on realism instead. So this is another thing I find that students are always trying to do with their work and projects, and it is covering the entire screen with CGI. So I would say that's generally a bad idea, because CG has always been meant to supplement cinematography, the story, and the practical elements that already exist in the film. It is not meant to replace it. As soon as you decide to cover the entire screen with your CGI, it means that you're now taking on the job of all those on-set people. Once again, you're better off focusing on high-quality visual effects that is a little bit more contained. What I would recommend is start very small, maybe a cigarette smoke, or maybe adding some flames to a candle. And as you get better and better at creating all these simulations and rendering, then you can have larger and larger effects cover the screen. A couple examples for flip tanks and liquid sims. Actually, a really good example for it is doing blood enhancement and blood spatter types of effects. Those are something that we do a lot, and it's actually quite difficult to do with practical tools. Once again, vellum is super useful. It's great for doing cloth sims, any type of jiggling actions, and it's great for simulating dirt, sand, and anything that is granular. As far as procedural setups, this is, once again, a good opportunity to do something unique and a way to show that you can procedurally generate something that might be difficult to do in a non-procedural program. One thing I always suggest is to create an HDA and break it down a little bit and show what you can do with that tool. The next topic here is team collaboration. This is definitely a missing skill set from a lot of recent grads, and it is actually a very tricky topic. And I say that because coordinating a group project for schools is very difficult. And that is coming from someone who teaches Houdini, like myself. Usually the group project tends to be imbalanced when it comes to distributing work to different kinds of artists. Let's just have a look here with my little diagram. On the left side is your typical student workflow, where you start off with one program, maybe you do a bit of shading, you do your Houdini simulation, you render it, and then you comp, and then you're done. So it is a fairly linear motion from start to finish. But when it comes to production work, it's not like that at all. The work comes from multiple people, textured and shaded by multiple people. They all go into Houdini at some point, maybe, and then they get rendered by multiple people, and then they all get assembled in a compositing program. And then at any point here, it might go back to the previous department for more fixes. So the only way you can be successful in a group setting is to be very organized, be very good at communicating with your team, and be a good team player. Anyway, working through a basic pipeline will really help you up your skills and be job ready once you're ready to work in a studio. So what I recommend is to reach out to instructors, professors, and maybe your program coordinator and come up with a plan to try to do some sort of group collaboration so that you can be exposed to a little bit of what I'm talking about here. Now let's talk about free online resources. I feel like this is a little bit underutilized as well. Like I said here, don't reinvent the wheel because many of these things already exist. So something you can do is to use the Tears of Steel 4K EXR plates. These are free to download. You just have to figure out how to download them. A lot of compers are already using these plates, but FX artists can use them as well. They're high quality and it's as close as you can get to working with production level plates. If those are too much trouble, then find some other site where you can download some plates. One I recommend is Pexels because there's a lot of plates there that you can use for FX. Maybe you can use some scattering techniques or your pyro skills to enhance the plate in some way or another. Polyhaven is an excellent website for HDRI, textures, and models. This will save you a ton of time if you don't have the resources to make these yourselves, but these models, textures, and HDRs are pretty much ready for you to use. An excellent resource for characters and animations that are ideal for testing water and vellum and maybe even some fire is Mixamo. So go over there and download some of this work for some experimentation purposes. Let's not forget Megascans. There's some very high quality scans here that's been retopologized so that they are render ready. Check it out. There's a lot of resources there. I think most of them are free. If not, it's for a fairly low cost. Now let's talk about documents. I'm personally not a huge fan of watching videos, so one of my favorite websites is CG Wiki because I can control search for something specific. There's also animated GIFs so that I can see the explanation fairly quickly, and there's Houdini files supplied with all the examples so that I can assemble and study whatever is happening in the description. If you're feeling adventurous, you can check out entagma.com. There's a lot of procedural effects here that might be useful to you. They are a little bit more on the advanced side, but if you're feeling pretty good about Houdini, I would also recommend checking out this site. And last but not least, we have sidefx.com/tutorials. There is a large collection of tutorials here. You sort of don't want to do all of them at the same time because you will feel overwhelmed. Take your time, study them, and make something for yourself. All right, let's summarize this talk. The first two are the most important, so let's highlight them in red. Use picture-in-picture live action references in your demo reel and aim for photorealism. Production experience and group collaborations are missing from many training programs, so make sure you expose yourself to something like that if possible. Use tutorials for educational purposes only. Don't make a direct copy of a tutorial. Try to be a little bit more original. It's a good idea to show breakdowns, wedge simulations, and iterations of your process. integrated invisible effects are important too, so don't forget to do them. And let's have less explosions and more vellum and procedural effects. Make good use of the free online resources to save a lot of time. And last but not least, keep your demo reel short and simple. So that pretty much concludes my talk. I hope this is helpful to all of you, and I hope to see some demo reels in the future that is better suited for visual effects work. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Education Hive for 2021. We're excited today to have with us Claudia, who is a former intern of ours here at SideFX and new to the industry, relatively new to the industry, to give us the perspective of what a junior artist goes through when they first enter the industry. Claudia, thank you for being with us. Maybe tell us just a little bit about yourself and what's going on.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've had an interesting monthly journey through COVID, it's been kind of up and down. And I've been in all sorts of roles. So since then, I worked in CFX, and right now I'm a lighting artist actually for GmbH, which is a first for me as well. It's quite interesting. And yeah, really enjoying it, really learning a lot every day, yeah, I think definitely the knowledge I gained during my time at SideFX has informed what I'm doing today, because I find I can take initiative a lot better than I used to. I always thought of myself as someone who could generally think on the spot, but it's definitely improved in the last few months, which obviously I'm happy about. I didn't think I'd be there. I didn't think I'd ever get there, obviously. But when you're under pressure and you just sort of have to do it, you're like, right, okay. And you dig into your toolbox, right? And you get it right eventually. But yeah, it's always, every day is like a problem solving journey. And that's what I've always loved. And you get to be creative and technical at the same time. Like that's never changed for me, so I learn something new every day. Yeah.
So, Claudia, I'm wondering if you could just kind of tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that you had when you were integrating into a studio as a new artist. Like, what are some of the things that you faced and how did you overcome those challenges?
Well, every studio has its own pipeline and its own kind of custom-made tools as well. And some of them have no pipeline at all. So it's like you're trying to integrate into like a new technological system with all these, custom studio tools on top of having to integrate socially as well, meeting a new team, finding out who's who, because production is big, there's so many people working on one project and it can feel really overwhelming to begin with. I found over time that not being afraid to ask questions is one of the most important things, right? Not just sitting there wrapped in an anxious ball, oh my God, what am I doing now? The sooner you ask questions, the better. And for me personally, it was always feeling like if I ask a question, it's going to seem like a stupid question. But literally 100% of the time, it's not. Whatever you're asking, people are happy to answer your questions. Sometimes they don't even know the answer to the question themselves, but you doubt yourself, right? Because it's the whole I can have imposter syndrome when I get a new job,
Sure.
And, yeah, feeling so overwhelmed and knowing that everyone around me is so experienced and I'm still fresh, and very easily you can doubt your own skills. So that was very much something that I'd learned just over time. I just needed time to learn that. There's no other way around it, really. And yeah, that's been my number one thing I would say, and for new artists too, is just not be afraid to ask questions, because you are going to feel really overwhelmed otherwise.
We had a conversation with a different studio during part of this Hive too, that they brought up the balance between working on your own to try to solve the problem, and then at what point does it become a waste of time when you should have just asked.
Exactly,
so finding that balance is a big challenge for new artists, and I would assume that it's that way even if you're an experienced artist coming into a new pipeline or a new studio or a new environment. It's still just trying to find that skill of balancing how much time do I spend and when do I just ask?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, again, like some of the people working, depending on where you work, you know, they can be like a Bible of knowledge, right? And it saves both of you time if you just ask, you know. And they really won't mind. Most of the time people are really happy to help. I would say another challenge though is when a studio doesn't really have much of a pipeline, is the whole being able to think on the spot and do research for yourself and try to kind of figure things out, rather than completely block up and just go, nope, nope, you know. I'm always really scared when I first begin in a new job, but I still, like, I don't give up with it, you know. I'll keep trying until I get it right, or at least get part of the answer right. And maybe ask, you know, whatever else I don't know, I'll just go and ask questions and stuff. But yeah, it can be tough, you know. It can be tough. I think working for a good team is important. And when there's a lot of stress in production, it can often feel like you're kind of not distracting people, but like, you know, oh, you know, I'm this new junior starting out, like, you probably don't have very much time right now to talk to me, but can I just ask this question? So
Right.
yeah, it's tricky, but I would say those are the two main things. Just like, don't be afraid, you know, and try and think outside the box wherever you can, and take initiative as well.
Yeah. Awesome advice. So I have a question for you that's more specific to before entering the industry, like when you were, now that you have perspective from both sides, from being a student who was learning visual effects skills and from being somebody who's in the industry now, are there specific areas of the pipeline that you think schools should emphasize when it comes to skills development? Like maybe you wish you would have had this more when you were going to school, or other junior artists that you work with maybe, and you think, well, maybe we should have had this skill emphasized when they were learning, that type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel very lucky in that I went to do a really good master's course at a very good university for that subject, and that was in Bournemouth, you know, because what they did is they taught us from the ground up. I would say it's so important to do at least one or two projects where you do the whole project from start to finish, you know, so that you know a bit of like every bit of the pipeline, at least a little bit. I was always very much for generalist skills. I like that, you know, making sure that you're able to carry out, again, at least one project from beginning to end, I think is going to get you really far, because in big studios, sometimes you can find that they require you to jump from one project to another on very short notice. And they might literally require you to sometimes fill in and do things outside of your main role. And if you're able to kind of do that, or you know answers to some of the things that someone else doesn't have time to tackle, right?
Right.
I think that's so useful. If you want me to be like super specific, I think, again, I've mentioned it before, but I think like Solaris is the way to go right now, you know, teaching that side of Houdini, definitely. I personally want to kind of dig a little deeper into that, and also shader writing, because that's such a complicated subject. And you could like read 10 books on it, and it's still like, yeah, it just barely scratches the surface, you know.
Yeah, I remember when I was in school learning visual effects, we had to write the RenderMan plastic shader in Notepad. Like just type out the code for it, and then like see if we could get a sphere to look like plastic, and it was just a nightmare having to do that. Yeah. So, shader writing is a complex area of the pipe for sure.
I would also say, because I see this time and time again, every studio I go to is, you know, a bit of X, you know, a bit of Python. Just make sure you know some sort of code, you know, or, you know, you're comfortable kind of using expressions, especially in a software like Houdini, because it's really going to get you far. And you tend to need it in literally every area of the pipeline at some point. So definitely that as well.
Right. I guess this question kind of piggybacks on that as well. So we're talking kind of about skills that studios seem to look for in junior artists. Are there any other like long-term skills other than just being able to know Python or know Vex? Like, are there any other things that are more broad that you see studios looking for? I'm also wondering about like interpersonal skills, right? Communication and being able to do feedback and those kinds of things. Have you had experiences around those situations?
Yeah. In terms of the more general skills, I would say, again, the ability to learn on the job and pick things up fast, because sometimes you just have to, or at least you have the drive to learn. Like if you show that enthusiasm from the beginning, that already strengthens your bond with your supervisors from the get-go, because they know that you're not just sitting there and like waiting for someone to give you a task. You're able to, again, take that initiative, right? And definitely problem solving as well. Again, that there are often things that your people that oversee you kind of they can get so busy during production sometimes they've gone for like a whole day, and there's all these little tasks that need doing, and if you're able to just sit down and kind of try and figure them out yourself, I think that's such a useful skill. I don't want to say basically do all the dirty little work that no one else has time for, but these small tasks get you far, because they when you then get a proper shot to work on, you're like, oh, okay, I actually know what I'm doing now, because I already worked so tediously on this little area that seemed totally irrelevant before, but it isn't. It's like kind of it's a collective thing, and it's a good warm up for sort of bigger tasks as well. Communication definitely is key. Just don't be afraid to show that you're human and that you can make mistakes as well. Don't pretend that you know everything, because actually I think that's a big pitfall. It can often seem like you're going to give the impression that you know this much or that much, and then when you get to a real task, you will actually make a mistake without meaning to, and then we'll get into an actual problem. Whereas if you establish from the beginning, right, these are my limitations, this is what I know, this is what I don't know, you're likely gonna have much better communication, but also less tension and less pressure on yourself as well. And I think a lot of studios actually really appreciate that if you're just honest and forward and communicating from the beginning.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's almost like inevitably you're going to kick yourself anyway, because if you say, yes, I can do that, and then they give you that task and you go, oh, I was lying, I don't know how to do that.
Exactly. Like just because they ask you to do it doesn't equate them saying that they're expecting you to do it right now, to know it. They're just asking, okay, can you do this? But don't be afraid to like be straight up about it, Well, actually, I need a bit of help with that. And actually, chances are there's someone else on the team who might be able to like hop on a call and help you out. And then both of you can figure it out together. And then you go to your supervisor, you're like, okay, yeah, I got this,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just, way better. And as a result, you then, again, like build a list of people that you always know who to go to for a particular problem. Like, oh, this guy's good with simulations. This guy's, great with room stuff. So, it's pretty great. You don't feel as alone that way.
Yeah, it's always good to have a support group, especially when you're first getting started at a gig, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I have a question for you too. Again, just because of your like unique experience on the Hive right now, which is that you've seen both sides and you have this initial level of experience. What advice do you have for students that are just about to graduate or that have just graduated? Like, what would you to let them know to do? What steps would you have them take for getting into the industry?
You mean at the kind of education stage, or in terms of getting like work experience, things like that?
Yeah, basically, if you had just graduated and you could look back in hindsight and go, oh man, if I would have done this or this or this, now that you know that you've already what to do, what are the things that you might have changed or that you would recommend that a student do that they might not know to do from this perspective? Yeah.
For a start, apply for everything that's out there, even if you think it's outside of your, the entry requirements, because the entry requirements are always like the ideal golden list of things that they want you to have. But sometimes you can actually surprise yourself, that you can bring forward a quality that you didn't even think would get you this far, and then boom, you get an interview. It can be a tedious process, but literally the worst thing that can happen is they say no. And at least you get your name out there and you're being enthusiastic. I would also say, don't just mindlessly scroll through like LinkedIn and Indeed and whatever and just apply these jobs using the like automated buttons or whatever and the features. Email them directly if you can. It's so much more personal. Like introduce yourself, kind of show your enthusiasm. That's where I would start, because that gives you the potential to, gain experience, even if you start off small. Don't limit yourself and don't be scared to kind of gain experience in areas that don't feel like it's your kind of thing. I'm not saying don't go for jobs that you hate.
Right.
But at least to start off with, the thing in this industry, like your contracts tend to be quite short anyways. So even if you get 3 months here and there, that's already 3 months, in this studio or that studio, and you can already put that on your CV. And every time it gets that little bit easier to get the next job. Obviously, also practice makes perfect. I would set yourself a personal project. But like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I don't know. I'm gonna groom. I'm gonna groom a creature, right? And make like a mood board or something. Make a color chart. Jot down a bunch of ideas. Have like a notebook by your side always, and set yourself goals. That was a problem for me at the beginning as well, especially during COVID. Nothing in the world had any structure, and it felt so overwhelming for all of us. I think like it was just too much, mentally in some parts, and it can kind of feel out of control. But if there's at least one thing in your life that where you can implement structure, do it, implement it into something creative, something that you enjoy, even if it's just like a small project, and then that's always something you can add into your showreel, right? Say, okay, I've done this in my free time. Because what you do outside of your free time, I think, matters a lot as well.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Again, that's something that has come up in other conversations we've had, where people have said that they will actually look at your reel, of course, and then the next thing that they look at is, what did you do that has nothing to do with the industry? Were you a barista? Did you work at a taco shop? Whatever it might be, like, how did you spend your time, and were you just hanging out, or were you actually doing things? Yeah, it is. It's important.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, even if you find that you don't have time for that, and it's so hard for you to get that first job, there's absolutely nothing wrong with like getting a side job to begin with, just like a part-time job, and then you do these projects at the beginning. Don't underestimate the personal work that you do as well. That matters a lot, and you have to enjoy it, otherwise you're gonna burn out pretty soon. Yeah.
Right. It's got to be a passion project.
Definitely. Yeah.
So you mentioned earlier working through COVID, and I'm curious. You're in the UK, correct?
Yes, I am.
So what has it? I'm assuming that you've been working remotely too. Is that correct?
Yep. The whole time.
So what has that experience been like? Like working for a studio, but doing it from remotely. You mentioned earlier, like being able to pick up on a phone call with somebody to ask a question and then get back with a supervisor. It's not like you're walking down the hallway. Like, have you found that to be? Yeah. How's that experience been like for you?
If I'm honest, I do like the experience of physically being in a studio, meeting people, you know. The problem is though, I think a lot of people find this, sometimes in life you don't have flexibility necessarily to move where you need to in order to do certain jobs. You know, I have to be in a certain place for certain reasons, and being able to work remotely just it's a lot less stress, you know, because I don't literally have to move cities to get an income and do the thing I love. As you know, a lot of kind of in the UK specifically, a lot of studios are kind of congregated in London specifically. And I really wish there was just slightly more kind of diversity there, you know.
Sure.
And I know there's smaller studios here and there, but I really hope that it's going to sort of move in that direction in the future. Because when it comes to remote work, you know, that's a plus. Like, you don't have to move anywhere. It's great. You can just hop on a call whenever you need to. If you have a question, you just write one down, you know, and you get things back, you know. But it can feel quite isolating at times and overwhelming as well. You can't just literally walk up to a supervisor and be like, okay, I'm struggling with this, or I'm having these IT problems, right? You have to try and communicate all of that online. It is a struggle sometimes, you know. There's you know, share your screen features and stuff like that, but sometimes you run into problems that are just it's a bit more complex than that, and you really wish someone could just take your computer and just do it for you. Another thing as well, it adds an extra layer to the amount of stuff that you have to learn when you first start a job, you know, with a company. Sure. Because there's all these added security measures and things like that. There's ways of connecting remotely to the machines, you know, everything is like double verification, you know. It's always, it's an added layer and just another thing that you have to learn in sort of your first few weeks, and you have to pick that up relatively fast, you know, so you can like start working on your shots. I've gotten used to it, I would say, but every time I kind of start a new role, it doesn't necessarily get any easier, you know. You still have to learn a lot every time.
Well, I would say I think I should definitely point this out that you, from the beginning of the pandemic, like you were an intern with us. I think you had maybe a few weeks in the office, maybe 3 weeks in the office, had moved to a different country to be in Toronto. And then the pandemic hit and we said, go back to your apartment and here's a computer, try to carry it home on the subway and hope everything works out. So you have had a very unique experience of working remote when you were forced to do it as an intern, and then moving into the field as a junior artist, you're still able to apply those skills. So like, what was that experience like? Like, I know a little bit from the inside from my point of view, but I'm you know, curious to know if you could share some of that.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a bit like when I was at SideFX, it was definitely new. I was very scared, you know. I remember at the beginning having massive Wi-Fi issues as well, and I'd literally just moved into that new apartment as well. So yeah, I had notes all over the place. It taught me to definitely be like, I'm already an organized person, but I tend to take so many notes, you know, when I'm in roles like these, that I sometimes lose track of them myself. And it just taught me to be even more organized, sort of thing, because I couldn't always reach, you know, whoever I needed. And, you know, in those first few weeks of SideFX, I barely just got to like know all the names of people as well that would later on be able to help me with any technical issues. So if you remember, like I had to like go through you a little bit and ask, oh, who's the best person to message for this, or who's the best person to message for that, you know? Yeah, the process can feel a bit slower, and you feel a little more, you have to be very independent, but you also feel a little more dependent in some areas, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
Yeah, everything's so new, and it's trying to like keep on top of it all, right? There's too much change all the time, which is quite reflective of the nature of this industry anyway, because we always have to learn new software, new tools constantly, right? Things are always getting swapped over or updated, right? But if you have to do that in life as well, it gets a bit too much at times.
Well, I can
yeah,
definitely say you did an extremely awesome job for us, and obviously have gone on to do some really, really great work in industry. And I'm so happy and congratulations for your success and where you're at. And thank you for being with us today. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to see you guys again. I definitely miss SideFX.
We miss you too.
Et on va continuer avec Jean-Yves. Bonjour Jean-Yves, comment vas-tu?
Bonjour, très bien.
Bien. Est-ce que tu peux te présenter un petit peu, s'il te plaît?
Oui, donc en fait, moi j'ai commencé la 3D il y a plus de 30 ans et j'ai commencé la 3D avant que Windows n'existe. Donc c'était sous DOS et puis en évoluant et en pouvant comme ça choisir un petit peu, j'ai fini par utiliser au jour d'aujourd'hui Houdini qui me permet, dans mon travail qui est au jour d'aujourd'hui coordinateur de section, de pouvoir aussi bien enseigner dans ce qui est de l'animation 3D, dans les FX et en même temps dans le jeu. Donc voilà où j'en suis aujourd'hui au bout de 30 ans. Donc je continue, à mon sens, avec celui qui répond à ces 3 domaines et le mieux d'ailleurs.
Ok. Et est-ce que tu peux nous dire quelques mots sur la vidéo que tu vas nous présenter aujourd'hui?
Oui, alors en fait, ce que vous allez voir aujourd'hui, c'est des réalisations 100% étudiants et qui vont vous expliquer pourquoi ils choisissent généralement de venir au sein de l'école par notre approche qui est de rendre accessible l'apprentissage, on va prendre le cas d'Houdini, et d'aller de plus en plus loin, pour être capable d'apprendre à apprendre avec ce soft, mais surtout apprendre à produire dans des domaines spécifiques. Donc, quitte à le répéter, vous allez voir une personne, Mirko, qui lui s'est spécialisé dans le lighting avec Houdini, tout en ayant eu un enseignement de base sur ce soft et en se spécialisant, par exemple, vers les effets spéciaux, alors qu'il a eu un apprentissage aussi sur l'anime. Et cet avantage lui permet aussi éventuellement d'appliquer après ses lighting et pourquoi pas dans le jeu et surtout dans le temps réel aujourd'hui.
D'accord. Eh bien, c'est parti. Merci.
De rien, je vous en prie.
Bonjour à tous, je m'appelle Mirko Zambataro, j'ai 22 ans et je bosse en tant que lighting artiste chez Skydance Animation à Madrid. Et voilà, à la base, je suis un 3D généraliste, donc du coup dans mes projets personnels, j'ai tout fait de A à Z, de la modélisation jusqu'au rendu et le compositing. Et je vais vous parler d'Houdini parce que c'est un soft que j'apprécie particulièrement par rapport aux autres. J'ai travaillé avec énormément de soft, mais celui-là, il m'a vraiment permis de créer mon propre pipeline, de gérer toutes les étapes. Et c'est vraiment un soft aussi d'assemblage final qui est très très bien fait, très personnalisable, customisable, très utile. Et voilà, avant, j'ai bossé avec Cinema 4D, Maya, des softs classiques. Et j'ai connu Houdini parce que avant de pouvoir faire du lighting, j'adorais faire du FX, ce que je fais aussi maintenant d'ailleurs, mais voilà, c'est comme je devais tout faire dans mes projets perso, je suis aussi passé par là. Et à la base, c'est pour ça que j'avais pris la formation CG Trainer, car c'est une formation très très bonne pour tout ce qui est FX. Je connais le prof qui est là-bas, Jérôme. C'est vraiment un prof super cool qui a plein de connaissances. J'ai vraiment beaucoup appris grâce à lui. Même si maintenant c'est pas mon travail de FX, en tout cas ça m'a servi énormément pour tous mes projets perso, tout ce qui était fur, tout ce qui était vraiment fumée, destruction et tout ça. Et c'est comme ça que j'ai principalement connu Houdini, même si après je l'ai aussi adoré pour tout ce qui est lighting, et du coup j'ai utilisé pour du lighting, parce que surtout maintenant avec Solaris, Karma et vraiment tout le système USD qui ont vraiment révolutionné. Même pour les lecteurs, Houdini c'est très très utile et c'est toujours de plus en plus utilisé dans des pipelines, dans des gros studios. D'ailleurs, même Skydance va dans le futur passer à Houdini. Maintenant, actuellement, on est sous Maya. Et voilà. Quoi dire? Houdini, du coup, c'est vraiment un soft. Moi, je l'appelle vraiment comme un soft d'assemblage final parce que je l'utilise pas pour de la modélisation. On fait vraiment très bien de la modélisation procédurale Mais quand on a modélisé des assets, on est encore sous Maya ou Blender ou n'importe quel soft classique. Mais après, une fois que tous les assets sont modélisés, on peut très bien passer Houdini et importer les textures, fait dans Mari, Substance Painter ou d'autres softs, et vraiment s'occuper du look dev, du lighting, du rendu final. Et moi, ce que j'aime bien, c'est vraiment le système nodal avant tout, parce qu'il me permet, c'est vraiment un des avantages principaux pour moi, le nodal, qui me permet de gérer le tout de façon beaucoup plus procédurale, de façon plus propre, même au niveau moi, je suis très ordonné dans mes projets. Et c'est vraiment au niveau graphique, je m'oriente super facilement, je trouve très facilement avec les fenêtres et tout ça, tout ce qui est node. Et pour moi, ça, c'est un énorme avantage. Et si je dois parler dans le lighting spécifiquement, quelque chose que j'adore par rapport à Maya, par exemple, c'est le système de render layer, parce que, encore une fois, c'est des nodes de rendu, et je peux vraiment très facilement séparer toutes mes lights. Imaginons que j'ai besoin d'une certaine... Enfin, imaginons que j'ai besoin de certains lights sur un render layer et d'autres sur un autre, mais sur Houdini avec les nodes, c'est vraiment très très facile. Par rapport à Maya, et en tout cas moi personnellement, et beaucoup d'autres s'y retrouvent vraiment mieux. Et pourquoi apprendre Houdini? Pourquoi commencer d'ailleurs la 3D avec Houdini et pas avec un autre soft? Moi, si j'aurais pu, j'aurais commencé la 3D avec Houdini, et même si dans la pratique c'est beaucoup plus difficile, parce que Houdini, il faut l'admettre, c'est un soft un peu plus complexe, il faut un peu plus de connaissances pour y commencer. Mais une fois qu'on a ces connaissances théoriques et pratiques, moi je trouve qu'on peut vraiment mieux connaître la 3D par rapport à les fondaments, quoi, la partie fondamentale. Ça veut dire que, pour faire un exemple pratique, avant Houdini, je connaissais pas la différence entre des vertex et des points. Or qu'avec Houdini, quand on y travaille, on est vraiment obligé à connaître ces différences pour pouvoir gérer les différentes informations. On a vraiment le fameux spreadsheet où on peut vraiment voir toutes les informations pour chaque polygone, chaque point. Et ça, en tout cas, ça m'a vraiment permis de mieux connaître la 3D sur ces aspects-là. Du coup, ça, je le trouve vachement très, très intéressant. Et la qualité d'enseignement à CG Academy, elle peut vraiment vous la conseiller parce qu'il y a Jean-Yves. C'est un prof exceptionnel, moi je le compte. Franchement, si quelqu'un l'a pas connu, c'est vraiment dommage. Parce que sa pédagogie, sa façon de donner cours, c'est vraiment quelque chose qu'on ne trouve pas souvent chez les autres profs et chez les autres écoles. Je pense d'ailleurs que c'est le seul en Belgique qui a cette envie de faire apprendre la 3D aux jeunes. Car quand on a cours, il te transmet vraiment sa passion, la passion qu'il a envers ce métier. Et ce qu'il donnait, c'était vraiment de l'inspiration au niveau artistique. Vraiment des façons de penser, de travailler. C'est vraiment une question de pédagogie qui te donnait envie d'apprendre. Et on a appris très vite. Moi, j'oublierai jamais les 2 premières semaines où on a appris nuke avec lui. Moi, ça a été les seules 2 semaines de formation nuke que j'ai eues. Et ça vaut je vous promets que ça vaut pour 4 mois de formation dans une école standard. Parce qu'on a vraiment appris super vite et j'assimilais toutes les informations. Ça, c'était la première fois que ça m'arrivait. Et depuis, j'ai dit, mais voilà. Déjà pour ce prof-là, Jean-Yves qui est celui qu'on doit remercier pour avoir créé cette école, pour avoir créé ces formations et qui nous ont permis en Belgique de nous initier à ces métiers-là. Et ben voilà, c'est vraiment le top. Ce que j'adore dans la méthodologie de CG Academy, c'est vraiment le côté atelier pratique dès la première année. Du coup, on apprend vraiment sur le champ, en faisant de la pratique vraiment sur les softs, et ceux de la première année. Et en plus, c'est vraiment le prix qui est très accessible par rapport à beaucoup d'écoles privées françaises. C'est de 1 500 € pour les 3 ans d'études. Ça, c'est vraiment... Voilà. Et ça explique le grand nombre d'étudiants français qui viennent ici. Parce qu'on ne trouve pas ça ailleurs. Vous pouvez regarder tous les grandes écoles américaines, les grandes écoles françaises qui sont très bonnes. Je ne vais pas dire qu'elles ne sont pas bonnes, mais dont le prix est vraiment exagéré parce qu'elles sont privées. Ici en Belgique, on a cet avantage-là. Et voilà, moi, comme je vous ai dit, j'ai commencé en tant qu'autodidacte, la 3D. Je faisais déjà beaucoup de projets avant tout seul. Je faisais des tutoriels dans le privé et tout ça, quand j'étais à l'école, à Yata, une école d'art. Et après, j'avais vraiment envie de suivre une formation qui me donnait beaucoup de temps libre pour mes projets perso et qui en même temps me donnait voilà, des outils en plus pour pouvoir faire ce portfolio. Et c'est pour ça que j'avais choisi CG Trainer, parce que à l'époque, je savais pas ce que je voulais faire. J'aimais toute la 3D, les FX, le lighting, le look dev, j'aimais vraiment tout, parce que dans tous les aspects, je m'en occupais de mes projets. Et j'ai choisi CG Trainer pour la qualité de ces profs dont beaucoup de personnes m'avaient parlé, surtout de Jean-Yves. Et voilà, je regrette absolument pas. J'ai appris beaucoup de choses de l'EFX, même si au final j'ai fait du lighting. Mais en tout cas, ça m'a vraiment donné du temps pour expérimenter avec tout ce que j'ai appris en FX, faire du lighting, faire vraiment mes projets. J'avais vraiment de l'espace au niveau créatif, au niveau du temps. Et surtout, j'avais un prof qui, voilà, quand j'avais besoin d'une analyse de mes images, de savoir si mon projet était bien fait ou pas, il était toujours à l'écoute, il était là, il me disait ce qui n'allait pas. Et voilà, ça c'est mon expérience personnelle. Après cette année, j'ai encore retravaillé sur mes projets perso, j'ai finalisé mon portfolio grâce à l'aide d'autres personnes aussi. Et de Géraud, mais aussi d'autres personnes que j'ai connues dans le privé. Une fois mon portfolio finalisé, fini, j'ai postulé. Et voilà, j'ai commencé à travailler en février chez Skydance à Madrid, du coup j'ai dû partir. Et c'est une super expérience, je suis super content d'avoir commencé à travailler si tôt. Mais voilà, ce que je vous conseille, c'est vraiment de bosser sur le côté, de suivre ses formations, bosser sur le côté, faire ses projets perso. Et avoir beaucoup d'envie de travailler et de connaître, d'étudier surtout. Parce que sans ça, personne n'ira loin. Merci beaucoup pour l'écoute et bonne journée.
One for all. un court poème.
Oui.
Le ciel.
C'est joli.
Je suis pas très sûr du début.
Oh si, c'est bien.
Oh.
Golden poison frog. Its skin is lethally toxic and can cause full body paralysis. Can you say severe neurotoxicity? Bye, Dudley Frog. Have a nice day.
Well, hi everyone. My name is John Moncrief. I'm the Education and Training Manager here at SideFX, and today I have with me Deb Isaacs. Maybe you can tell me just a little bit about yourself, Deb.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm so honored to be here. My name's Deborah Isaac, and I'm the founder of Houdini-School, which we just launched like 2.5 months ago. I'm also an adjunct professor at Drexel University.
Awesome. That's fantastic. And so Houdini-School is an online-based school, correct?
Correct. It's 100% online. Although, I do have ideas for creating kind of like pop-up, boot camps and things like that. I mean, I do fantasize about having a Houdini retreat one day, but yeah, currently it is 100% online and it reaches a global audience.
That's awesome. One of the themes that we have in this year's Hive is we're trying to discuss studios and education, and so schools that are developing skills and studios that need skills, and just the overall connection between studios and schools in the visual effects and gaming industry. And so one of the things that I'm really curious to kind of talk about is what has been your experience like teaching online through COVID, as opposed to just a regular online school. It's different when you teach for a university as a remote professor, but then when you have a dedicated online learning situation, it's a different thing. So I'm just wondering if maybe you could tell us a little bit about that.
That's interesting because I was teaching online on Zoom for years before COVID even happened at Drexel. I'm in Los Angeles and Drexel's in Philadelphia. So I got into the whole Zoom right before, a couple of years before COVID. And one of the thing about that was they were all in the same lab. they were in their computer lab at school, and they had all the same computers and tech, where when COVID hit, all those students had to go home. And now they all had completely different hardware. So that was kind of tricky. They also didn't have 2 monitors. And I think we're going to get into that about how technology plays into this. But that was also a disadvantage to not have 2 monitors while learning on Zoom.
Yeah, we've experienced that too when we've done training at studios or for studios that are using Houdini, and they request us to, come in and provide them with some assistance and training. And since I'd done it, because again, I'm a remote employee. I live and work in Oklahoma, and so I'm oftentimes presenting and teaching at places, and it's always through a Zoom or a Teams or something like that. But I was like you, I was used to people being in a training room or something where they had like a nice hardware with multiple monitors and things. And the second that COVID hit and we still continued to do training, the biggest problem was we heard from people was like something simple. Everyone lay down a sphere. So type SPH and get your sphere. And then it's so now everybody lay down a color node. And then you say, who has a red ball? Does everybody have a red ball? Are we all on the same page? And like, no, nobody was on the same, because they were trying to watch you on the screen do it. Then full screen Houdini would come up and they would try to do the thing and then switch back to the full screen Zoom to see what you did, and then to their own full screen Houdini, and they couldn't see both. Like, it wasn't like a lecture. It was more of like a racing, like hurdles race or something. It was crazy. There was no way to really know where the students or the learners were. Like, that was just really difficult.
That completely works for a lecture style class where the students are obviously they're just watching you. But if they're following along, they definitely need, it's a huge advantage to have that extra monitor. But also, if you can borrow someone's laptop or get an iPad or anything like that, also would help. I also wonder if a television could also be rigged to be your second monitor, just to see what the teacher is doing. So, I just hope that people can get a little creative with what they've got on hand.
Yeah. Well, and that's, that's from you and I coming from a training teaching perspective. That's us presenting ourselves to the class. But there's also the opposite side of that when you're training somebody or teaching someone, which is you want to see them, not just their work, but like their faces. Like
totally.
When you can see when somebody, gets an idea, or if they're totally frustrated, and you don't have that two-way street through traditional online learning methods. Like, how did you deal with that?
So that's also really interesting. I rely on facial expressions and body language a lot. And especially in person, of course, it's completely obvious, it's right in front of you, easy to see. But in Zoom, you can also see faces, and it's, it can be a little weird with Zoom in the way that you see those galleries of faces, and, it snaps to the right, it snaps to the left. And, do you want it on the horizontal top, or do you want it, so in it, Zoom, I'm even after years still kind of getting used to it. But it's hugely important to have, if you can, those faces in front of you, just to see those expressions, because sometimes students, they feel shy, or they don't want to ask questions because they don't want to reveal what they don't know. And so I rely heavily on facial expressions to tell me if someone gets it. And things like frowns or just complete, stillness to me are signs that they might not be getting it. And then things like, I'll get a smile, or I get a nod, or things like that. Or I'll be like, do you get it, everybody? I will, try to get them to really say it. And also I'll explain things in different ways. Like, I'll explain the same thing perhaps in like 2 different ways or 3 different ways, because it could be that third way you explain it that clicks. Because sometimes just using the right word or using the right analogy clicks for them.
Yeah.
And then you see maybe a face light up.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that I explain all of these Houdini things in ways that like relate to real life somehow. Like when I was trying to explain how
Yeah.
particles pass attributes back and forth to each other, and I always telling the story about these Boy Scouts that go camping, and as they're camping, they pass another troop, and they look in each other's backpacks to see what information is in their backpacks, and that's like particles passing data back and forth and all kinds, whatever. It's so silly, but like I've had so many people come up to me after those kinds of things and say like, I get that made perfect sense to me. Like I know it seems so stupid and it was like a dumb little dad joke way of presenting it, but for some people that clicks and that's what makes sense. You know, not everybody is like super mathy, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, attributes is probably one of the harder things to explain to students. And, you know, I like to explain it a certain way, but I think that inspires me. I'm gonna like find some new analogies to teach attributes. It's one of the hardest and most fundamental things to understand as a student. But yeah, analogies are great.
Yeah, but I'm with you 100% on how do you know if it worked or not, and it's seeing people's reactions to it. I mean, know if somebody got it or not. It's I call it the light bulb moment, right? Where you see
Yes.
the go off over someone's head.
Right.
And that's I miss that so much. I miss that so much. Yeah, it's interesting. One of the things that I know we had kind of talked about a little bit when we first were initially wanting to have this discussion was an idea of like step-by-step tutorials versus like the Socratic method versus just different teaching methodologies, different ways of getting the students to interact with not just the software, but with the concepts and the thoughts. And so I was just wondering if you could maybe explain a little bit about how those methods work for you, specifically, again, online and in this limited, I don't know what you expanded, but limited world of teaching through this screen, right?
Yeah, and that really interests me, these different ways of teaching and learning. And at Houdini-School, I really encourage teachers to teach in their styles, what feels comfortable for them. And because I believe that, you know, every teacher has some kind of knowledge to share, and they're going to deliver it in different ways. And same with students. Students learn in different ways too. And I think it's important for students to learn from as many teachers as possible. And also live also has an advantage as well, because you can actually talk to them. But regarding all those different styles, there's pros and cons to each one. They're all valid. Hands-on, step-by-step, which is my style, has the advantage of pure engagement. They're actually actively learning as you're teaching and you're guiding them step by step. And so I really like that one. And that's how I learned for the very first time. Lecture, as you know, is just pure information. The student can just be, you know, passively listening, taking notes, or hopefully following a little bit along if they can. Hopefully they might even have the file open. So while the teacher is explaining things, that they can actually investigate the file as the teacher's going through things. And the advantage to that is that the teacher can convey more information. You can always explain more things if you don't have to stop and help the student. By the way, another advantage to Zoom is you can actually take over a student's machine online without getting up, you know, out of your chair to go over, which, you know, was still fun. You know,
that's fantastic. Like, I'm going to definitely do that next time I'm doing a class. I'm just going to like grab somebody like, no, let me show you how this works. That's
and
awesome.
People, and you know, people can even annotate on each other's screens, you know, while I'm sharing my screen. I've had some, you know, some students kind of like do some pranks where they draw on my screen while I am teaching, which is, it's fun. I like it. Some other ways of teaching are the Socrates method, which we had Matthew Phillips taught a VEX class this way, which was so engaging, because what he would do is instead of show the students how to do it, first he would ask them, how do I do this? and then the students would try to figure it out. And if they didn't know how to do it, he would go forward. But let's say one student had an idea, then another student would then, it would percolate everyone, and then one student they would riff off of each other. Then another student would get an idea, and then another student would get an idea. And it just became this crescendo of learning. And that was really, really an exciting way to learn, and super interactive and super engaging. And so that's another way to do it. I'm trying to think. I think there's one more. Lab. You could just have your standard lab session where students are just plugging away and they're, and they get stuck, and you come around and you help them figure it out. So there's all kinds of ways. You can mix them up too. You can do a lecture and then you can do a lab. So, and then there's homework and things like that. So there's a lot. There's a lot to it. A lot of options.
Yeah, it is. And I just think it's been a really interesting, I guess, 2 years now, year and whatever it is that we're into this thing where, again, you and I have sort of had the experience of these challenges before it was COVID. But now that everybody is in the remote work space and having to do things in remote, it's like the problems that you and I may have experienced either on the teaching or learning side because we were remote. It's like now all of a sudden everybody's experiencing these things. And so we're all trying to find a solution for some of these problems instead of just the few of us that are the outliers. Like everybody became the outlier at one point, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think that's been super, super interesting to watch how things have developed. That, and I think it's earlier we were talking about Zoom. I work at a company full of extremely bright people that all know how to do very, very complicated things with software. But I don't think any of us have managed to get Zoom down yet, right? So where does the bar go? Is it the top or the bottom? Am I covering the interface? And
easy
how do I
things
turn on
become
the
hard.
record? Yeah, it's like we can do Houdini, but don't throw Zoom at me. It's too much.
Right.
It's way too much. So I know one of the other things that we had talked about earlier too was the fact that how being online, I mean, so far we've talked about like the restrictions and things that hurdles we've had to come over to be able to teach effectively online. But we also talked a little bit, and I'd like to continue to have a conversation about how being online has been helpful. I mean, some of the positive things that have come out of this experience of teaching and learning online.
Sure. I mean, it's accessibility is probably the biggest one, right? The fact that you can have such a huge reach, that you don't have to travel. And one of the other things I was thinking about too is the fact that when you record a Zoom session, it's the exact class that you took. And then you could see it later, right? But in a live class, you cannot record it in the same way, obviously, right? Because there's the teacher's walking around. There could be a blackboard. The audio would be all over the place.
Right.
So that's a huge advantage, is the fact that the class and the recording are one and the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes for repeatability, which is, again, we talked about how different people learn different ways. For me, like I always try to, if I'm taking a course or watching a tutorial or doing anything like that, I'm always hands off. Like even if they want you to be hands on, I'm more wanting to take in what's happening and take notes on what they're doing and pay attention to what they're doing. Then I'll go back and do it again. And I'll watch it and do the steps, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I know where we're going with this. And now I understand why this has happened. But you can't do, like you said, you can't do that in a real classroom. That has to be a product of a recording. And then going back and watching the recording, right?
Right. And one more thing I wanted to say about the watching before doing is, as for a teacher, I think it's still important to kind of like pause and ask questions, and because sometimes students fall asleep.
Let me put it: professionals fall asleep as well. It's not just students.
And the professionals, the tricky thing is, I have students, you know, at a university, so I can say, hey, everyone, turn on your webcam. But at a studio, if you're doing studio training, you can't tell people, hey, everyone, turn on your webcams. You know, those professionals, they could be working at the same time that they're listening to you. They could, and you know, they could be tired. They work long hours. So it's a different thing actually to teach studio professionals than to teach students. Especially when the studio has asked for them to learn for it, or the studio has paid for them to do it. And I'm lucky, you know, at Houdini-School, they decide to take the class. So they're really engaged when we see them, which is wonderful. But yeah, it is different teaching studio professionals, which is what you do most of the time, right now, John?
Yeah, the majority of the time, that's where our team has been involved. Especially this last half of this year, it's been that pretty heavily.
Yeah.
And when we do presentations at schools and universities, our presentations are more presentations. We're not teaching for the day. That's what the instructors are there for, what the professors are there for, right? So we might do, here's some new workflows you might not have thought of to solve this problem. Or if the professor has had questions from students, they might elevate them. So we just go and present a solution to some of those questions. But the actual training, like the curriculum development and delivery to people that are trying to learn,
yes,
the majority of that has been, studio-based training.
And that's a real challenge too, because I think we were talking about this. The studios want to cram in as many artists as they possibly can. And that's problematic. I would never recommend more than 20 people on one Zoom
what is your
call.
average size class or the biggest class you've had? Yeah.
I mean, I have 17 now and it's fine. You know, I'm at this point, it's fine. But I really don't think it should go beyond around 20. I think that's even easier for the studio artists to completely check out. And it feels impersonal. How do you develop that teacher student connection with all those students? I mean, in a traditional university, you know, when you know, I was an undergrad, we'd have these big lecture halls, you know, for like, you know, the humanities classes, right? And then you'd have the teaching assistant, you go into like breakout rooms, right? And then those would be small. So at least they had that. And maybe that could be the solution where, you know, you replicate that kind of system where you, as the main lecturer, you do your big thing, and then you've got like your interns that are in the breakout rooms, you know, and you do that, and then we'll know who is paying attention.
Yeah, exactly. I had some pretty interesting experiences over the years where for one reason or another, someone might check out for, you know, whether they were not paying attention for one reason or whatever. And then as soon as you stop and say, are there any questions? That seems to always be the person that, hey, how did you get the blah, blah, blah to work on the thing? And, you know, I would say if I was like a college professor and there was a younger learner that was checking out often, I could maybe be a little more, you know, well, maybe if you'd pay attention, you'd understand.
Yeah.
I would never do that in a professional setting. That would just not be appropriate, you know?
Right.
It's interesting the different types of audiences. But I imagine that you get that from semester to semester, even. Like you have different groups of people that are different sections of teaching where you have different groups of people. One time you teach it, it's going to be completely different than the next time that you teach it because you've got different skill levels and different levels of personalities that you're dealing with as well.
It's always different, and it's always different skill levels, and also what I teach is completely different too. I try to gauge the students in the beginning. I try to tailor it to them, but also, you know, I think about what I want to teach that I think they should know as well. It is a little challenging, I'd say, at the university I teach at, because Houdini is an elective, and it might be, and it's only one class, and they're not allowed to take it until they've already had a year or two of required other CG classes, and that just brings a host of challenges learning Houdini in that environment.
Sure. Yeah, I hadn't even really thought about that. That's interesting. I think it's interesting how when we were talking about studio or like professional training versus student-based
Right.
training where you're talking about the money piece of it. And
Yeah.
I always remember when I was in undergrad, many won't tell you how many years ago, my first time out of high school undergrad. And I would sleep through classes and I didn't really care too much, but it's because I had my parents helping me, right?
Yeah.
When I went to graduate school and I was learning Houdini for the first time, I was very much like, can I stay extra? Can I be here an extra 30 minutes? Can I steal more of your time? Can I pick your brain more about this? And it was like, because I knew what that was costing me, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Maybe we make the individual professional learners pay for their stuff. I don't know. No, but that's interesting. The level of skin in the game that you have for the level of knowledge that you're wanting to get back is just interesting as to how that affects your ability to learn.
And also, if there's a student, for every Drexel class I teach, there's, one or two students where it changes their life. I mean, and they just, they're learning it and they're like, whoa, my entire career is going to go in this completely other direction. And I call it the Houdini bug.
Oh, that's nice.
They've caught the Houdini bug, and yeah, even though their education might be paid for, they're still doing what you did, where they're just bugging me all the time, wanting to learn this and that and asking questions. So that's really rewarding when that happens.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have happened for me online. Come to think of it, that's really interesting. I was in school and I was walking. I wanted to be an animator so bad. That was my ultimate job. I wanted to be an animator, right? So I was on my way to one of my animation classes, and I happened to walk by a classroom, and I looked up on the projector screen, and it was a boat. And there was a boat that was in this big, awesome ocean. And there was basically, I didn't realize what was happening, but it was a Houdini class, and they were showing like all the ocean tools and how to develop all these. And I actually stood like in the doorway and watched that class and didn't go to mine. And the professor came out and asked me, he was like, "Are you enrolled in this course?" And I was like, "No, but I will be. I think I need to be, because that." And that's where the Houdini bug got me. Yeah.
Right. I remember when I was doing in person, before, and I would see those people in the doorway. I remember that. There is one thing I wanted to bring up. If any schools and universities are watching that don't have Houdini offered at their school, the students really want it, or they don't know that it exists, or they might have heard things about it and maybe they don't have the right impression of it. But I encourage every school or university to at least have one class, because I think it's important for students to at least be exposed to it, especially if you're an animation school or an art school. I think students really need to know that at least this is a possibility for them to learn Houdini. And a lot of times it takes a champion at that school to go out and reach out to you, John, or to figure out a way either to get a teacher or to maybe learn on their own, or ask another teacher to learn, or start a club or something, just for I think it's just wonderful for students. I never had that at my school for grad or undergrad. And I did learn outside. And just looking back, I just think that would have been really nice. And I just applaud all the champions out there that have tried to get Houdini into their schools.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're 100% right. And it's interesting because that's also the case at some studios, where there'll be one or two people that are super interested in what this technology can do, and they become the champion, like you said, the advocate, the sort of grassroots movement to get it going.
And I know it's hard. Everyone's so busy. I get that, but the reward is high. And people who learn together, they become friends with each other, and maybe even start a hug, a user group, or there's so many ways to learn. And my philosophy, I'm a big community person. I run the Houdini battles. I run LA Hug. I co-organize LA Hug. And starting Houdini-School, it's a huge part of it is community. So I really think, even if there's not a school offered, the students can band together, and there's still a lot possible.
Yeah, that's it's interesting what you say about people that learn together, grow together, become friends,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. I was myself a SideFX intern many, many years ago, and that group of people, I still see them to this day, and we still stay in touch and we talk because we went through learning this software together, and we were all very, very into it, and it was a great
Yeah.
shared experience, and it's affected our lives, and it's been great. So
It's bonding. Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Well, Deb, thank you so much for being here today. This is awesome. I really appreciate everything you've got going, and I'm so excited for you with Houdini-School.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me. This was really fun, John.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
Yep. Sounds good.
Today, we have a very interesting conversation that we're excited about. We have representatives from Rockstar Games, and we also have representatives from Texas A&M University here. And I will let you guys do a little brief introduction, please, on who you are and how it is that you use Houdini in your either studio or institution. And let's go ahead and start with Andre Thomas from Texas A&M.
Well, thank you. I'm so pleased to be here. So my name is Andre Thomas. I'm a professor at Texas A&M in the visualization department. I've been here for about coming up to 8 years now. Before then, I spent 22 years in the movie and games industry. That's where I started learning Houdini and used Houdini. And when I came to A&M, first as an industry advisor, I would always tell the students and faculty, you really got to learn Houdini. That's the future of production. And since I became a faculty here, I keep doing the same thing, telling all my students and fellow faculty, you've got to use Houdini. That's no longer the future, it's the present. If you aren't, then you're kind of putting yourself out of a job today. Because so much content is required, and the old production methodologies of pulling vertices and pushing pixels are just not up to task to create the amount of content that's needed.
Yeah, totally agree. That's awesome. That's awesome. And Louise or Nick, whoever one of you would like to go first, our representatives from Rockstar Games.
You can go, Nick.
All right, fine. I'm Nick Greco. I'm the director of visual effects at Rockstar Games. We've been using Houdini now on the visual effects team probably for the last 7 years or so. We use it for everything as far as texture creation, down to like RBD pipelines. I think we're trying to implement it a lot more within the studio and other departments as well. And I mean, we definitely see the benefit in the node-based workflow. And yeah, off to you, Luis.
Yeah, I'm Luis Cruel. I'm a principal technical artist at Rockstar. I have a little team of, I think, 4 or 5 people that are kind of scattered all over doing different stuff in Houdini. So we do everything from like hair, terrain, world building, mesh processing, and the kind of everything that is not effects related. Before Rockstar, I was at SideFX for 4 years. You might recognize the background. It's very similar to the one that used to be in the videos. And yeah, and before that, I was in production. I worked with Andre, I think 15 years ago at Tiburon when I started. So so that's my background, and that's what I'm up to.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for being here today with us. Just to give a little bit of framework for what we're doing during this particular session and overall for the Hive this year, we're trying to make sure that we're putting schools together with studios' needs. So we're wanting to have just a general conversation around how schools develop certain skills, how studios use those skills, maybe some gaps if we find gaps, and how we're working to bridge those things. And we're going to do it through just a series of general questions. So I'll kick it off just right off the bat, Andre, with the first question for you, which is, what is something about the program there at A&M that studios might be surprised to know or be surprised to learn about how you're teaching or developing skills for Houdini artists?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's actually part of what attracted me when I left industry to come to A&M, the uniqueness of the program here, where we are combining the technical with the artistic side. So we're not a
pure technical or computer science department, and we're also not an art department, but we actually have computer scientists, artists, technologists all working together and shaping our students. So our students have to take traditional art classes as well as hardcore computer programming classes and everything in between. And then we have also practical, not just we're a research institution, not just theoretical classes, but we're also studio classes where they actually get to practice and turn that theory into practical projects.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's a great way to teach too, is to combine both the art and the technical. I know, Louise, that's something that you've always talked about too, is combining the technical side of things with the artistic side of things, and that they both need to be able to support each other. And I'm just wondering, is that something that maybe you found in junior artists amongst your whole body of work that has been either something that's lacking or something that you found to be good? And really the question is, what are the bigger like pain points that you find when you're working with artists that are right out of school? And I'll give both of you an opportunity, Nick and Louise, to answer, please.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's kind of like the depth of knowledge, if that makes sense. So like there's a lot of people that like use the shelf tools or use kind of like some basic tools and kind of apply Houdini, which is good and it's valuable, and there's a job for that. But then on the tech art side, you need to know how to build those tools and kind of how to modify them to fit a need. So like there's people that say, oh, I know how to use Houdini for effects, and it's like, okay, you go show me, and it's just like the default explosions, and they haven't really kind of pushed it that far from it, or they just use a tool, which is awesome, and it's like puts you ahead than probably 90% of the industry. But I think one of the pain points is kind of getting over that hump of, okay, can you solve a problem in Houdini, and like, can you modify the setup, and can you kind of go a little bit deeper?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because I think like from an like art director point of view, like you want to try to art direct these things, and if the artists don't know how to change like the fundamentals or the details of this stuff, get into the shader and make these things look completely different. Like if they don't understand that, then you have a hard time basically iterating on things. The other issue that we have too is that a lot of schools teach like this Unreal or Unity engine-based workflow or pipeline. I think with studios that use like proprietary game engines and proprietary tools, that's also an issue, because like the students are then, or junior artists are used to, I hit one button and my stuff's in Unreal Engine, or it's very easy to get stuff into game engines. Whereas like when you're working with proprietary tools, you have to solve the problems of, all right, how do I get this stuff from Houdini into our actual game engine? And that's like a big problem that we're facing right now, basically.
Yeah, that's interesting. That kind of speaks to what I was going to bring up as our next topic, which is really the idea of, and Andre, this is kind of a question for you, which is, how does your program take to pipeline focus, like production, like not just being able to make something look good in the viewport of Houdini, but the entire process of exporting the data and getting it into various game engines and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so I want to first respond to the comments from Nick and Louise, because they're really good comments. Sure. And it's something for us, it's a struggle because we're not a trade school. So our students can't spend 4 years on just really learning in depth one particular aspect, right? So we're, as a research institution, they have to learn a whole bunch of different foundational, fundamental knowledge. And one of the biggest things that we also hear a lot from industry is like how to solve problems, how to think, how to learn, and so on, those kind of things, versus very tool-specific aspects. And it's a fine balance on where do you give the students enough time to actually hone skills to go in depth and trying to figure this out. Because when you only have a semester or two, that's not enough time, right? But to go to your question, John, in terms of the pipeline, pretty much most of our classes that have a practical focus aspects to them are really pipeline focused. So right now, I give you an example. I teach a class. It's called a vertical studio, where we have sophomores, juniors, and seniors all together in the studio. And the studio is set up like a game company, where we have different departments, an art department, programming, design. They're working together to create one project, one game, or a game demo at the end of the semester. And they only have 15 weeks. and to come
Right.
from concept, from beginning to a really high polished final product. And that's for anybody in the industry, that's really challenging for experienced folks. Never mind for students, right? To come up with something, because it's not just about creating, oh, well, we made a game. Well, it needs to be high polished. It needs to have the quality standards that industry expects. It's a polish. The bugs need to be fixed, and so on. And so that's really important. I mean, Nick is right. Yes, we used to be Unity based. Now we're Unreal based. We don't have access to the game engines that the industry uses. Unfortunately, the propriety. I mean, we used to do some projects with, I'm not going to talk about the specific engine, but with a game engine where we had in the lab access to it. But for the classroom, that would go a long way, right? Being able to do something like that. Actually having an industry engine that students have to, deal with and figure out, versus just, okay, well, I press a button, whoa, it just works, right?
Right.
In real life, it doesn't quite work that way.
Well, with that in mind, I would pose this back to Louise and Nick. If that's the case, that students don't really have access, obviously, to proprietary companies' game engines, then what are the pieces of the pipeline that you think schools should emphasize where it comes to like Houdini skills? If it's not specifically like the full pipe, because we know we can't have that last piece because that's difficult, then where do you think schools should be focusing more of their Houdini skills?
Yes, I'll take a little bit of that one. So first, I sympathize with the fact that there's not enough time, right? Because the school is where you figure out in the area of CG which bucket you want to kind of fall into. And there's a lot. Like you can be an animator, you can be a modeler, you can be a lighter. Like there's just across the board, and you kind of need to be exposed to all of it to make that decision. And even now with juniors, they come in and they're like, I want to be a character artist. And it's like, well, do you really? Because do you know what that means? Like you're going to be sculpting hairs or like caps, and it's not necessarily like you're going to come up with this new main player and you're going to do some high-res sculpting from scratch. So I think there's a little bit of like knowing exactly what each of the roles entail, and then being able to take enough time to deep dive and actually be like, okay, I want to be a fluid simulations person and really figure out, learn flow maps, learn how to export stuff. So I sympathize with the lack of time, and I don't really have an answer besides splitting up the course even more or scheduling more time. But I sympathize with that problem. But back to the question on the Unreal and custom engines and what part of the pipeline to focus on. Again, it depends, because I think there's an abundance of people now that know Houdini at that kind of superficial level, to where, like we're saying, there's like environment artists that now use it, and there's effects artists that use it at a kind of high level. And I think that's awesome. So I think now, before, like just learning Houdini was like a huge plus. But now we're getting to the point that's like, okay, a lot of people are kind of showing up with Houdini on their resume, and we need to kind of dive a little bit deeper. And even Unreal, like even when I was at SideFX, there was a lot of work that went to kind of getting stuff from outside of Houdini into Unreal, right? So just because it's a custom engine doesn't mean it's a solved problem. So you can kind of be like, okay, how did you optimize it? What were the problems that you ran into? And like, if we just focus strictly on the pipeline, there's still a lot of stuff. There's like volumetrics and 4D data and all sorts of kind of crazy stuff that we solved it a little bit, but it's still not a solved problem. So, but that's like if you want to be a pipeline TD, right? A pipeline tech artist, which not necessarily. Those are kind of hard to find. But I think there's a need for it for those people.
Right.
I'd say from a VFX standpoint, some of the things that I wished were focused on is that like a lot of the stuff that we see coming in on portfolios, it'll be like an explosion simulation. But then when you like actually start to look at like if they break down the assets, it's using like 300 frames or something like that. And you're like, all right, that looks really great, but that's not feasible in the game. So like teaching ways to like optimize this stuff, how to make something look really good and use like a very low like texture memory budget on it. You know what I mean? Like for liquids, instead of using a simulation, for example, like can we make this into like a thresholding texture or an erosion texture? And how do we loop a fire like simulation, but then loop it with like the least amount of frames and then maybe use motion vectors to smooth it out. Like that type of stuff is kind of what we're looking for. People having those type of skills versus just like, oh, I made this really cool explosion simulation. It looks awesome. But like when you break it down, it's just like, that'd be great for a movie sim, but in a game, like it's not going to work at all. You know what I mean? How do you take something that you see in a movie and break it down into the game side? Like, as we know, with a lot of this stuff, it has to be layered in. So like you'd have to render out your sparks separately. Those would be separate textures. The simulation of the explosion would be separate. The smoke would be separate. And then you build that up in the game. And I'm not sure, like, so like schools that teach the Houdini side, it is really like when you get into the industry and in the pipeline, like Houdini is one tool, right? But then you're creating basically, like a lot of times you're creating the assets that you're going to use in Houdini, but then those assets need to be assembled in some other type of particle editor outside of Houdini. So it's just having that type of knowledge from applicants is like kind of what we look for.
That's awesome. That's fantastic information. I was just thinking if there's a way that, I don't know, maybe some part of a curriculum could be an optimization, like a whole class, like based off of optimization, where you throw somebody, here's a fire sim, throw somebody, here's a fluid sim, throw somebody, here's a character animation. What would you do to make this the most efficient thing it could possibly be without degrading quality, right? That kind of injection. And of course, I'm sure from what I know of the A&M, it's there. It's just sprinkled throughout all the various courses as opposed to being one solid thing. But yeah, Andre, yes, please go ahead.
Well, actually, you know, that brings me to a point, and I don't know if I'm foregoing one of your questions here, but that brings up another challenge for us. So, for example, I don't teach my students what industry needs today. Because that'll be outdated by the time they graduate. Right? The problems the industry is facing today, they need to solve today. But a student graduates in 3 or 4 years. Industry has moved on. So when the student comes out and graduate, well, that's no longer knowledge that's relevant. Right? So we're trying to figure out, okay, well, where's the industry going to be 3, 4, 5 years from now? What's the tool set that's required? And then looking, okay, what's the landscape? So LODs are probably going to go away. They're not going to be an issue. So I've stopped really talking about LODs because I don't think we're going to be really discussing LODs in 3, 4 years anymore or using them in the industry. So it's hard for us to also figure out what is that. I mean, it's hard for game companies, right, to know how they're going to be making games or movies 4 years from now, and the technologies that's underneath it. And so it's challenging to prepare the students for these very specific, like what you mentioned, optimization problems. But perhaps there's an opportunity, because the whole conversation here we have is about how do we work together. And one thing, I mean, Louis knows, he's been part of, I always try to bring industry professionals into my courses, not just as guest lecturers, but also as mentors. And in the summer, we have one course where the students actually getting direct mentoring on a weekly basis from industry pros. But even that can only go so far. And here, what I'm hearing, there's a very specific needs that industry has. And that, you know, for people, the skill set that we can't necessarily immediately address through our standard curriculum. But perhaps there's an opportunity to co-develop short courses or curriculum that we, an institution like us, can offer to our students or others that teaches them those kind of very specific skills that are needed now. And so then industry doesn't have to wait 4 years till students are graduating and come out, but it's a much shorter turnaround. And obviously we have the capacity and ability to create courses and training materials more so than a company would be able to set this up.
A couple of things. LODs are never going to go away, and they're making their way into film. So I just want to point that out. Because
here come the boxing gloves.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, yeah, we're looking at 3 years, 4 years in the future, but like having seen what most studios are kind of doing, there's like a thin layer of that bleeding edge of like maybe like 3, 4, 5 studios that are kind of doing really insane cutting edge stuff. And then there's a short bell curve that kind of goes to, that's probably like 10 to 20 years behind that curve. Like worst case, someone's 20 years behind, maybe 25 years behind that curve. And then like probably the average is 5 to 10 years behind that curve. And then people kind of do different areas. They're a little bit ahead than other areas. And even the bleeding edge studios are probably 10 years behind on different departments. So I think getting more information from the studios and kind of going like just looking at GDC and seeing like, okay, what feels breakthrough-ish here and what are the studios kind of doing that stuff, you should be able to just pin that and then use that as your kind of metric. And even that's probably going to be more future-proof that most studios won't be able to hit without kind of like custom tech. So even if we look like years ago, there was like Bungie was doing, or I think it was 343 was doing geometry caches for the Halo 5, I think. And even that's still not kind of commonplace. Unreal still doesn't have that tech. So I think there's definitely a gradient of what there's the cutting edge specialized engines can do, what Unreal is doing that's sometimes behind, sometimes ahead, like Nanites ahead. And then there's a fall off of that. So don't try to get too ahead of the curve on like machine learning and Kubernetes and other bits that might not necessarily be too far into the future. And then you might pick something that doesn't necessarily align. And then I think I lost what the second bit was, but that I wanted to say that bit. Oh, the courses. Yeah, that's how I learned. So we had in my school, UCF, we had night courses with EA teachers. And they basically got 2 people, Wes Grandmont and AJ German, that you probably knew from back then. One taught kind of like basic Mel scripting and just kind of like Mel Maya scripting. And that was kind of like a super specific, it wasn't just like tech cart. It was like, this is this very narrow slice of it, and taught it to a really good level. And then the other one was a little bit more upper-ended, but it taught us kind of like very specific problems like image-based lighting and how to capture a probe with like stacked things. And it was like very, very kind of practical directed things. So I don't know if that's something that the curriculum can kind of support, but kind of having these little 3-week workshops that kind of go a little bit deeper on a topic, that could be something that supplements the curriculum that's kind of like a static, like everybody needs to drink a little bit of the Kool-Aid in all the different departments.
Right. Well, it wouldn't be part of a curriculum. It would be something outside of the curriculum, because curriculums are pretty static, right? You have to have 120-hour credits. There's an approval process. It usually takes a year for curriculums to change and so on. But if you offered like workshops, that's what I was referring to, like that live outside the curriculum, that are available to students and or professionals, because there's, like you mentioned, there's a bunch of artists now out there that have Houdini skills, but they're lacking some in-depth knowledge. And so a workshop, and doesn't necessarily have to be taught by industry professionals, could be taught by us or a mix between industry and faculty. But it was kind of shorter workshops that are available that may be a solution addressing very specific needs that are current. Just quickly on the, I hear your point regarding looking out there in the industry, what's coming up and predicting the future. At least for us, we're not a pure game program. So we need to look at all of it. So for example, for us, there's a big push in using Houdini for non-entertainment purposes, because there's a lot of cutting edge stuff that's being done outside of games. And there's also lots of jobs available, right, where people are looking. So we also need to prepare our students for the job market, right? And there's only so many jobs at Pixar or at an EA, right, that are available. And there's all these schools that are creating talent, right?
That's a really good point.
Yeah, that kind of, we've sort of touched on this, and it's sort of a 2-part, I guess, question. But in some respect, you need to make the most multifaceted and talented student that you can. Like, that's almost the product that you're producing, is this talent inside of this person, right? But at the same time, like, most of those students just after graduation are probably not going to step into a pipeline TD type role. They're going to be more junior roles that they're going to be taking. So it's the foundational material that becomes almost more important than some of their like diversity of skill. And I know that's a difficult thing to balance. I mean, I was a student at one point too. I think we all at some point were learning what to do in this industry and how it works. So that kind of leads into what the next question is, which is, and I'll pose this to Louise and Nick, which is, what are the best steps for somebody coming into the industry brand new to take? Like if it's coming right out of school, or even if they're self-taught, like what is the thing that would prepare them the most to be hired at a studio, for instance, like Rockstar?
I mean, I'm sure we both have comments on this, but I think the main thing that I see is gearing, like take the time to gear your portfolio towards the position that you're going after. Like don't apply for a VFX job with a bunch of animations and character art on it. Right. And then like one little fire effect. Like I think taking the time to know what the position is that you're after and gearing your portfolio to that is very important.
Yeah, I think I would echo that too. It's like, we're even interviewing people that it's like, do you want this position or another one? Because your portfolio is telling me you want this other position. Are you taking this one because that's the open one because you don't know what that is? Or like so definitely like taking the time to kind of polish your portfolio to it. I will say working on projects by yourself or with a team outside of work. Like I did modding way back in early 2000s, back when that was a thing. And that was like, you had the source engine, that was it that you could do to kind of modify games. Now with Unreal and Unity, there's literally no excuse why you can't, like, it's just a matter of time and kind of dedication at this point to kind of just have a little prototype of something. And you can do an animation, you can do a model, you can do an environment, you can do a tool of Houdini running in Unreal. There's like so much openness to it that's what we're kind of looking at to. It's like the students are coming out with that level, and it's like the ones that get hired immediately are the ones that have that level of kind of polish and sophistication. And if you didn't get that from the task that you were assigned to in the base curriculum, like Andre said, that's not necessarily the place that's going to give you the highly specialized, I did a pyro effect warping through space with motion vectors. Maybe it just wasn't assigned to it, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't go out of your way and just kind of either take a little bit of time, work outside of your school hours to kind of get a reel that looks like that and just kind of build that up.
Yeah, you mentioned working on group projects like outside of the classroom, outside of curriculum, like getting together with friends and doing some kind of little project together. And that kind of leads into a question that's for everybody, which is when you're looking at reels or when you're looking at a prospective student, maybe this is about soft skills too, and not just Houdini skills, but like teamwork and taking criticism and those kinds of things. So the overall general question is basically, how do you value from the school's perspective and from the studio's perspective, how do you value group projects that students work on? What efficacy does that have for you? And how do you know who did what? And is that an issue and that kind of thing?
I'll jump in first, I guess. I mean, it's definitely, I like to see the group projects, but I don't like that everything on a portfolio is like a group project, because as you said, like you don't know how much the actual individual contributed to the stuff that's in there. Like they can say that they did X, Y, and Z, but you don't know for sure. So I think having a good balance of like group projects and individual work, because like I think you want people to be able to work on a team, but you want somebody to be self-sufficient as well and be able to kind of figure out issues on their own instead of staying stagnated, especially now with work from home. Like we're more detached. You're not sitting next to people in the office. You can't just turn to somebody and ask for help. So having the ability to like work on your own and kind of drive your own work outside of a group is definitely important. And I think it should be emphasized as well. I mean, just talking to some junior artists that we've hired recently, they said that a lot of the time it was all group projects, and they maybe had one or two small like individual things. And basically those were all curriculum geared tasks. So they had very little time to work on anything that kind of interests them. So I think maybe potentially having some time in the courses where people can actually make their own project or something. Otherwise it has to be done outside of the school hours or outside of the curriculum.
Yeah. And honestly, that's a problem that professional portfolios have too, where it's like, if you look at a marketing shot of a game and someone says like, I built the system that scattered the trees. And it's like, well, I don't know what that means. And if the system was good and if they spent a lot of time kind of manually placing things after the system, So if anything, students are in a better position to kind of deep dive and show this is the behind the scenes, this is what it looks like. And even on like the effects, like some of the best reels are just like, here's a sphere like fighting another sphere and doing all of the little things. And then here's a breakdown of what that looks like. And as opposed to like some beauty shot from a action movie that is just like layered comps that you're like, I don't know what you did here, or how long it took you to do that, if you took feedback from artists, or if you were trying to hit a reference. So I think showing that process, that's like, here's the reference that I even found or drew. Here's the thing that I was working towards. So from that side, I think it's important. But the soft skill side is important too, to where it's like, but that comes off usually in the interview after your portfolio is good enough. That will ask like, why did you build this? Did you build this for someone? Did you build it for yourself? What feedback did they give you? Were you trying to hit a look? That there was their feedback on the look? How much? Like, and you kind of deep dive a little bit on that. So I think it's important for the students to have that exposure of kind of working with the different disciplines. So it's like, I had to rig for an animator, and the animator gave me feedback on the rig, and we kind of had to iterate on it. Or I built the system for a tool for someone else to kind of scatter trees around, and this is the stuff that they wanted, and so I built it into the tool. And this is where we disagreed, and this is kind of how we resolved those disagreements.
Yeah, I think just to jump in again real quick, that the part about the breakdown, like any reel that has a breakdown on it that's showing like the steps that the artist took, it's like those are the ones that we gravitate towards, because it's like you're not just showing something that looks cool and it could be completely unoptimized and the node network looks like a spaghetti mess. Like if you're letting us see behind the scenes of what you did, there's a good chance that like you actually know what you're doing. Otherwise you wouldn't expose what your process was. So like I think a lot of times, like when we get really good breakdowns on a reel, those are the people. I know I've personally hired 2 people based off of the detailed breakdowns that they've done on their portfolio. So
That's
definitely goes a
awesome.
long way.
Yeah, and Andre, I'll give you the chance now too to talk about that and how you have developed those skills with your program and your students as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and something, I guess, because our program has always been very much, at least to some degree, in tune and in touch with industry, and coming myself from industry. We, for example, the studio class, we teach students work on a group project, but each person also has to do their own project at the same time. And it's something that they choose. It's not a curriculum project. It's something that I want to learn rigging, or I want to do environment art, or I want to try this effect. And so they get to spend on that project under the supervision and mentorship of the faculty, obviously, for a whole semester, and just focusing on that. Group projects are important for us because just the social skills, right? The soft skills, being able to take critique, being able to give critique, on work and working with others. Communication skills are so important, especially when you are, working remotely. It's more important to be able to really communicate with your peers. And so we try to focus really on both and emphasize that and make sure that the students really understand. Yes, because on a personal project for a student, it's a quality. Is it just really hard to get to the kind of quality than, if you're working with a group on a project? And the reality is, with thousands of students graduating every year, the first thing recruiters look at is the quality of the reel, right? And so our students are up against all of the other students, and right, the first look, it's, graphic sells. It sells in the game store, it sells on the demo reel, right? If you have a good graphic, okay, that's okay, your entryway. And then having the rest behind it obviously is really important. But if you don't have something polished on your reel, nobody's going to even start talking to you on how you did something, right? And so we have to find that balance, get them to somewhere where there's some really polished work on the reel. And I always say it's quality over quantity, and then be able to provide the depth behind it.
Yeah, for sure. That's super important, and I can't tell you how many, just from hiring interns that apply to be interns with us at SideFX. That's one of the biggest critiques that I always have when I interview somebody is I'll say, it's all about the breakdowns. It's all about the breakdowns. There's no other way. Like, I need to see how you thought about that. And if there's all the standards with, wipes and showing the Houdini interface and scrolling through lines of code, and some things are like important and other things you just kind of bypass. It's like showing me a network at 8 times speed. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but trying to find that way of showing how you're thinking and presenting that in a reel is actually, it's a difficult problem. It's easy for me to say, I know what I like when I see it, and that's a good breakdown.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell somebody how to build a good breakdown out of their project. Right.
That's a really good point, because while I'm trying to help our students get really good polished work that they can show off, the one thing I've got to be honest, I have not been focusing a lot on is telling them and include a breakdown. Obviously, break down what it is you did on a group project, right? You want to really specifically call that out. And to your point, Louis, the students have an advantage. I couldn't pull out, or you couldn't pull out something out of Madden, and well, here's the things that I did, because it's just not possible, right? But the students can pull out the individual pieces they did. But the breakdown, that's a really good point on creating something that now also explains the thought process behind it. Because it's not about, okay, here's a node network, right? I mean, you can have a node network with 4 nodes or with 20 nodes, and just because one is 4 nodes doesn't necessarily make it better, right? You want to understand, well, what were you thinking? Why do you have 20 nodes here, for example? Because that may be really clever. It's like, oh my God, that's so clever, and it's so much more future-proof than the 4 nodes, because they'll only address this one issue, and then I have to redo it all over again, right, for example. Because, 3 of the nodes are edit nodes. That's
right, or one wrangle. And it's
yes. Right, yes.
Yeah, no, the one thing that speaks to that is it's a weird soft skill, but it's presentation skills. And that's a thing. And even in production, I honestly didn't learn that until I was at SideFX, but how to show your work, how to kind of present, how to speak to an audience, how to document things, those are all valid skills that even as a junior, especially now with remote work where most things are asynchronous and you kind of just have to kind of leave a note for someone that's going to pick that up in the future. And you kind of need to be thorough and be like, this is why this is here. This is important. This I wasn't really sure. So if you want to take a look at that and fix it, go for it. And just kind of walking through your work and kind of documenting it it's a really important skill that it's basically like writing code at this point.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank all 3 of you for being here today. This has been a really great conversation. I think there was a lot of good knowledge passed back and forth. So thank you all very much for being a part of today's discussion in the Education Hive. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm glad to be here.
Hello, everyone. Today we have with us Nelson Lim, who is a professor at the University of Texas in Dallas, and he has a very interesting presentation for us today, and I'm very excited to have him here. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Nelson.
Sure, John. First off, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm a VFX CG practitioner and educator, and as you mentioned, I'm currently a professor at the University of Texas at Dallas, where I teach computer graphics, software development, and visual effects to budding creatives in the animation and games program. So the genesis of the talk was when I first started talking with you, John, at SideFX about how Houdini was sort of my first CG software, and it taught me almost everything I know about CG. So this talk is really why I think Houdini is one of the best pieces of software to begin learning CG in, as well as how to effectively learn computer graphics in Houdini. And this all kind of stems from my own experience using Houdini as my very first CG software, and now my experience teaching hundreds of students computer graphics. So I hope you, the audience, find lots of value in this presentation. Thank you so much. Hi, and welcome. I'm excited that you're joining me, and I'm so thankful that you're joining me at this talk. effective Houdini for aspiring beginners. There's so much to cover today. Why don't we just jump right in, shall we? All right, so there's 3 parts to this talk, and the first is going to be why learn Houdini. And then we're going to go into the what. I'll present you a roadmap of CG Houdini topics for beginners who are learning to create content in CG, in Houdini. And then we'll talk about the how, okay, which I'll introduce to you 6 principles to learning how to create content in Houdini and CG effectively. So let's start off. Who is this talk for? Well, if you are interested in using Houdini to learn CG, this talk is for you. If you have less than a year of experience in CG, well, this talk is perfect for you. I'm a strong believer that Houdini is one of the best ways to learn CG. And if you are starting quote unquote late in your journey, in your CG journey, or you're just not happy with the progress that you're making learning CG and Houdini, well, this talk could be potentially for you. If you're an educator like me who is teaching CG to beginners using Houdini, then this talk would be probably of some amount of interest to you. Who is this talk maybe a little bit less for? I mean less, I don't necessarily mean that it's not relevant, but less being that Houdini may not be your primary CG tool. And so if you're aspiring to be a character animator, a digital sculptor, or a texture artist, Houdini may not be your main tool right now. Who knows? In 2 years' time, that may be a different story. And it's not uncommon in CG that we often use more than one piece of software in CG. I use Houdini, but I also use Photoshop, Substance, Maya, Blender. There's a whole bunch of different softwares that we do use and for slightly different purposes. So I would encourage you, though, if those are your interests, I still think that Houdini is a relevant piece of software to sort of keep on the side, and it's very useful for learning a lot of other CG concepts surrounding maybe your particular niche. A little bit about me. I teach computer graphics at the University of Texas at Dallas. I teach computer graphics, animation, and games. I also do that on YouTube. And for over a decade, I created digital mayhem, chaos, explosions, and all that, and wrote CG tools for feature films and games. Well, I consider myself a quote-unquote self-taught CG artist, and Houdini is really, my first CG software. And I have to say that Houdini is the software that I would say, taught me the most of my CG knowledge and skills. I learned through using Houdini, and I think it is one of the most educational pieces of software when it comes to learning CG. So who is Houdini suited for? Well, if you enjoy CG because it is part science and part art, you like to combine both things together, Houdini is absolutely for you. If you like to tinker, if you're curious about the process as much as the result itself, then Houdini is for you. If you care about being efficient, Houdini is for you. And in fact, really, if the idea of doing things manually is such a chore to you, then Houdini is definitely for you. If you like to automate things and don't like to do things manually, Houdini is absolutely for you. All right? So why learn Houdini as your first CG software? Well, because number one, Houdini is relevant. Like as an industry it's an industry software in games, films, commercials, and virtual reality. It's used everywhere. Definitely it's used a lot in visual effects work, but also in crowds, in cloth simulation, and in lighting as well. It's used in lighting. It's used in motion design work. It's used in so many areas. There's a huge demand for Houdini users, and really there isn't enough Houdini artists out there or people who know Houdini. The other thing is you cannot outgrow Houdini. Houdini is literally designed in a way that people are creating things and doing new things in Houdini that you just cannot outgrow Houdini. So you will always be learning Houdini. Houdini is extremely accessible. It's free to learn. You can go download the Houdini Apprentice Edition, completely free to learn. If you want to create stuff commercially and make money with Houdini, well, it's inexpensive to use either. The Houdini Indie license, if you buy a 2-year license, probably costs about the same price as a monthly Netflix subscription. So it's pretty accessible, in my opinion. Not free, but pretty accessible. But definitely free for learning. And there's plenty of good educational resources out there, and we'll cover a little bit about where to find them in the what section. Houdini is also a clear box to explore any aspect of how CG works. And I'll share with you a little anecdote. So years ago, when I was trying to create a little effect of my own, and I needed to create some really simple shaders. Now that would have been completely impossible in the past because I would have to ask an R&D developer, an engineer to come and write some C++ code, no matter how simple it was, and compile stuff and make things work. What really blew my mind was when I was able to get into Houdini, into the shader network. It was just a bunch of nodes connected by little wires connecting them to each other, and I could create my own shader. I literally opened up the simplest shader that they had created. I double-clicked and went into it, see how they wired things up, and I created my own. And that was just mind-blowing that I could do it so easily and learn how other people do it. And I began to do like node teardowns where I open up nodes and start learning how other people do things in Houdini. And that is the power of Houdini. It is a clear box to explore any aspect of how CG works. Nothing is black box to you. If you want to see what's going on under the hood, you can. The other aspect about Houdini, and it's most talked about, is it's extremely powerful. The node-based procedural approach to CG just means that it's non-destructive, it's highly scalable. It's an approach that SideFX has been doing since the 80s, and you can see in the last 10 years, this is really the future of where things are trending. Almost every major piece of software out there has been has been introducing some form of node-based procedural approach to content creation. I like to say that Houdini comes with batteries included, which basically means that there's a lot of things you can do in Houdini that you don't have to get out of Houdini to do. And you don't have to go and find or learn a bunch of other plugins to do things in Houdini. A lot of things come packed into Houdini, and ultimately that saves you a lot of cost as well. Houdini is also constantly updated. The developers are constantly working on it, adding new features, fixing bugs. On a daily basis, bugs are being fixed, and you can download the latest version of Houdini, and probably a bug that you found is already fixed. It's also packed full of the latest in CG innovation. So some of the latest stuff in CG that isn't yet going to most other packages, you can find it in Houdini already. And that's the reason why you can learn a lot about CG and learn a lot about being on the cutting edge of CG simply by using Houdini. So let's talk about the what right now and talk about this beginner Houdini CG roadmap. This is going to be what topics are relevant to this sort of beginners learning Houdini or CG, and I'll talk to you about a bunch of these topics. Now, they may not sound at all familiar to you at this point in time, but don't worry. I mean, this is sort of a roadmap that I introduced to you that you can then Google, go look at the Houdini SideFX website. A great place to begin is their learning paths that is excellent to begin with, and you'll find some of the topics I mentioned in there. You can also check out the Houdini YouTube channel. There is hundreds and hundreds of videos, tutorials in there, and it is such a wealth of information, and they keep adding to it. Just find any of those topics that I mentioned in this roadmap. Just look for them in the SideFX website or the YouTube channel or the Houdini documentation, and you will find things to learn there. All right, so let's quickly go through this Houdini CG roadmap of topics. Beginner topics. Well, the first isn't really something that you'll find in Houdini. Well, the first is getting acquainted with the computer graphics pipeline, how the data flows from one end to another end, what are the jobs and roles of different people, basically what are the different tasks involved. And one of the best places to learn that is actually at Khan's Academy, where they have Pixar in a Box, where all the Pixar artists have come together and really try to introduce at a high level what the entire pipeline for CG is like. So I highly recommend Pixar in a Box by Khan Academy. Then next, get familiar with basic user interfaces, like how does the network graph work, how do you wire nodes together, how do you disconnect nodes together. You're doing that 99% of the time. And then get familiar with some of what Houdini calls context. There are only a few that you really must know at the beginning, and that's SOP. The SOP context, the MAT context, and the ROP context mainly. The other stuff you'll explore along the way. Get to know attributes. And attributes, groups, and the geometry spreadsheet, these are really, really one of the most important things. I would highly emphasize that if you understand attributes and how they work in Houdini, you will understand a lot of things in Houdini. All right, so attributes really important. Get to know all the attribute nodes. And then, part of proceduralism and all that is noise. Noises are so important. So get to know the mountain SOP, anti-alias noise, turbulent noise, uniform noise. Get to know how they look and how to use them. VOPs is Houdini's sort of node-based approach to visual scripting. And so a lot of people ask, do you need to know programming? No, you don't. You don't need to know programming. You don't need to know, sometimes they call it VAX. You don't need to know that. You don't even need to know Python. You can connect nodes together and do sort of a visual scripting with VOPs, and that is extremely powerful. You can stay there for a very long time and never have to write a single piece of syntax code at all. So get to know some basic VOPs, how to import attributes, export attributes, modify attributes with noise and RAMs. You can find some of that material on my YouTube channel, but you can also find it on SideFX's YouTube channel. Copy and instancing, how do you copy geometries around, explore the copy to points node. Again, I have that material on my YouTube channel, but the SideFX YouTube channel is chock full of stuff too. Packed primitives, what are they? Get some basic understanding of it. Procedural modeling, I listed a whole bunch of nodes and concepts there. Those are all acquainted with modeling and procedural modeling. And I believe that on the SideFX learning paths, Rohan Dalvi, who is a phenomenal Houdini instructor, has a series on procedural modeling there, and it's great material to learn. All right. Principal and surface shaders. So these are what we call Uber shaders, and these are able to represent 99% of materials on Earth, whether it's something that looks like a piece of wood or plastic or ceramics or metal. Try to use these Uber shaders and the settings that are on these Uber shaders to create plastic materials, metal materials, car paint, glass, water, rocks, wood, leaves, cloth, silk maybe, and understand what those materials do to achieve a particular look. And then get to learn lighting, learn what is exposure, what makes something too bright or too dark, color theory, learn about complementary colors, learn about the moods that different colors make you feel. Learn about the triad of colors. Learn about 3-point lighting. It's basically studio lighting. What's a key light, what's a fill light, what's a rim light. Learn about how people use an image taken of an environment, of a real life environment, and you can use that to recreate the lights in digitally that mimics that environment. And so your CG objects look like they would sit exactly in that environment. It looks super realistic. Learn about cameras and composition. So learn about the rule of thirds, composition techniques like that. Learn about the focal length and aperture on lenses and cameras, how that works, how that changes your image, and how that creates depth of field. And a good example of this is right now, if I were to put my hand over here, oops. Let's see, maybe it's not working. But you can see that my background is blurry, and that's depth of field, right? So that's a classic example of depth of field. And then get to know rendering. Understand what's motion blur, because it happens every time something moves, whether it's the camera or objects. Get to know what are primary rays. How does the renderer shoot a ray out into the scene? When that ray hits something, how it bounces off, and how that entire process comes back to tell the computer what is the color of a pixel. And so there's a whole lot of concepts there. Learn about compositing, how compositing is kind of like Photoshop, but on steroids, because you do it across a bunch of images. So learn how the merge operations work, how the crop make things glow, change the color of things, because that is a important process that happens in CG. And then almost at the last, when you've understood all of these concepts, explore VFX, explore how simulations work, like particles, how to create rain, snow, dust, fairy dust, sparks. Explore some vellum, where we learn a little bit about cloth, swaying grass, creating balloons, creating metal bending, or rigid body dynamics, which is hard things that don't compress, they are not soft, when they fall, roll, collide, when they fracture, and work on objects that are no bigger than a statue. That would be pretty controllable for a beginner. So I know we talked a lot about the what's, and then you're asking, okay, that's a lot of topics, but how do you learn these topics? So I'm going to talk about these 6 principles to learn how to create content in CG. And the first principle is to always begin with the end in mind. So what do I mean by always begin with the end in mind? If you took all of those topics and you just said, I'm going to learn rendering today, and I'm just going to render, and learn all the different aspects of rendering, it can be pretty boring. So what I suggest for creative people like us is to create a project, something to make, something to copy, and make it something specific. So it could be, you want to create an animation of dropping coins or rolling marbles, and just rolling marbles, you'll have to create shaders that simulate glass, for example. You have to learn some rigid body dynamics on how things roll, and you have to learn rendering and compositing, and maybe you have to create a ground. There'll be collision. There'll be things for you to learn, but keep it small and keep it simple. All right. Now, if you already know your niche, meaning that I'm not sure that you're actually much of a beginner, but if you know that what you really want to pursue, like if you want to be you want to pursue VFX in CG, or creature effects, you want to create hair, fur, that kind of stuff, then go out there and learn and read about everything you can know about that particular niche. So go find out who those artists are. Go look at the portfolios of artists who create fur, or create VFX, or the reels. Go read about as much as you can about those roles. Go look at the job descriptions on the websites and what do they require, what do they need you to know. Begin with the end in mind, so you know where you're aiming towards, and then you can work towards creating projects that heads you in that direction. But don't worry, if you don't know your niche, not a big deal. Principle 2 is going to help you. Principle 2 talks about action leads to clarity. And a lot of times when I speak with beginners, they have no idea what their niche is, what they're passionate about, and that's completely fine. Just know that when you don't know what your niche is, don't get overwhelmed, don't get paralyzed, just take action. Because once you take action to do something, to learn something, it leads to competence. You now know a little bit more than you used to, and that knowledge is going to inform you about what other steps are available for you out there, and it's also going to inform you about what you enjoyed or what did you not enjoy about that action step that you just took. And so action leads to competence and knowledge, and competence and knowledge can lead to passion and finding your niche. So I highly recommend when you start off to work in short sprints. What do I mean by short sprints? When you work in short sprints, you just want to maybe at the beginning, set yourself projects that will take no longer than a week. If you exceed a week, drop the project, move on, try something else. It sounds very weird at the beginning, but at the beginning, you're just trying to explore things. You're trying to explore things, expose yourself to different things. You're not necessarily married to any one thing. As you go along the way and as you try different things, you'll get better. And as you get better, you can increase your short sprints to 2 weeks instead. And when you're at 2 weeks, decide at the 2-week mark, do you want to pursue this particular discipline a little bit more? You want to learn a little bit more about this particular topic, or you kind of had enough time to move on. So treat it a little bit, treat it a little bit like a spiral staircase where you're just trying to go around and build little bits of knowledge. You're never really staying at one spot for very much too long at the beginning, and then slowly let your competence and your knowledge and your passion inform what you build in what you start to tackle in these longer sprints. Okay. So I also recommend that you journal moments of clarity. Like, what did you enjoy about this, or what did you really loathe about this particular short sprint and this particular week of doing things? And from there, you gain self-awareness and insight. And it's very important as CG artists to gain self-awareness and insight as we learn about CG and as we delve into Houdini. Principle number 3, put your blinders on. I'd say ignore social media, because a lot of times, I don't know for you, but I definitely feel it. Social media can be pretty overwhelming because you see so many great artists out there working on all those different things, and you think, man, I think I need to learn that. Oh, I think I need to learn Pyro. I think I need to learn Flip. I think I need to learn Vellum. I think I need to learn Hair. There are so many things to learn. So don't let social media derail you. Choose a particular topic, take any action, really any action, and work at it, right? And it's okay to not know anything, because you can't know everything. It's better to don't chase 2 rabbits at once. It's always better to chase 1 rabbit, sort of tame it, domesticate it, control it before you go chasing the other rabbit. And it's okay. I used to tell people in particular a little anecdote, and that's that there's a story about the donkey, and there's a story about the donkey, and there's a donkey, and he had hay in front of him, and he had a trough of water in front of him, and he couldn't decide, because he was both hungry and thirsty, whether he should take the hay first or drink water first. And because of that, the donkey eventually died of thirst. Now, what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is it didn't matter if the donkey drank water first or ate the hay first, because there was time enough to do both. All right, so don't worry about it. Just take action, do something on, put your blinders on, and ignore what everyone else is telling you to learn or do something else. Finally, ignore your inner critic. If you're a perfectionist like me, then you realize that perfectionism is the mother of procrastination. And a lot of things that we procrastinate on is because we think we need to get it perfect. You don't have to have the perfect tutorial. You don't have to have the perfect materials, resources, or the perfect version of Houdini in order to do something. All right, so ignore your inner critic. Just go ahead and do it, because if anything's worth doing, it's worth doing badly. This is really important. Design a habit to create daily. So principle number 4, design a habit to create daily. And the concepts taught in this is not really mine. It's actually from James Clear, the New York Times best-selling author of the book called Atomic Habits. And he says, you do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. So if you want to learn Houdini and content creation, using Houdini as a content creation application in CG effectively, you have to design a habit to create daily. All right, and how would you do that? There's these 4 parts to creating a habit. Number 1 is the cue or the trigger. So you need to make that cue or trigger obvious. And one of the most obvious ways to do it is to set your alarm at a particular time every day that rings. That's Houdini time. That is Houdini creating time. Make it obvious, all right? Craving. So make it attractive. You know, if your desk is cluttered and you don't enjoy being in your room where your computer is, to work on creating content, work on learning CG, you're gonna have a hard time designing a habit to create daily. So make it attractive, all right? Third, response. Make it easy. Now, if you think that you have to create for 3 hours every day, that's not easy. You're not gonna make that habit. So make it an hour, or make it even less than an hour. Make it 15 minutes. In fact, force yourself to only create for 15 minutes every day. You will find that it's very difficult. Once you start creating, you'll probably create for more than 15 minutes. But if you've done 15 minutes, you have completed. You have created. You can check the checkbox. You're done. All right. So make it easy. Make sure that whatever tutorials that you want to do, you've already lined up a list of it, and you know what's the next thing that you're gonna do. Don't try to search for things during that 15 minutes, because it takes 15 minutes to search for things. Finally, this is very important, is the reward, because this is what makes you come back tomorrow to do this habit again. And that is, you have to make it satisfying. So initially, when you don't have a lot of competence in creating CG content in Houdini, it's not going to be very, very satisfying in and of itself. So you need external rewards. So what can that external reward be? Well, it pretty much depends on you what the external reward can be. Maybe you love ice cream, so treat yourself to some ice cream every day. If you did your 15 minutes of creating content in Houdini, maybe it is an episode of your favorite Netflix show. Maybe it is a cup of Starbucks coffee. Whatever it is that tickles your toe, try an external reward. But you know what? As time goes, you will eventually find that it is satisfying on its own to know that you have created something in Houdini as a CG artist. The art that you create, the things that you create, they are satisfying in and of themselves to be a reward that tomorrow you're going to come back again for 15 minutes to keep working on your craft and keep learning and creating in Houdini. So
we talked about designing a habit. We also, for principle number 5, we want to learn the principles, not the steps. So what do I mean by learn the principles and not the steps? It's kind of like, another way to say it is focus on learning the whys and not the hows. So if you remember paint by numbers, how many of you have seen paint by numbers? If you've seen those paint by numbers kits, you can get a kit. There is a number on every single color, and you just dip your brush on that particular number and you paint all of the sort of areas that have been marked by that number with that particular paint. And so at the end of it, you can create something that looks beautiful. But painting by numbers creates beautiful things, but not things that you can repeat yourself, not things that are original from you. So that's what happens when you learn the steps, but not the principles, right? So when you go out there, good resources explain the why and not just the how. So look for resources that explain the why and not just the how. But fear not, if you've got a resource that's less than perfect, that is a paint by steps tutorial, fear not, look at the notes that they use. Whatever you don't understand, go read the docs, read the Houdini docs. They will tell you how, that node works. Oftentimes, there are even examples in the Houdini docs that you can then open up and check in Houdini how Houdini uses those things. Go look up the Houdini YouTube channel. Go check out how those nodes are being used. So fear not, read the docs. If you don't understand, if the resource doesn't explain why, you can still learn why on your own. But very important principle is to learn the principles, not the steps. Lastly, principle number 6, find community. Now, when you learn CG, find a community where you can journey with other people on their CG journey, right? People who can celebrate your wins with you, people who can encourage you, people whom you can just sort of form an accountability with. And that's super important. And in this digital age, you can do it in the SideFX forums, the Odd Force forums, the Houdini Discord channels, and the Houdini Facebook groups that are available out there. So many options available to you. If you are in a school, look up if you have a animation or a visual effects student group. Go seek out all the other CG students in your program, work with them, get to know them, collaborate with them. And last but not least, join the Effective community. And the Effective community was created by me for aspiring effects artists, technical directors, and technical artists who are aspiring and learning and just on their way in learning this CG craft, and they want to be in an environment with other people just like them and they want to learn. Join the Effective community, and you can find it at nelsonlim.com/effective. So finally, I want to thank you for taking the time with me. I hope that this has added value to you, that this has helped informed how you can learn Houdini and be more effective as an aspiring beginner learning how to create content in Houdini as one of your first content creation application tools. If you want to connect with me, you can always find me at Instagram, Facebook, and I think my handle is @IamNelson, or you can check out my YouTube channel, Nelson Lim, or my website, nelsonlim.com. So thank you once again, and once again, my best wishes to you on your CG journey. Take care, and bye-bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our Houdini HIVE dedicated to education. My name is Bruno Hebert, and I'm a production trainer at SideFX. This session is going to be a little special. We will have our conversation in French. This is the first time for us that we are doing this in a different language than English, but we wanted to offer the possibility to our guests to express themselves in their own language. So we hope you will appreciate. Donc bonjour, je m'appelle Bruno, je travaille en tant que production trainer à SideFX. Et aujourd'hui, pour cette Houdini HIVE qui est dédiée aux formations, nous avons deux acteurs de la scène de Montréal. Nous avons Folks VFX et l'école NAD. Voilà. Alors, je vais vous laisser vous présenter, peut-être commencer. Louis-Philippe, tu peux commencer peut-être?
Ouais, salut tout le monde. Moi, c'est Louis-Philippe Clavet. Je suis superviseur CG chez Folks VFX au bureau de Montréal.
Moi, je suis Robin Tremblay. Puis, je suis professeur à l'école NAD, UQAC, depuis presque 30 ans. Ça va faire 30 ans en juillet prochain. Okay. Puis, donc, j'enseigne différentes formations, principalement le photoréalisme, les environnements, mais je suis aussi en charge des projets de fins de bac. Donc, souvent, je réalise avec des étudiants des projets faits en synthèse d'image.
On va commencer avec Folks. Louis-Philippe, pour vous, quels sont, quand vous recrutez au niveau des écoles, quels sont les critères sur lesquels vous vous basez? Quels sont aussi les plus gros problèmes que vous rencontrez lors du recrutement des étudiants?
Je pense que les candidats vont appliquer chez Folks de façon différente. Tu sais, il y en a qui vont appliquer carrément sur le site Internet. Ils vont aller avec la méthode un peu plus officielle, traditionnelle. Puis là, c'est vraiment le démo qui fait toute la différence. Tu sais, c'est avec le démo qu'on va essayer de comprendre qui est la personne, qu'est-ce qu'elle peut amener à l'équipe, puis à savoir si elle peut bien fitter avec l'équipe. Ça va vraiment changer par département. La chimie qu'il y a dans le département, on essaie de voir des habiletés techniques et artistiques qui devraient matcher avec notre équipe. Puis sinon, une autre route, ça devrait être par la recommandation. Fait que soit qu'on connaît déjà la personne, elle a travaillé avec une personne du studio ou par un professeur, par exemple, elle nous est recommandée. Fait que là, dans ce temps-là, on se base plus un peu sur la personnalité puis les soft skills de la personne pour l'amener en entrevue. Puis je pense que dans les deux cas, l'important, c'est de décrocher l'entrevue. Après ça, c'est là qu'on vérifie, voir si on va vraiment cliquer avec la personne. Mais la première étape, c'est ça, c'est soit par recommandation ou par le démo. On essaie de capter l'attention, arriver en entrevue. Puis après ça, le reste du processus, ben, ça va changer, ça peut évoluer, mais c'est vraiment la première étape.
D'accord. Et pour capter cette attention, donc principalement soit des recommandations, soit du bouche à oreille ou des.
Ben, c'est sûr que, admettons, le CV, l'expérience précédente, ça peut amener quelque chose, mais juste des dates puis des compagnies dans un LinkedIn ou un CV, c'est pas suffisant pour décrocher un emploi. Ce qu'on veut, c'est comprendre une personne, comprendre une personnalité, puis ça, c'est souvent plus facile par une recommandation ou avec un démo. Puis le démo, dans le fond, c'est la preuve que les dates et les compagnies dans le CV ont eu une valeur, puis ça a vraiment transformé la personne, puis ça l'a amené à être qui elle est aujourd'hui. Mais malgré tout ça, on peut être une personne qui fait d'excellentes images, mais si on sent à l'entrevue qu'il n'y a pas la chimie, que ça clique pas, ben, peut-être que c'est juste une personne qui va aller travailler dans une autre compagnie, qui va être super heureuse ailleurs, mais qui n'a pas réussi à se connecter avec nous. Tu sais.
Okay. Et Robin, est-ce que vous avez ça aussi au niveau de la formation? Est-ce que vous travaillez un peu ou vous prévenez les étudiants un peu que ça va être attendu de leur part une fois sur le marché du travail?
Évidemment, c'est le point donc que Philippe a soulevé au niveau de l'attitude, de la personnalité. C'est quand même une part vraiment importante. C'est sûr, bon, moi, mes étudiants, ils n'ont pas d'expérience préalable sur des productions commerciales réelles, rarement, mais en général, ils n'en ont pas. Les seules choses qu'ils vont produire, c'est dans leur démo. C'est sûr que bon, à travers le cheminement du bac dans notre école, on a différentes pièces qui sont potentiellement des pièces qui peuvent avoir de la valeur pour un portfolio de présentation pour un emploi. Mais il reste que la portion personnalité, ça veut dire comment tu t'intègres, parce que c'est un travail de groupe. Donc, les compagnies recherchent des joueurs d'équipe. Tu vas avoir des gens qui sont extrêmement talentueux, mais qui ne sont pas des joueurs d'équipe. Ça fonctionne pas bien. Donc, c'est sûr que nous, on leur en parle de ça. Puis, ils sont aussi exposés à différents chargés de cours qui viennent de l'industrie, qui vont leur parler de ces prérequis-là. Oui, le talent est important, mais l'attitude et la personnalité, c'est une grosse composante et vraiment importante aussi.
D'accord. Et du coup, dans les projets sur lesquels ils travaillent, est-ce que ça reflète un peu ça? Est-ce qu'il y a beaucoup de projets de groupe? Est-ce que c'est équilibré aussi avec les projets un peu personnels pour développer leur bande démo? Ou comment vous les guidez vers ça?
Je dirais qu'on a la première année, c'est plus des projets individuels, mais dès la deuxième année, on encourage, on ne force pas, mais on encourage à faire des projets de groupe. Puis plus ça avance dans le cheminement, plus les groupes deviennent plus volumineux, plus grands. On a aussi, quand on arrive dans les derniers projets, qui sont appelés le projet de synthèse, on a souvent des groupes qui sont assez gros, qui sont assez imposants. Puis on crée une structure, donc on donne des responsabilités différentes aux gens, outre leur talent dans la création, dans le domaine de la synthèse d'image, par des genres de rôles de lead ou de direction artistique ou en fin de compte de coordination, selon ce que les gens veulent faire. Parce que mais par contre, j'ai des gens qui insistent, qui veulent faire des projets tout seuls. Il y en a qui réussissent très bien, mais en général, c'est pas la norme. Les gens s'intègrent dans des équipes parce que nous, on encourage vraiment à le faire. On ne le force pas, mais on l'encourage.
Je trouve ça très cool, je rebondis là-dessus, mais qu'au début du parcours, ce soit un peu plus individuel, que ça devienne encouragé, que ce soit en équipe. Je trouve ça génial, puis surtout pour les gens qui veulent aller dans l'industrie un peu plus formelle des effets visuels, d'animation ou des jeux vidéo. Le travail d'équipe va être inévitable. C'est sûr que c'est pas tout le monde qui passe par une école plutôt traditionnelle, on va dire, puis qui va finir dans ces industries-là. Ils peuvent être artistes indépendants, mais de favoriser le travail d'équipe, ça va définitivement représenter ce qu'ils vont vivre, puis de s'en rendre compte tôt, avant la fin du parcours académique, mais ça donne juste une dernière confirmation que la personne est vraiment en train de s'aligner dans une carrière qui va matcher avec elle, qu'elle va pouvoir apprécier. T'sais. Fait que ça, je trouve ça cool que ce soit encouragé en fin de parcours.
Mais je peux juste peut-être faire le suivi sur ce que tu as dit, en faisant ton suivi sur le mien, mais la majorité des gens aspirent à travailler sur des productions. Ils veulent tous travailler sur les prochains Star Wars, les prochains Harry Potter. C'est souvent ce qui détermine donc souvent le type de projet. Puis les projets viennent souvent de films qu'ils ont aimés. Puis ces films-là, c'est clair que c'est pas des projets, c'est des projets de grandes équipes. Puis, mais j'ai quand même des gens qui ont des profils qui veulent, eux, aller à la maîtrise et au doctorat. Ces gens-là insistent pour travailler sur leurs choses à eux. Fait que mais je dirais, à la base, les gens qui arrivent des formations traditionnelles, je dirais plus traditionnelles d'art ou de graphisme, sont plus souvent des gens individualistes. Puis il faut un peu casser ce pattern-là de travailler de façon de travailler tout seul, parce que moi, c'est une chose que je répète souvent, c'est que travailler en équipe, c'est plus que la somme des parties. Ensemble, quand on a un groupe, on va produire de loin une qualité meilleure, parce que d'un, on peut focuser sur les forces des gens, puis on peut aussi se rendre compte des faiblesses. Ça nous permet comme groupe d'avancer plus, puis quand tu travailles avec des gens, tu vois d'autres perspectives, d'autres façons de penser que tu n'aurais pas eu nécessairement. Ce qui fait que toute cette expérience-là va vraiment te procurer, en fin de compte, un meilleur résultat, un meilleur produit. Le produit étant des films d'animation ou les effets qui vont créer dans leur projet.
Et alors justement, donc ils sont passés à l'école, ils ont fait leur formation en plusieurs années. Une fois qu'ils ont leur diplôme en main, quelles sont selon vous les étapes après ce diplôme? Ils continuent leur vie, donc là ils sont pas tout seuls, mais bon, ils vont chercher leur propre mentor, ils vont pouvoir se développer par eux-mêmes. Quelles sont selon vous les étapes par lesquelles ils doivent obligatoirement passer? Quelles sont celles que vous recommanderiez et celles qu'au contraire vous suggéreriez d'éviter pour éviter de s'engouffrer dans une impasse?
Je pense que ça commence avant même la graduation. Je pense que c'est important de penser à ce qui va se passer après la formation, mais avant qu'elle se termine. Tu parlais de trouver un mentor, ça je trouve ça génial. Ça peut être un professeur à l'école, ça peut être un chargé de cours qui vient de l'industrie. Mais de trouver quelqu'un de confiance qui peut coacher tout au long, ça fait vraiment une différence dans la qualité des projets que tu vas faire, surtout dans la dernière année où les projets que tu vas amener dans ton démo. Fait que ça, trouver un mentor, je trouve ça vraiment essentiel. Puis d'autres trucs qui peuvent être commencés en amont, mais qui vont continuer après. Participer à des événements, que ce soit des user groups, comme les Houdini HIVE comme on a en ce moment. Si vous avez la chance d'aller dans des conférences comme SIGGRAPH FMX, des trucs du genre, de juste comprendre c'est quoi la vie des vrais praticiens, puis de connecter, ça c'est vraiment, vraiment cool. Fait que mentor, puis les événements de la communauté, je trouve que c'est deux éléments importants qui peuvent être commencés avant, qu'on espère continuer après.
Justement, au niveau du mentorat, c'est quelque chose qu'on a intégré à l'école depuis quelques années. C'est qu'on a un cours de mentorat qui, en fait, c'est les gens se trouvent un expert dans l'industrie qui les appuie principalement dans le cheminement de leur dernier projet, le projet de synthèse. Fait qu'on a ils vont chercher des mentors en modeling, en simulation, en grooming. Souvent, c'est des domaines, dans des domaines où on a beaucoup moins en tant qu'école, on a beaucoup moins de développer de profondeur. Parce qu'un bac, ça reste 90 crédits. C'est un bac qui est général où on montre en gros c'est quoi la formation en 3D. On peut se spécialiser un peu, mais c'est pas long, là. Pour devenir, pour performer dans un domaine, ça prend quand même du temps. Fait qu'on a quand même là, cette portion-là des mentors qui permettent d'aller chercher un peu plus, justement, un contact direct avec quelqu'un qui a une expérience pertinente, plus pointue.
Puis ici, on parle de baccalauréat québécois, qui est l'équivalent d'une licence, là, pour le reste de l'audience francophone qui veut comparer, mais ça reste quand même une formation de 3 ans.
Ouais.
Un autre truc que je viens de penser qui a un bon lien avec ce qu'on disait auparavant, qu'est-ce qu'on fait après avoir gradué? Bien, on reste en contact avec les coéquipiers qu'on a eu. Parce que les coéquipiers qu'on a eu dans notre projet synthèse ou dans les derniers projets qu'on a faits, ça va être des collègues dans le futur. Peut-être qu'on va avoir la chance de travailler avec eux immédiatement, mais peut-être que ça va être dans 6 mois, 1 an, 2 ans. Mais c'est des gens qui nous connaissent et qui nous ont vus évoluer, puis qui peuvent après ça être la recommandation qui nous donne notre prochaine opportunité d'emploi. C'est malheureux, mais c'est pas tout le monde qui se trouve un emploi immédiatement après la graduation, ou des fois, ils vont avoir un emploi pour une durée déterminée. Certains ont la chance d'avoir des noms déterminés, puis ils trouvent des compagnies dans lesquelles ils sont très bien, mais des fois, en début de parcours, c'est vraiment la chasse au prochain contrat. Fait que la communauté que les gens ont tissé avec leurs coéquipiers, ça, je trouve ça essentiel, puis ça va être payant. Fait que d'avoir créé une atmosphère positive dans ces projets-là, c'est payant dans un futur proche pour les gradués.
Ça fait partie de justement le même genre de choses qu'on parle aux étudiants de travailler en équipe, c'est d'être vous commencez en fait vos entrevues par rapport à ce que c'est pas des entrevues, mais le contact, comment vous allez être perçu par votre coéquipier, ça a énormément de valeur et de pouvoir. Parce que justement, les recommandations, je sais pas c'est quoi, j'ai pas de statistiques là-dessus, mais les recommandations qui viennent d'anciens collègues, c'est vraiment très fort. Parce que il y a pas, un professeur voit une facette de l'étudiant, mais un collègue, il voit vraiment plus l'ensemble de comment la personne se comporte. Fait que ce genre on dit aux gens, comportez-vous bien, ça commence à l'école, c'est pas juste à l'entrevue quand l'école est finie. Puis c'est ce que Louis-Philippe disait ici, c'est vraiment important, cette notion-là de bien s'intégrer, d'être un joueur d'équipe.
Puis après, Bruno, tu demandais les choses à ne pas faire. Je ne sais pas s'il y a vraiment des choses à ne pas faire. Rendu là, c'est un peu faire son propre parcours, là. Il faut trouver quelque chose dans lequel on est confortable, mais peut-être c'est de pas trop attendre. Je pense que des fois, une formation comme ça de 3 ans, 4 ans ou 5 ans, même selon les programmes, ça peut être très drainant, puis les gens ils veulent prendre du temps off, du temps de repos après la formation. Je pense quand même que ça vaut la peine de continuer de rebondir sur la graduation puis d'aller rapidement ou assez tôt dans le milieu du travail, mais j'ai pas... c'est juste que le marché étant très compétitif en ce moment, quand on attend, ben on se mélange avec la prochaine batch de gradués. Ça peut devenir difficile d'émerger après ça. Je pense que ça vaut quand même la peine de s'essayer dès la graduation. Ce serait peut-être mon petit conseil à éviter si ça serait trop d'attente.
En effet, s'y attendre trop longtemps, la technologie change vite. On travaille justement au Houdini, ça change beaucoup. Fait que déjà d'une session à l'autre, moi je l'enseigne, puis je me rends compte mes gens de troisième à qui j'enseigne, il y a des choses que mes gens de cinquième connaissent pas, parce que c'est nouveau. Donc c'est quand même, il y a aussi dans le faire comprendre aux étudiants, il faut que vous appreniez à apprendre par vous-même, parce que ce que vous avez appris, c'est pas statique. Il faut devenir vraiment des autodidactes. C'est sûr, c'est pas le cas de beaucoup de gens, mais il faut s'informer, il faut voir comment ça évolue parce que ça change beaucoup. Puis moi je trouve ça vraiment super excitant qu'un logiciel évolue aussi rapidement parce qu'il y a toujours des nouvelles choses à essayer. Il y a des gens qui ont tendance à dire moi j'ai appris mes outils puis je veux rester avec, mais c'est pas comme ça que tu es compétitif.
Alors justement, on parle là on va dire des capacités techniques là un petit peu plus. Est-ce qu'il y a au niveau de l'embauche, est-ce qu'il y a là sur les prochaines années, on va dire juste 1, 2, 5 ans, est-ce qu'il y a des postes qui sont un peu plus importants chez vous, sur lesquels vous recrutez un peu plus, ou pour lesquels vous avez des besoins, ou au contraire, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres choses qui seront peut-être à plus ou moins moyen ou long terme, des postes, donc animateur, lighter, rigger, qui vous intéresseraient un peu plus. Comment vous voyez les 5 prochaines années chez vous?
Ben justement, j'ai vérifié dans ma boule de cristal juste avant notre appel, puis c'est difficile à dire. C'est difficile à dire, mais je pense que ça va être... on a eu une industrie qui était très généraliste puis qui s'est spécialisée. Puis curieusement, aujourd'hui, je vois toujours des spécialisations, mais c'est pertinent de comprendre le domaine des autres, les départements des autres. Fait que je trouve que les départements qui sont un peu plus mixtes, qui vont mélanger différentes techniques, je pense souvent à ce que les compagnies vont faire dans un département d'environnement. Ben là, on utilise des compétences qui sont un peu partout dans le pipeline. Puis moi, je trouve ça vraiment intéressant de recruter des gens, des jack of all trades, dans un département d'environnement. Puis j'ai l'impression que c'est les premiers départements qui vont s'intéresser aux technologies en temps réel. Puis avec des départements de layout previs, par exemple, je trouve ça intéressant de voir l'évolution qu'il y a dans ce domaine-là. Puis justement, comme Robin disait, ben les autodidactes, je pense qu'ils vont vraiment shine, ils vont sortir du lot dans des départements comme ça qui utilisent une mixité de technologies, de techniques puis de pratiques.
Donc plutôt un mélange de capacités et de connaissances qu'une spécialisation vraiment poussée dans un domaine.
Ouais, je pense qu'il va y avoir de la place pour les spécialisations, mais c'est juste que quand on veut parler avec d'autres membres de l'équipe, puis aussi simplement pour peut-être le parcours, la progression d'une personne, il y a des gens qui ont le goût de devenir lead, qui veulent collaborer avec les autres départements, éventuellement superviseurs. Mais quand on commence à élargir notre horizon puis comprendre ce que les autres départements font, bien, naturellement, on va collaborer puis on va émerger dans des postes de leadership. Fait que ça dépend aussi de l'intention de la personne dans leur évolution de carrière.
Dans la formation, moi, je parle souvent des spécialités étendues. C'est-à-dire qui touchent vraiment au domaine connexe. Par exemple, les textures, lighting, puis le modeling qui va quand même comprendre le rigging d'animation parce que ça influence comment le modeling se fait. Donc, c'est vraiment important de dire on n'est pas dans un monde fermé. C'est pas un vase clos. Les spécialités se touchent puis travaillent ensemble, d'où le principe de pipeline. Mais c'est important de connaître bien les autres. C'est sûr, une formation comme nous qui dure 3 ans, on touche pas mal à tout. On essaie de renforcer certaines aptitudes. Moi, j'ai de la difficulté à dire spécialisation parce que je trouve ça prétentieux. On peut pas devenir spécialiste en sortant de l'école. Mais on peut avoir au moins une saveur, une teinte, mais en restant quand même globalement assez conscient de tout ce qui se passe autour.
Okay. Et est-ce que vous pensez que justement dans tout ça, Houdini peut être une aide à essayer de développer justement des capacités qui sont comment dire, étendues sur différents départements? Est-ce qu'il y a une particularité avec Houdini qui permet en fait de favoriser ça?
Je dirais que le logiciel est quand même assez performant dans la plupart des zones. C'est sûr, Houdini a d'abord été connu pour ses forces en simulation. Puis, ben, ça s'est étendu. Maintenant, on a le Solaris, puis l'éclairage, toute la structure USD. C'est toutes des choses qui font que ça va devenir de plus en plus... Oui, c'est clair que ça va aider, là, parce que ça va forcer à travailler avec une certaine structure de pipeline. Puis moi, je trouve ça vraiment excitant pour ça. C'est sûr qu'il y a encore des choses qu'on fait pas beaucoup dans Houdini, comme l'animation de personnages. Moi, j'ai un projet là, où pour la première fois, j'ai eu des étudiants qui se sont aventurés, puis on fait du rigging, puis on a animé des characters. Ça a très bien été. C'est juste que c'est une approche différente. Dans la formation qu'ils ont, première année, c'est dans un autre logiciel que je ne nommerai pas. C'est dans un autre logiciel, puis c'est parce que c'est plus standard dans l'industrie. Mais là, je sais que dans 18 ou 19, on a des choses nouvelles au niveau de KineFX. Puis moi, j'ai bien hâte de voir ça parce que si on est dans moins de logiciels, ça permet de connaître un peu plus large. Quand on est dans plein de logiciels différents, c'est un peu plus difficile. Je dirais, nous, on avait une formation dans le temps sur un logiciel qui était fait en Softimage. On enseignait à peu près tout dedans. Les gens, c'était plus facile de connaître parce que le logiciel faisait à peu près tout très bien. Mais bon, malheureusement, ça n'existe plus. Fait que on a changé, quand on a changé le programme, on est allé vers Houdini, parce qu'il y avait vraiment plusieurs forces, puis je voyais vraiment qui était tourné vers l'avenir, parce que c'était pas un logiciel qui était statique. Puis je pense que à chaque version que je vois, puis les versions, il y en a quand même beaucoup, on voit qu'il y a un désir puis un intérêt d'aller chercher justement cette facilité-là d'utilisation dans tous les domaines. Puis, on va voir ce que l'avenir va réserver par rapport à SideFX et Houdini, mais pour l'instant, ça va vraiment, je pense que c'est vraiment bien parti.
Puis, je pense que juste comme on disait auparavant, j'ai l'impression qu'on était très, très spécialisé en silo, puis moi, j'aime l'idée un peu plus généraliste. Puis j'ai connu Softimage avant de travailler dans Houdini, puis ça a été un peu le coup de foudre pour moi, puis ça a juste été la structure, la façon de penser quand on utilise Houdini qui m'a grandement marqué. Ça a été une transformation, puis à ce moment-là, je voulais utiliser Houdini peu importe pourquoi. Puis à l'époque, malheureusement ou heureusement, ben la seule façon de justifier une licence en industrie, c'était d'entrer comme FX artist. Fait que j'ai commencé comme ça, puis je me suis rendu compte que je voulais faire plus large que ça. Tu sais, pas nécessairement de l'animation, mais tu sais, de la prévise. Puis on peut devenir définitivement, un bricoleur, un bidouilleur quand on est dans Houdini. On peut aller très, très large avec le software. Comme Robin disait, c'est un package complet. On est capable de tout faire. Tu sais. Ça, je trouve ça vraiment intéressant parce que du moment où on a un peu d'autonomie puis qu'on comprend les différents systèmes, comment ils parlent entre eux, ben on peut s'amuser à faire l'automatisation de pipeline avec PDG, du retargeting avec KineFX, par exemple. On fait le lighting. Moi, je parle, admettons, de mon expérience chez Folks VFX à Montréal. Mais on fait notre lighting, on fait le scene assembly dans Houdini. Même avant Solaris, on utilisait Houdini standard en OBJ, puis ça fonctionne bien, puis on est en mesure d'étendre Houdini au-delà de son rôle, on va dire, traditionnel, quasiment ancestral des FX. Il y a de la place pour Houdini dans le département d'environnement, entre autres, super utilisé, essentiel, même si on veut adresser la complexité des mandats qui nous sont assignés, on a besoin d'Houdini dans le pipe.
Bon, bah écoutez, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup d'avoir participé à tout ça, pour votre temps. Et puis, bonne continuation. À bientôt.
Merci Bruno, merci Robin.
Merci. Au revoir, bonne journée.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back. Today we have with us Seth, who is going to be doing an awesome presentation for us. Seth, go ahead and introduce yourself just a little bit and tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing today.
Hi, I'm Seth Holliday. I'm a faculty member at Brigham Young University, and I teach animation here, specifically effects animation and a lot of other things related to Houdini and production here. So a lot of variety to what I do. And I will be giving a talk about just how we integrate Houdini into our productions, particularly trying to use productions as an educational tool in order to teach students more than just their certain craft of modeling or texturing, but how do they learn the bigger picture. And we feel that Houdini plays a big part in that. So that's in essence what I will be covering.
That's awesome. That's awesome. It's always good to hear more information about larger pipelines and how that's integrated into the educational environment. So thank you so much for doing that. And here we go.
You're welcome. Hello, my name is Seth Holliday. I'm a faculty member at Brigham Young University, and I teach for their animation program. Today I'm going to talk about how we balance the education of our students, learning both hard and soft skills in a Houdini-centered production. When we started our program about 20 years ago, one of our faculty members went and spoke with Ed Catmull about what sort of things they were looking for students coming out of college to get hired into the industry. And in essence, he wanted to see more students understanding production. There are lots of people coming out who could create, but hadn't necessarily had production experience. So what we started was every year, we began to have our senior class make a full short-length film animated production, such as this one here. This is Death of Delilah. We finished it in 2019, and this is just a snippet from the film. The way that we work this is that our senior class students, before they start their senior year, they vote on an idea for a film. And then most of the senior students, about 15 to 20, join in on the project. This is enough to require roles and coordination of parts. And we want them to have challenges in these productions. Here is another example of a film we finished in 2020 called Salt. And what these productions allow students to do is one student can model and focus on modeling. A concept artist can focus on concept, but they also have to work within a malleable production. They have to help each other, make sure it fits within a context, whatever work they're doing, redo stuff, coordinate. And so they really do need to focus on quality of their work, but it becomes a bigger process than that. Here's another film that we finished this year called Stowaway. So we have to ask what really prepares them for the industry. If they work on a film, they get to really dive in deep on a particular skill set, but then they may have to help, if they're a modeler, maybe they have to also help rig, or maybe they have to help do fur or animation. And so maybe they don't get as deep on a skill as they want to. But if they were to do a project by themselves, would they be able to learn to work with people and get other soft skills? So we asked the question, what really prepares them for the industry? What balance should we prepare for them? So here are some things that we think about as we bring them into a production. And the question is, how well does this prepare them? So one thing we focus on is depth and breadth in a particular area. So the focus on quality work is a must. Large studios want to know where to place students when they hire them. But as well, small studios need versatility and generalization. So we also like students to have breadth. Even larger studios like to have the versatility in their hires. So when you're teaching depth and breadth to students, as we look at this graph, often you may look at a number of skills that students need to learn here at the bottom. And how much time do they spend on each skill? Well, they have one major skill that they may focus on, but then we have this model called T-learning that we often hear about, where you dig deep into one topic, but then you have a bunch of other topics where you learn them a little bit. But what does breadth really mean? Does it just mean learn a bunch of skills all the same amount? And when they do, how far down that rabbit hole do you go? Do you learn all the skills, some of the skills? What does breadth really mean? So what we do to approach this is, with our productions, it gives them students a chance to create in a context. And so they will dive deep into, say, rigging on a film, but then often they may have to do other skills just to help the film get finished, or because there's not enough people to finish a character. So for example, if we look at this graph again, of a student may focus on rigging, but also they may end up having to do an entire character and model and work with other modelers to get the rigging right, and they may have to add the fur, or maybe they have to script the different elements of the rig. And so they're gaining more breadth, and they're not spending as much time on other things as they might spend on rigging, but they spend more time broadly on more related skills and less time on something that's less related, even though they may still learn figure drawing and other things. So we call this bell curve learning, but essentially students start learning how to do other things and work under the hood. Now this is actually why we like Houdini, because there may be other skills in what we're seeing on the bottom of this graph here that are breadth skills. For example, communication, or how do node networks work, or how do I dive deep into the process of animation and not on the surface. So Houdini, we found, is not only great for our productions, but for education. It's a unique place for students to dive deeper, gain depth in a skill and breadth in other areas. It gives them chances to problem solve and do new things. So here's an example, not from a film, but a student of ours made a peach focused on shading. So here's a turnaround of the peach, but to really make it look good, he also wanted to add fur. So he really focused on the shading, but learned some additional fur. And then doing it in Houdini, wanted to learn some vex and understand noises better and how they layer together. And so he got this really nice under the hood experience with the vex, building his own network, and with the fur, and with the shading and everything. So shading was the principal focus, but it provided some automatic depth and problem solving. Another thing that we do to prepare students for industry is really focus on pipeline. So when Substance Painter started becoming more popular, and we adopted it, and it's worked really great, but we had a lot of studios tell us, Substance is great, but can students really work with it in a production setting and, you know, not just show off what they've created in Substance, but bring it back into another software. And so to experience this, Houdini allowed them to do this. Houdini let us take these things further with the students to see how these different softwares come together in a context. And so when we're working on our senior productions, that becomes even more complex. So for example, here, we see that Houdini can be a central hub of a pipeline and lets our students learn some USD, lets them output renders to Mantra and to RenderMan, and to pull in stuff from Maya and ZBrush. We even get to previs some in Unreal and bring over what we've set up there to Houdini, the animation and textures. There's just so much that allows students to prepare stuff to be handed down the line and used months later in a pipeline and not be breaking things as it moves through. And Houdini's been very stable for allowing scripting and adaptation and bringing multiple outputs all together. This is also very nice because it really encourages students to communicate and interact with each other and understand how different pieces of the pipeline work together. And it even becomes something like this, where we are able to bring in students from a variety of majors. And do they even know how to communicate? Can they speak the same language even if they're all speaking English? Can computer science majors speak with illustration majors? And can we get illustration majors into a software where they have to talk to other people and understand how things work? And we've had some success with this. So does this take some time away from the depth that they're able to spend on certain skills? It does to some extent, and that's our question. Is that ability to communicate and understand how to give and take in a pipeline make up for that some lost time just really diving deep into a particular topic, which they're still able to do, just maybe to a lesser extent. Another thing that we like about these production pipelines is that it allows students to focus on solving interesting problems and dive deeper. So for example, on one of our projects, there was a model that was rigged in Maya, and they still realized that they didn't have the deformations that they wanted working correctly. So the rigging worked out well, but then in the next step in Houdini, our student was able to take the hand and add wrinkles to where they curled. Another focus that we like students to be able to do is to work efficiently. And again, to build things and say, would this work down the pipeline, or would this work for someone else? For example, we had a student who had to make an ocean for one of our senior projects. Here's the ocean. And other students had to be able to use it, and it had to be able to be used in a way that they could quickly set features that they needed. So Houdini's flip tools and ocean tools allowed them to easily set something up, but then also the interface tools allows the students to set up these parameters and user interfaces that quickly allowed them to do the things that they want to do. So our student could take the tools that are given and just get even deeper and make them more usable for their needs, which was a great experience for them, even though he spent some time doing that aside from also doing the oceans. Then ultimately, something we really like is that they are focusing on shot work. Again, will this model look amazing by itself, or will it look amazing for shots? And when lighters light it, it'll come out the way they need. Another thing that shot work allows them to do is to focus on finishing a project, which is a super valuable experience. Almost every studio we talk to and say, what's important? They say, can students finish something? And so our students often have to focus deep on problems, but then join in with others on different parts of the pipeline to take up the slack and help make sure it gets finished. And they feel very proud of this, and it sets them up as someone who can complete something, and they know that that's true. So here's some examples of just things that students have come up with as they've been in these production pipelines, and these are products made in Houdini with the lighting and the rendering and the final shot completion. So here's one where they realize that we have these two pirates. They realize that they have a stowaway and that it's a baby kraken, and so our students who made the kraken got to delve in deep, make sure that the rigging told the story, make sure that the shading tells the story, make sure that any overlapping effects on the character work out to serve it as what's supposed to be a cute, squishy character, but also a potential threat in the future. And here are some breakdowns put together by groups of 4 to 5 students each shot. So on this one, an effects artist and a shading artist actually had to help with the lighters and with the compositing in order to make it all work together. So it was a nice collaboration. Some more problem solving here. We had a film where someone had designed some stylized trees, and someone decided to take Houdini and say, we want this to be flexible. So they had this tree building tool that ended up in the final film. Worked all the way from start to finish. Our film Death and Delilah that we saw a little bit of earlier. This was a fun one because they designed it in a particular style where everything was modeled to camera, but we still wanted the lighting and the texturing to fall across the surface in a really interesting three-dimensional way. So it's like 2D but 3D, and that was a really fun problem for them to solve all the way through the pipeline and make it work all the way through to render. And then some more problem solving, also for Death and Delilah, which we'll show again in a minute. One student had seen that someone in industry had done weave tools and said, I think I can do that. Made it for the project, added some interest. So here are some examples of our shop work again. This from Death and Delilah. And once again, the question that we ask is, how good are these productions for helping students? How good is the balance of the soft skills versus the hard skills? Do they get enough of the hard skills to sell themselves as viable workers in the industry, but also be able to demonstrate how well they can communicate with others, either bringing in a particular skill or a breadth of skills and versatility into large or small different studios. So thank you for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is John Moncrief. I am the training manager here at SideFX, and welcome to the Education Hive. We're doing something special this year, which is where we are inviting studios to connect with schools of a specific region. And we're very lucky today to have with us representatives from New Zealand. We have with us UB College and Weta. So welcome everyone to the conversation today. Today, we're just going to kind of do a quick exploration of how skills get developed in schools and how skills get used by studios and how we can find more alignment between the two in that process. So before we get started, I'm going to let everyone do quick introductions, and let's go ahead and start with Jack, and then we'll move to Anna and then Tristan. So Jack, take it away.
Awesome. Hey everybody, I'm Jack Parkinson. I am a tutor at UB Colleges down on the Christchurch campus. UB has a bunch of courses in animation, graphic design, technology, software engineering. We have some makeup courses. I'm primarily involved with the level 5 diploma in animation, level 6 diploma in 3D production, and level 7 diploma in advanced 3D production. And the way that I mainly interact with Houdini in that is I spend about 10 weeks in the level 6 program teaching Houdini and teaching the VFX pipeline using Houdini. Yeah, and that's me, and that's how I sort of fit in.
Awesome. Anna, would you like to do introduce yourself as well?
Sure. My name is Anna Middleton, and I'm the crew manager of the ATD department here at Weta Digital. My job is varied, but my main responsibilities are in developing and looking after the junior artists that we recruit and train and bring into our department, and help them to find their forever department within Weta Digital in the wider departments around the facility.
That's awesome. And Tristan?
Yeah, my name is Tristan McMahon. I'm the head of department for the ATDs at Weta Digital. It's Assistant Technical Directors, if you wanted to unpack that acronym. So my role and the role of the department is to act as kind of a bridge between recently graduated students and the industry. So what we do is on a almost usually an annual basis, we'll bring in a group of graduates, put them through a pretty intensive training period with emphasis on the technical underpinnings of Weta Digital's pipeline. And from there, we will move through into a system of loans to different departments for those ATDs over the course of a couple of years in order to develop their skills and understanding of the filmmaking process at Weta. I've been with the company for going on 20 years in various roles, and this is a good one.
That's awesome. That's really cool. Thank you all for being here today. So I'm going to kick off the discussion with just a simple question, and this will be for you, Jack.
Cool.
What is something about your school or your program and the way that you teach visual effects that you think studios might be surprised to learn, or that they might not know about your particular facility?
Yeah, well, a couple of things. Pretty much with everything that we do at UB colleges and all our assignments and our learning, we try and keep it really project-based and keep it, whenever possible, trying to emulate industry and try and make it as if they are receiving a brief or receiving some work in a role. So a lot of our assignments, a lot of our work are framed in that way, which potentially could be, reasonably interesting and for studios to understand. And it's really useful for us to know sort of what happens and what's happening in industry, so we can emulate that really clearly. But it just means that our students should be comfortable receiving briefs and receiving work from ahead of them in the pipeline, and learn how to deliver that in the correct way to continue on down a pipeline. Even if they're not delivering to someone else, they're always aware that that is what almost anything they'll be making is destined to do. Is destined to be handed off to someone else to be worked on and worked with. So they're pretty familiar with that from the get-go at UB.
That's awesome. Yeah, and that's really super important that people know how to work together, right? And because this is a collaborative industry all the way around. So this is an interesting opportunity too to ask the folks at Weta, what areas of the pipeline do you think that schools need to improve their teaching in, or what areas of the pipeline would those artists need to have better skills in students that you found?
I mean, that's a really good question. I mean, I think something that is important to realize is that at a sizable VFX studio, there are actually an enormous amount of roles that you may not actually know even exist coming out of school. So in terms of specific skills, it's hard to really want to recommend anything in particular, because our program is very based around the principle of generalism, where we want our crew to pick up many skills and increase their abilities in those areas over time. I think from my experience, the standard of 3D fundamentals that we get out of the schools in New Zealand is pretty good. I think that's covered well. I think the technical aspects of visual effects production it's something I'd like to see a little bit more investment in. And when I refer to that, it's really scripting and automation and being able to use the technologies really efficiently. Then again, that's hard to do because every studio is a bit different.
I'd like to add to that.
Yeah, let's go.
It needs to be noted that the ATD department isn't the only pathway into Weta Digital for juniors. And as Tristan said, that we look for a generalist mindset because part of what we do is after we've put our new people through the really intensive training period, which is about 6 to 8 weeks, and that's a full introduction to everything that happens here at Digi, and a lot of the different people that are in senior positions in those departments come in and give talks about what they do, what tools they use, what their workflow is, and what departments they interact with, and just to kind of give everybody a bit of taster. And then we send those ATDs out into loans of about 4 or 5 months of duration to a whole variety of different departments. And a lot of the time, those juniors don't have a really specific idea about where they want to land once they've been through the ATD program. But some of them have obviously found their jam, and they're really working toward refining that and becoming quite focused on where they want to end up. One of the things that we find when we're interviewing juniors for the ATD program, when we ask them what were some of the situations that you found you were really technically challenged, that you had to troubleshoot or debug to deliver your project, and for the most part, the response we're getting more and more is, I didn't really have any issues. Apart from creative challenges or challenges in time, delivering something really ambitious. And whilst that's probably a testament to the tertiary institutions' pipeline being quite solid, when they come in here and they face really complex scenes that they need to figure out, what's not rendering properly or what's a bit broken to be able to deliver, they haven't had that experience before they get here.
So, that's very interesting, and that brings me to another question that I wanted to ask you, which is, what are some of the bigger pain points that you've had when recruiting from schools? You mentioned that when you find these artists, that they may have had a pretty easy route for getting their projects through their own personal pipelines or through their own institutions' pipelines. But what is the bigger issue of locating the talent? Have you had any issues trying to find good people from good places, that kind of thing?
I'm going to talk to this one. We're just fortunate enough to be in a position where it's really attractive for graduates. People want to come and work here. The market in New Zealand is quite small, and at least speaking for our own program, the ATD program is focused on providing opportunities for people who are from New Zealand or have the relevant visas to come and work with us. So I think we're lucky in that regard that the company's reputation in and of itself draws people to us. I think the standard of work that we produce is another really attractive thing that brings students in our direction. As far as pain points are concerned, there's a couple of things. One of them is just soft skills stuff. So we do a lot of interviews, and so I think if the educational institutions aren't doing this already, and I think they are because things have improved in recent years, a bit of interview prep and kind of being able to represent yourself well in an interview scenario is a skill, and it needs practice for most people. So I think that's something that we'd like to see. By the time we are setting up an interview, we are pretty comfortable with the standard and quality of the work that we see in the application, and we're having that conversation in order to work out whether we're going to work well together. Because with the ATD team, it's a couple of years. There are moments of pressure during that time, and we're also we're taking the students, and we're teaching them as much as we can in terms of the pipeline, and in terms of how to work at Weta and how to work in visual effects. But we also, need a really important part of that is being able to relate to all kinds of other people that you might encounter in a big organization like this. So a little bit more emphasis on some of that soft skills, being able to talk well in an interview or at all would be nice.
Yeah, for sure.
I can confirm that
interviewing for our own interns before. I've had that exact experience where you'll ask a question and it really doesn't matter if there's no wrong answer. You just want to see someone talk to see if they have communication skills, right?
Like we got to spend a lot of time together, and it's like, well, can we talk?
Yeah, I can confirm that interview practice is something that does happen. we do that in our courses, and we get students in for little mock interviews for mock projects, and they on many occasions have to pitch their projects and assignments and stuff. So we're hoping that our students are definitely getting a lot of practice in that regard. And just going back a little bit, it's surprising to hear you say that whenever you're talking to students or talking to applicants, and you ask them to describe, when they've had to troubleshoot, when they've had problems. Surprising to hear people say that they have had none, because being in a classroom for as long as I've been in, I can tell you that they definitely have encountered problems and have encountered technical problems, because that's I don't know, I want to say it's 90% what I do is fixing technical problems and helping students solve problems, but it happens a lot, especially in VFX. So potentially it could just be a case of making sure they understand how important that process is, and that's something to be and realize that it's a skill.
I wonder if they're thinking, they want us to tell them that they, that we want to hear that they aren't having problems, when that's actually kind of the opposite of
you want to know how to troubleshoot.
I think it comes into, there's a crossover there between soft skills and the hard skills that people are learning while they're studying, and I don't think they quite realize that they really interweave at the end of the day. And being able to convey that, to have an open mindset about learning from mistakes and learning from creating problems and solving those problems in a team environment under pressure is a really valuable learning experience.
I would also say that just from the people that we've interviewed for interns at SideFX and various things, there are, I think, Tristan, you mentioned this, that it's one of the benefits for recruiting is that you are weta, right? So you have this levity in the industry, of course, obviously. But I think that can also be extremely intimidating for somebody that, like you said, hey, so what are some of the technical challenges you've had? None. I have no problems. I can't let them know that I've had a struggle, So maybe it's a matter of communicating through the educational process. Like, people want to hear about your technical problems, like making sure that students know to be vulnerable in an interview like that. And it's not even being vulnerable, right? As much as it is like explaining your work methodology and how you work through a problem. It's not showing a weakness. It's actually showing a strength, right?
It's something that's actually, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
Okay. I was going to say it's something that's actually written into a lot of our projects. Some of the deliverables required for presentations are explain your workflow, explain problems that you encountered and how you solved them. So it's, I guess maybe it's just by reframing that to make sure that it's communicated that this is actually a skill that you are developing is troubleshooting. Because I tell my students that VFX is troubleshooting and it's problem solving, and the problems don't stop. You might get more adept at fixing them, but you're always going to be encountering problems for your entire time that you're making stuff.
I mean, one of the ways that I like to think about this, and it's borne out through lengthy experience. I have learned the most from broken things, and when everything's going right, the focus isn't really kind of on as much what is happening under the hood, because it's working, and so therefore people are free to get their shots done. But in terms of learning, it's some really fundamental levels about the technology that we use. Watching it not work is often much more revealing than clicking the button and getting a thumbs up as a result.
And again, that comes into some of the soft skills as well around resilience. And if you're coming to work every day as a junior, you're probably thinking there might have been a mistake and maybe they got my name wrong and they've hired the wrong person and I'm not sure I should be here because I don't know anything and I'm freaking out, and I've been studying all night trying to figure out like what Tristan was talking about with Linux yesterday. And then then you're also confronted with things that you need to troubleshoot and things that, technical issues, and that can pile up really quickly for somebody that doesn't have a lot of experience in many things, in many areas. And of course, that's why we're here, and that's why it's really important for us to build a very, very strong support network around our new ATDs, and that's via our existing ATDs that have been here a year or two, and then all our ex-ATDs who have since moved on and been hired into other departments, and we always invite them back in, and we call it the ATD hive mind, and that's that core support network. But individual resilience, and I'm not saying you have to be tough and shut off your emotions, but having that sense of, I've got to dig in and I've got to get this done, and I've got to push through, and I'll see the light at the end of the tunnel, that the coping mechanisms. And I know that that's not necessarily all of the responsibility of the tertiary institution. Of course, it's the responsibility of the friends and the parents and the wider community. But that's certainly something to continue to put at the forefront, the growth mindset and the building of resilience, and utilising the support network around you to be able to survive.
That's awesome. That's really, really good advice too. I'm curious to know, Jack, if there's anything else that would be good information that you could use to help build your curriculum. Like, is there anything you mentioned earlier that trying to mimic a real world industry experience is something that you try to provide for your students? Is there maybe specifics that you would want to ask about how those projects are formed or how that curriculum is developed?
Well, something that we have done in the past, and we sort of do here in Christchurch, is we get our level 7 students connected with a local studio. And those students actually last year had the opportunity to do that studio's entry examination, the sort of technical art test that studio would give to applicants. They gave it to our level 7 class, and they were able to complete that project and then return it back to the studio and get feedback on it. So it just gave that class a really fantastic idea of what it will actually be like when they are applying for work and what things studios are looking for. So anything along that line, not necessarily an art test or entry exam, but maybe just an example of what is a brief that potentially an applicant might receive, or someone. I know that you would have a lot more specific roles in the studio, but potentially what does a day-to-day look like for someone who's working in there? What is a brief that somebody might get for a project they're working on? Because I think the more we can emulate that, the better idea a student has for what their day-to-day is going to look like when they're doing work. What specifically do they need to know, and how does it need to be carried out?
I love that idea. I think that's really cool, and it's actually sparked another thing that I wanted to put across in this chat, is that we'd love to be able to have more opportunities to connect with tutors and with students during their learning journey as well, and be more collaborative, partly for selfish reasons, because it makes our recruitment a lot easier if we have already seen some of the students' work prior to their graduation, or that we already actually have a personal connection, and them with us as well, because when it comes to the interview, we can bypass all that kind of awkward, how do you pronounce your name, and that kind of stuff, and actually get into, tell me what you've been doing and with your capstone project or your final project, or we can actually talk about relevant stuff, and also making connections with students, even if they're not interested in coming to Weta Digital, but helping them to understand what else there is out there in the industry, in the visual effects industry, and other studios, and the different kind of experiences that they'd be getting along the way.
Yeah, I think it's really good, because if a student gets something like that, or has a conversation during their study, maybe they get the entry examination and something happens and they go, oh, I actually don't know how to do that. It's much more beneficial that happens to them while they're still with us and they're still studying, because we can help them through that. Whereas if they've graduated and now they're sending out applications and they're realizing that, oh, actually I'm missing this bit, that could be pretty difficult, So we try and catch that while we still have them.
That brings up a really interesting question that I was going to ask for everyone. But what do you think is what are the most important steps that a student can take after graduating? I mean, like right after you've graduated, you no longer have the warm blanket of the university or the school to help you. How would you recommend students best prepare for the industry during that time phase?
Well,
I want to rewind this just a tiny bit. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Is that I actually think they need to think about what they're going to do once they graduate well before they get locked out of the school and the facilities that they have on hand there. Mm-hmm. So it plays into, obviously, you need a show reel displaying your technical and artistic competence and a resume, but if you don't have the gear at home, then this is just a practical tip, utilising the school's equipment before you can't access it anymore.
Yeah. And getting your files off the school's file system.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's we get asked this a bit, so and it's part of our role to try and be helpful in this way. It's also kind of good for us to increase the quality of people's applications. Essentially, there are, while New Zealand's market for visual effects people is reasonably small, it is growing, and the schools are on an annual basis, graduating classes of students who are all looking for work, and as they exit university, we kind of see nearly everybody, I think, that graduates in our country, and so we see almost sort of full classes, and differentiating oneself from the group there is, I think, really, really key. So everybody's going to graduate and know useful things, and that's great. And you'll have the bones of a good show reel and a resume in place, and that's also great. But so does everybody else. And so finding those ways to stand out is important and challenging. So I think thinking a little bit outside the box in terms of producing a show reel and finding those projects to work on is really key. So for us, when we're recruiting, so the degree is important, but seeing, particularly for people who have exited their education and are in the job market looking for an opportunity, it's hard in a place as small as New Zealand to find really good professional opportunities there, right? And you're competing against all of your peers. So I think finding personal projects to work on and even little freelance jobs to add to your show reel and make it stand out from the pack, as it were, is really key. I also think something that we really like to see from people that are applying for roles with the ATDs, maybe the first time you apply, it's not going to work out, right? But the something that I really like to see is for that to happen and for that not to just sort of be the end of things. I like to see people developing over time, even if we don't think that they're quite ready to join a studio like Weta yet. Seeing people building towards that is a really good sign for us. and it's just cool to see people getting better over time. So I guess the message would be, don't hold back in terms of, like, if you see opportunities for cool roles in studios that you want, apply for them. And if you don't get them, well, keep making cool stuff and apply again. I think it's difficult once graduation has occurred to get feedback in a way. And I think that those job applications and measuring oneself against the other candidates in the market is a good way to get that.
Cool. That's awesome. And I think, from the college perspective, I think we're, saying all the similar things, but definitely before graduation, the students want to be thinking about what they're going to be doing and what are the next steps, and ideally applying for roles and creating show reels while they're still with us. And occasionally we get students who get employed while they're still with us, and that's awesome. Yeah. But I think as well, a really important thing people could be doing is they have just been in a classroom full of like-minded people that they've probably really gone on with and probably made really, really cool work with. And I always tell students just to keep that and to stay in touch with each other, support each other when you're out away from the college. The college might not be around to help point you and look at your work and give you feedback, but all these people that you just spent a year sitting next to, they should probably still want to talk to you. So just maintain that and, use that network of people that are similar to you, that you were lucky enough to get to know and build each other up and help each other to improve and to make cool stuff.
I wholeheartedly agree. And when we'd see some students applying with their material on their show reels that is very similar to the other graduates from their year, and we see a couple of people that have kept that momentum going after they've graduated and shot something of their own or made something of their own across summer, that momentum tells us that they are truly invested in making a career out of this, and that they're not just like, oh yeah, sweet summer, I'm just going to kick back and the jobs will come. Like they're really driven. And
people should have summer holidays, for the record.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. But that's the time when we're actually looking for people at the end of the day. And I think students need to know that. And the other thing I look for on resumes is people who have perhaps done other jobs that aren't even related to the industry. They've packed shelves, they've made coffee, they've worked at the supermarket or they've swept floors or whatever it might be. They've worked on a building site or anything to fill the gaps. And what that tells us is that they can be relied upon to turn up on time and with their hair brushed and their clothes on the right way. I mean, it's really basic stuff, but honestly, it makes a massive difference, and it's a huge jump from being a student and going into employment, into your first job. And I remember that feeling vividly, and it's a massive mind shift. So anything that they can do to keep that momentum going after graduation and make that kind of leap into producing their own personal work is just, a massive plus, and it helps them to shine above the rest of the other people who just go, well, this is what I did at school and that's all I've done.
I love that you look for things outside the visual effects industry too. Like it's an indicator of like merit and character and work ethic, right? To be able to maintain jobs of all different ilk, to be able to just switch mindsets from doing one thing that's visual effects to doing the next thing that might be, like you said, sweeping the floors or making coffee or whatever that is. I know I always had at least one extra job when I was in school, so that's awesome advice.
Yeah, I guess just throwing back a little bit to the conversation we were having previously about students being out having the ability to sort of problem solve and troubleshoot, and how that is something that we could what am I trying to say? Frame more as a bit of a skill. I know that that's something that you said you were talking about in interviews, but is there any way that you can see that before an interview like that? Would there be a way that you could think of feasibly that a student would be able to demonstrate that ability in a show reel or in a project or in an application? You know, how valuable is it for you to see in show reels or in submitted work process?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, that's not an easy thing to represent in a visual form. That's for sure. I think what when we're interviewing, we don't ask like for a direct like technical example, in as much as we ask for them to describe sort of a challenge that they met with during their education or during their previous employment or whatever. And it doesn't really, while the technical stuff's important, it's really more a matter of being able to sort of articulate the problem that you had and the things that you tried in order to solve that problem. And I think something that's really important is at what point you decided to ask for help, because it'd be we don't really want to encourage people to go and spend an enormous amount of time trying to fix a problem on their own. When we have an enormous company that and one of the main reasons for it to be in existence is for us to help each other, right? So we're a team of teams, and being able to get help and know when there's that line where it's like, well, am I just burning time trying to fix this thing that I'm never going to get any traction on, or is it time to go ask someone that has more information or has been through this before? I think is a sort of a key moment and skill. But as far as representing that in words, I mean, or in the real, no, I think that's probably more of an interview scenario situation. So I think what they should be doing is before coming to the interview, having a think about what they've encountered during their time, and because there will be challenges there. It won't necessarily be Python exploding or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, while we'll get into that here. without any problem whatsoever. But it's the mindset. It's the ability to realize that there's a problem, break it down, find the space where that problem is, and then kind of make that analytical decision in terms of whether this is something that you should pursue yourself or whether it's something that you need to go to the wider group for. So I think really that's a conversation between us and the students rather than something that they should be writing down.
Cool.
But
I can add a little bit to that, Tristan. Just as you were talking, I was trying to think about all the different applications that I've seen, and the ones that I've really enjoyed are the people that have a blog or they have a profile on ArtStation, perhaps, and they've put their work in progress things up there, and they've set themselves creative challenges which inevitably throw up technical problems or even just creative problem solving is what I really enjoy. And somebody can come from the same course and have the same core skills, but one person has extended their learning by giving themselves their own creative challenge. I want to recreate my my favorite character from a game, and I'm going to learn Unreal Engine as I do that, just in my own time. And I'm going to create this blog with just frames or a little turntable of their work in progress, and you can see documented what they came across. I had to take time off because this other thing happened, or I was delivering this other thing, so I paused it for a while. Okay, now I've come back and I'm gonna approach it with fresh eyes because I've been away for a while and I want to make the character look like this and do that now. And that's a really important journey for those people to go on, because they're not being guided by you as their tutor or anybody else. They're really just having to figure that out.
Yeah, it's super cool to give that context.
And we love to see work in progress as well. We know that being juniors, they will really struggle to have a super polished showreel with a lot of different content in it, and seeing a volume of work that they're noodling away on is to hone their craft. That's the special sauce that we're looking for.
That's awesome. Yeah, I asked that because that is something that in our assignments as tutors, we ask our students to deliver all that to us because we need to see the work in progress, and we need to see it all so we can grade them and mark them. And I was thinking, if there was a way that could be repackaged and presented to, as part of a blog or as a showreel, then that would be, it's already there and they're already doing it. So if it's going to be beneficial, then that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and then it avoids us wondering where the provenance of their assets have come from and those sorts of things. And we often do go back and say, we'll watch a showreel from somebody and be like, wow, that character's very slick. And then you go back and you say, can you please break down where you got your assets from and which ones you made and which ones you took off squid.
Turbo squid.
And that, that takes time to dig into. If we have that information already on hand, then it just becomes, okay, this person is transparent. I can see what they're capable of, and I can also see that they've utilised in a smart way some of the pre-built assets that are out there. I think that's
cool.
Nothing wrong with that at all. We just need to know what they actually did.
Yeah, makes sense. Nice.
Well, that's fantastic. I want to thank everybody for being here today. I hope this was beneficial for everyone. And I would encourage the line of communication to stay open between the two of you, or the three of you, rather. And I just really want to thank you all for being here today. It was a pleasure to have you all.
Cool. Thanks so much for having me. It was awesome to be a part of it.
Likewise, yes. Thanks for thinking of us. Yeah. Really nice to meet you, and we will be keeping those communication lines open. If we can't actually travel to Christchurch in person to meet you and your students, then we'd really love to be able to set something up and interact a little bit more.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. We'd love that.
Cool. Look forward to it.
Awesome.